I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game, and even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had some coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for this season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success, and that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And, you know, whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game. Just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's a routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressures. And at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared. You know?
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our 4th, maybe even 5th split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us, a lot of the casters doubt us still, so there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, you know, just my main thing is always having fun, you know, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with the pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the Challengers from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. it was kind of like a reality shock. And maybe last year they handed our to us.
Big part, the spike, nose injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like Amity, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against Amity, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. Media has been very welcoming and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get M80 the third participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to ascend.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is. You feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a litof bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
all these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
Envy's bad. Everybody's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner, oh, line up. I mean, take what, like, now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this one. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America, our final day of playoffs for this week. I'm Sarah Dawn, joined by Ash and Dan. Dan, it has been a lot fun so far, even if yesterday was a little bit of a rough one with some eliminations. But today, a lot more to be happy about because, of course, this is going to be the day to determine who's going to be making it on into those upper finals. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, today should be chill, you know. Obviously, we don't want to see our favorite teams lose, but none of them are getting eliminated like it was yesterday. We had to say goodbye to Cuber. That was a hard one for me personally. But I think today is a lot more calm. I think that the 4 teams that we have right now in the upper bracket are not really the teams that we expected to be there, at least not all of them. So I'm excited to see if there's going to be any upsets today because I feel like that's very, very likely.
Yeah, pulling up that bracket. Let's take that visual look at it because Ash, like that is such a true sentiment coming out from Dan that maybe this wouldn't have necessarily been expected. There's a couple, you know, of the usual subjects that, yeah, we're talking about an upper bracket, TSM, MV, etc. I think Burger Boys is the one I'm kind of looking at, but still, you see the name, maybe surprised, but with how the teams have been playing, like this race has been tighter than ever.
It really has been. The competition just feels so close right now within stage 2 of Challengers NA. But yeah, that conversation of having to say goodbye to Cubert yesterday, as well as Chet's Pets, previously known as M80. But I also have to give them, you know, the boon that these are 2 teams that ended up having some unexpected changes to their rosters right before playoffs and having to slot in some subs and whatnot and not being able to play at the form that we saw during the Swiss stage. So unfortunate to say goodbye to them early, but again, like looking at Burger Boys being this matchup up against TSM today in the upper semis finals, Winthrop, I think at this point we can say that we expected them to get like deeper into this playoffs run, but it's really Burger Boys that we have our eyes on as far as winning that matchup up against Ambrosia was something that I think wasn't exactly expected. We knew that it would be close between the 2 of them, but Ambrosia were the ones who were like really the dark horse that everyone had their eyes on during this Swiss stage.
And we'll have an opportunity to see Envy and this overdog of Winthrop a little later on. But first up, it's going to be TSM going up against Burger Boys. And at first glance, yeah, Burger Boys, okay, they're in the upper bracket. Maybe this is more of the surprise. But looking at even the recent history of these 2 teams, it's been a Burger Boys that's been able to best TSM. So getting into this, it really could be anyone's game, and I think that's super exciting. But let's talk about Burger Boys first and make sure that everyone is on the same page with the talent that's on this team because they are not flipping burgers, Dan. They're out here, they're shooting bodies, they're killing, and they're looking great. They're not.
Wait, my notes are all wrong.
I'm sorry.
No, this team is really, really impressive. I think it's one of those that have made the most improvements since we got to see them in stage 1 and even last year when we started hearing a little bit about a few of these players. It is the first time they actually make it to playoffs. They played a lot of third-party tournaments. They played a little bit of the Swiss stage here and there since last year, but they really never made it quite this far. And so it's just one of the teams that you need to keep your eyes on, and one of those teams that you see the duelists, you see Bonnie, you see the things that he's doing, you see the support that he's getting as well, and it just kind of all makes sense. There's nobody that I feel like in the first round that we had of this playoffs put the same amount of first skills as Bonnie did. And it's just those little things that really help you out if you want to go on a run here.
And it's been really nice to see, Ash, because of course, when it's a team that maybe in the challenger scene, people might not be as familiar with in comparison to a couple of other names, the fact that they have put in all this work in these third-party tournament, I think it's shown up huge. You see the chemistry, you see the discipline, and there's a reason they're here in this upper bracket.
Yeah, there definitely is. I think that the support that Bonnie's able to have with Practo and Retro is absolutely massive as far as being able to find those opportunities for the openers that Dan was talking about there. Even Retro, like, leaning into some of those, like, duelist picks as well every once in a while, like the Yoru on Ascent, and just kind of, like, opening up these opportunities for Burger Boys to get a little bit more creative with some of these compositions that are coming out as well. It's been really nice to see them develop over the course of this season.
There's been a couple of people that was talked about while we were talking about the power of Burger Boys. And I want to first talk about someone who can set up the rest of the team and talk about Practo. And these stats, keep in mind, are from just playoffs. But considering, Ash, this is the performance you're going to be putting in your first playoffs appearance, that's pretty damn good.
Practo looked great throughout playoffs. That matchup that they had up against Ambrosia, Practo just found so much value playing that Sova, the main agent that we see him on with Burger Boys. And so much of that came down to, like, it felt like he had some insane Hunter Fury kills. Like, the impact that he gets from that ultimate, it felt like he was getting like a 2K nearly every single time. A lot of the time that would also be maybe like synergized with that dimensional drift coming out from Bonnie to do a little bit of that scouting. But even seeing like one of these clips like right now where I think he does get the second one and just ends up being, I'm pretty sure that ended up being like a blind shot. I don't know if the scouting actually came through on that. But again, it comes down to that utility for the Sova player. It looks so good coming out of Practo.
And a dangerous Sova might be one of the most obnoxious players to go up against in the server. They don't know like where you are from a ping, but they just have that game sense to be able to still get you through the wall. I can't. But someone else who's been really annoying throughout this playoffs has been Bonnie. And for the reason of Bonnie's just showed up huge. I got like, yeah, it's crazy, Dan. Like, I talked to him too, and he's like, this is the standard. This is what to look forward to. So if that's what we're expecting out from Bonnie for the rest of the playoffs, like, I'm sorry, TSM.
Insane. And it's just, this is just that one match that they played, right? But just the numbers that he was putting up, he was 19-6 on first kills, first deaths, and he was plus 26 overall in this series. And it was against Ambrosia, right? One of the teams that we've talked about has also been making those improvements, has also been looking pretty good. But what Bonnie was doing on this match was just insane. Like I said before, I don't think we've had any other performance like this one in playoffs. And I really want him to keep it up, because that would mean we have this new team that is first time they make it to playoffs, and not only that, but they're surpassing the expectations that we have for them and for Bonnie. And yes, he's been consistent throughout. That's why they're in this instance right now. But I don't think we saw anything like this before.
TSM did get a little taste of the Bonnie medicine when we were looking at this stage 2 that later on in the season when both teams were trying to qualify, and it was a Burger Boys that bested them then and a Bonnie that was popping off. So TSM, they have the firepower to be able to bounce back. So let's see how they're able to today. Because again, this TSM team is one that's gotten a lot of praise for a lot of good reason. We've gotten to see this roster throughout the entire year after that rebuild, after last year's Ascension run. And Dan, I think this is a TSM that looks stronger than ever.
This is a little bit of a completely different story to what we have for Burger Boys, right? We just talked about Burger Boys having, this is their first playoffs that they ever make, but for TSM, they're pretty used to it. They make it every single time. Now, they haven't been able to win a grand final. They made it all the way to the finals. That's the way that they qualified to Ascension last year, as you were mentioning, but they've yet to kind of lift that trophy in a way. So I want to see the growth that this team has, because I feel like the adaptations that they've made since the Tejo nerfs has been really good. They're playing this double duelist that looks amazing, and not only you've always been able to rely on Sim on the duelist role, but on top of that you have Rico that is bringing up the Reina on Ascent that I love seeing, and just bringing up these different ideas to get a little bit more aggressive, to understand what is TSM's playstyle, and they just like to run it down. They like to get aggressive, and it's not only one player that you're relying on, but every single one of them.
And then also some of that comes down to also, I feel like, GMD in a lot of these situations where when they're running that double duelist, and if they have like Vora occasionally being on that stage, being on that Sova, depending on which map that we're seeing them on based on the playoffs games that we saw up against Chet's Pets. But then that meant that a lot more of like the setup potential outside of the duelist kits themselves relied on GMD and those paranoias. We heard it in the interview from Recoil. GMD was on top of that synergy there as far as like finding so much value, so much impact in creating that space and using that utility to help them with those entries and find those engagements. And everything seems to be really coming together, and it looks comfortable, these adaptations that we've seen from them with the meta shift that's coming in.
And you're talking about GMD. We could talk about literally anyone on this team and we could not go wrong. That's like how talented the team is. But one of the people we wanted to focus on, especially on the back of the last performance they had, was Seven. When you're looking at, hey, a really powerful team on the other end that you don't want to run over you, I mean, Seven is that pillar, that wall to take you down.
Yeah, and we've talked about previously like how flexible of a player Seven is. He can play any role and just have such a consistent performance on it. And that flexibility is what also has allowed TSM to lean into that double duelist composition as well. His willingness to shift up what they're playing map per map, and just like even like the fact that he's willing to say, yeah, sure, I'll play Sage on Ascent. And we saw like the most insane game out of him up against Chet's Pets there, where he goes like plus 17, and he kept like funneling them just with that wall through B main and finding so much value. Seven continues to innovate on these roles here for TSM while providing so much flexibility compositionally for this team to shift those roles around.
Hey, do you guys know that 789?
Really? Don't tell me it's so.
No, I've seen him talk about it on social media, and I just wanted to bring it up. But I love Seven. I think he's one of my favorite players to watch since the beginning of the Challengers. He's really amazing, really talented. Back then, last year, I still talk about the Gecko that we used to see. He's gone through pretty much every single role on the Sentinel a lot as well. And now kind of going back to the Sage that Ash was just talking about, I think it's really impressive too, because usually, guys, I gotta be honest, when I see a Sage composition, most of the times I'm hating, but it's Seven playing it, and he's popping off the way that Cryo does in 100 Thieves. I can't hate. I can't do it. It's working out. I can't hate.
I'm pretty sure I've queued Sage with Dan, and all this time she's hated it and hated me for it. That's actually crazy.
No, but
work,
it's different.
Dan.
No, it's different.
Okay. It's different because it's pocket Sage for Urena. I understand.
Exactly.
I mean, someone we've like on this team, you've talked about the double duelist, and I love the fact we've gotten to see a lot more of that double duelist coming out from TSM. But I still want to talk about the main duelist that this team has and talk about Sim, because when you see Sim in the server, it is explosive player. Again, when we have stats that are just for the playoffs, maybe it's not going to be hitting that same ACS, same KDA that maybe we would get to see during the other games. But that's part of the thing of having the double duelist. But Ash, I mean, you still cannot deny that impact that Sim always shows up with.
Well, I think that, yes, his numbers might not be like the flashiest right now for playoffs, but they're still great numbers. Like you're a 1.2 KDA, and overall, just I think where Sim really shines is in those first engagements, those first kills, first death ratios. The fact that he's constantly that tip of the spear. We're talking about that double duelist, but Sim is always still going to be that first point of entry. And then Recoil is usually playing a role where he's more of like the follow-up, that second entry, following in close behind to find those trades. And that hyper-aggressive play style is what helps open up these rounds here for TSM. So, and Sim still has like insane pop-off games as well on top of that, but his ability to play his role to be that round opener here for TSM has always been consistent and undeniable.
Yeah, the numbers are still pretty good, taking into account the compositions that they were playing on that first opening match, right? They're playing this double duelist. He's not always being the one running it down, trying to open up. I feel like Seven was actually doing a lot of that. And in a way where I think Roy was talking about it yesterday, right? When you're playing the Sentinel role, you're kind of people are relying on you to get that opening maybe back up, hold that site until everybody's able to get those rotations. So Seven was in charge of a lot of those opening kills, but I think Seven was still doing an amazing job, or Sim was doing an amazing job. You see this constantly happening too, because Sim will have some games that is just like nobody can even get close to him. It's just he is unbeatable. He's getting 3Ks, he's getting an ace, he's getting 4Ks back to back, and then he'll have a game that is a little bit more standard, everybody else kind of doing their part. But when he's having those games, he's so dangerous to deal with, and today might be one of those. I feel like we do get those games pretty often.
Especially too, something that we were kind of saying near the end of the stage too was, you didn't need to have Sim pop off for TSM to still have these really successful games, because anyone could pop off. When Sim does pop off, then it's absolutely just disastrous for the other team, because then it's like, oh my goodness, TSM on all cylinders is popping off, and Sim, oh my goodness. But going into this with the double duelist and that potential, I'm curious how this is going to fare up against Bonnie, especially too when this is a Bonnie that, again, Dan, is someone that we've been praising for just how much he has been able to stand up and have those pop-off performances that we normally do get to see from the other side.
Yeah, again, and it's gonna be such a good matchup, because this already happened one time just a little bit before, and it was actually Burger Boys getting the win over TSM, and that's when all of us were like, wait, where's TSM? Where's Sim? Where's all the players that we always talk about, that we always favor? But it was a very close match as well. So I think what you're going to be seeing, and you know, sometimes we talk about the two duelists on the teams and how much it matters, but I feel like for this match, it matters more than ever, because they're very aggressive, tip of the spear kind of duelists, always going in, always running it down, always getting that first opening. So it's really going to be a back and forth between Bonnie and Sim today.
Yeah, you talk about really being a back and forth. I'm looking back to even the last time these two teams faced off in the round 6 of the Swiss stage. Bonnie and Sim went even. They went 12-12 up against each other throughout that entire series. But the main difference maker being, again, we talk about how they're both hyper aggressive. I think Sim does take that a bit, like just one step further than Bonnie. The last time they faced up against each other, TSM and Burger Boys, Sim had 30 opening engagements in total. He went +4 on them, so 17 and 13, but it just says so much about how much this team also relies on Sim to be that tip of the spear. Some of that slightly alleviated now with Recoil being on that secondary duelist role, but it's just, again, Sim is just like such a great duelist player, one of the best within the league, and I'm so excited to see these two and go ahead to get against each other again, with the potential of TSM looking to get a little bit of revenge this time.
I love all the callbacks to how recently these two teams have played and all that little bit of information you can get from that. Last time in the series, it was an Icebox, Lotus, and Ascent, with Burger Boys taking the charge and the lead at the end. So I'm curious to see how that changes in today's series with the map picks and bans. Are we going to see something a little bit similar, or maybe counterbans or anything else? But
bro,
oh, all right, we're going for the straight run back, which, unless TSM have something up their sleeve, I mean, Ash, this was one that didn't work so well. It was close up until the Ascent, but that was Burger Boys bread and butter.
Yeah, but that was also just a very different look at TSM as well. They've changed up their compositions. Their Ascent's not going to look the same. Their Ascent was so good earlier this week up against the likes of Chex Pets, and it was clinical, right? That stage gameplay, of course. Now, though, I still think it is evenly matched when you're looking at this map pool. Icebox and Lotus are great maps for TSM. I think that for Burger Boys, the fact that Icebox is that first pick, I liked the adjustments out from Burger Boys with their compositions. I think they've run through like 3 comps total during stage 2. They definitely look the most comfortable on their current one, but that also being a very close map up against Ambrosia the last time they played on it, was very reliant on Bonnie having a pop-off game. If Bonnie had not gone 33 and 18 in that matchup, it would not have been that 13-11 loss.
I like that we get to see the exact same maps, actually, just because it's some time has passed. We're in a different meta. We're going to be seeing a couple of things to have improved on the same compositions that they're playing since before, and some obviously very different compositions, as was saying, something like we're seeing on Ascent for TSM. But I think this is it's just hard for me to think about Burger Boys getting this win against TSM back-to-back. I mean, they did it one time. It's just one of those scenarios where I really want to favor TSM. I think when it comes to playoffs, that is exactly what they did last year. That's exactly how they qualified for Ascension. Nobody was kind of looking at them. Nobody was really paying attention. Everybody thought it was going to be completely different teams making it to Ascension. And guess what? TSM had a different story to tell. And that really comes from GMD, his IGL, his understanding of the game and how this should all be played. And when you're repeating the same maps, I feel like you definitely have the better read on it.
Well, I think I already know how Dan voted in the upcoming predictions on how this series is going to be shaking up. I a little bit of an idea. But Ash, let's talk about what we think and our official predictions going into today. And me and Dan on the same page for once. This doesn't happen often, but you're against the world. You're Burger Boys here.
I am. I think for Burger Boys, I just have a lot of faith in if Bonnie is able to consistently repeat these kinds of performances that we've seen from him. It's giving me that same energy of like what we saw from Infiltrator during stage 1, where it's like, okay, he was always good, and then he just started to heat up and stayed consistent. That is kind of like my expectation for Bonnie. I know it's the expectation that he has for himself, and to hear that as well, to say that like that is the standard of play that he wants to put out there, that says a lot to me. I think that for this team, I really like the adaptations that they've made around that Taeho meta. And for Burger Boys, they're just my dark horse, I think, for stage 2.
I definitely think there's a lot of potential in the Burgers Boys roster, and I kind of forgot when I voted about that recent victory they had up against TSM.
Okay,
but no, Dan, I'm still on TSM side. Don't get sassy with me, girl. I mean, I think you said it better than I could. TSM, they've been able to get those wins. They've been able to show that growth, and seeing even with that core of TSM what they were able to do last year in Ascension and how strong they've looked with Vora and Recoil. We're at a different stage of competition now. I still think that TSM, we talk about them so highly for a reason. So Dan, they have my vote as well. I'm with you.
Okay, good. I was a little worried here. I didn't know where that conversation was gonna go. About
just gotta walk it back, dude.
The Burger Boys won. I'm thinking. No, I think honestly, no. To be completely honest, Burger Boys, they have a really good chance. They already won against them one time with the same maps being played. Sure, it's a different meta. Sure, they're running a couple of different things. But it's a team that's really strong, and it's gonna depend. Again, it's really gonna depend on Bonnie and Sim and who's popping off more.
Yeah, it'll be a great duelist head-to-head in today's match, so that'll be exciting to see. So let's get into the agent select and get closer to starting this playoff match. Of course, the winner will be moving on into those upper finals. Loser has to battle it out through the lower bracket of hell. I do not want to be down there, that's for sure, but knowing a lot of the recent information about the teams, we didn't necessarily have to speculate too much, Ash, so these agents make sense. We've seen this before.
Yeah, it does. I'll repeat the fact that I think that this Burger Boys composition is the one that we see has been the most comfortable from the 3 that they've run through during stage 2. And it was really reliant on Bonnie having that pop-off performance up against Ambrosia to make that map close. But I think with more time to gel, looking forward to seeing how they fare up against this TSM composition that they've already faced off against before. So my expectation is more on Burger Boys to have an idea of how TSM like to play this map, look to better counter this comp that they've pulled out, and being such like a strong like pressure comp, as well as like really strong in those post plans too. I'm just looking forward to seeing what plan Burger Boys has going into today.
Especially because the compositions remain the same, right? And something that is worth bringing up is that they're playing the single controller harbor for TSM. This is how they got the win last time. It was a 13-7 against Burger Boys, but it's not a composition where you're necessarily going for that map control. You're going to be relying more on that utility just to delay as much as you can. So that's something that I'm going to be paying attention to on the side of TSM. How much value can GMD get as a solo controller? Well, on the other side of Burger Boys, they have a little bit more to work with. I do like their composition more, but I want to see if it's going to be the same kind of read that TSM had to win it again.
Well, we've seen Icebox from these two before, but time to see how it's going to shake up today with playoffs, this upper finals on the line. Map 1 is ready, and so are your casters. So let's head on over to Tenrek and Marks. Take it away, guys.
Thanks so much, Sierra. After TSM defeated Chet's Pets in the first round of the winner's bracket, they continue their revenge tour by fighting another team that defeated them in the Swiss stage. They look more structured than ever, but since Burger Boys' 2 defeats in the beginning of their Swiss stage, Bonnie has been the best player in Challengers. Right now, rocking, I think, a 1.43 KD at the moment. In that period since stage 3 coming up to now. Absolutely insane stats between both of these duelists, for that matter, in a rematch that determines a guaranteed spot on the podium for one of these teams. And Marks, it's in the exact same maps, in the exact same order, starting with TSM's 1 guarantee, Icebox.
Hey, you know what? You say the exact same order and all the exact same maps, but once again, I cannot understate how much Burger Boys changing up their composition could really impact how this one goes. Obviously on the desk as well, Dan kind of highlighted it. I'm a little bit concerned about just the solo controller here on GMD, but I'm still waiting to see whether or not this is just one of those things where, because TSM were so strong against Burger Boys last time, they're running back the same composition, but that's not necessarily the case this time, as Retro finds quite a few.
TSM's got a lot of trust in their fraggers, and so with Recoil taking up that second duelist spot on positions other than Icebox here, we'll see how they fly with GMD on that solo controller. This round, though, will be unquestionably Burger Boys, as they'll completely stop TSM's run-up A site. No real question about it.
It was a cute little idea, right? Like, you see TSM, they go for the wall, they just decide to go in there, and then Practo, another player we highlighted on the desk, just 1, 2, 3, and just like that, wow, the round is pretty much over. So a very quick open and shut case for Burger Boys to be able to win that one out. And now this time, obviously, they're going to be buying up here. I'm curious to see how Burger Boys really want to control the narrative, because, you know, TSM, in the grand scheme of things, especially taking a look at their last matchup here, TSM need this one. They need to make sure that they get the win on here, because if they go to Lotus, Lotus is not their strongest map, and Burger Boys, they're extremely good at Lotus. And so already here, Nanner's finding one.
We'll swing out for a second here. And the narrative on a wider scale as well is that Burger Boys not only were able to defeat TSM previously, so this will be a big rematch for both these sides, but the two teams that Burger Boys lost to in the Swiss stage are the two teams that got eliminated yesterday. So as of now, there are no teams that have beat Burger Boys that are currently playing in the tournament. That needs to change today if TSM wants a good chance at retaining that top spot up in the Ascension points where they currently sit.
It's one of those things too where, like, you know, in Challengers playoffs, as we kind of entered into this one, like, the rug got pulled out from under our feet on all of our expectations. Players getting promoted, teams changing their rosters right before things. Pretty much take whatever you thought you knew and toss it out. But that makes for a lot of exciting Valorant. On top of that, too, a meta change in the midst of all of this. And yeah, like you said, Burger Boys, they're one of the dark horses of this tournament. And after these first couple of rounds here, I mean, TSM, you know, you lose the pistol, you lose the next one. Let's see what you guys got. Let's start to pull this one back, because you don't want the boys to start to run away with too many points. It's already going to be an aggressive defensive hold. Bonnie going down very early, as Sims just able to find the other side of that one. Practo gets a couple of bullets in here, but this is just going to be a stalwart defenses when we get that wall coming up and the Gecko engage.
Cascade's just such an easy way to inch Sim forward, and it'll take a second one along the way. Still on this low ground, and he'll grab a third as well. Now continuing to just let that tip of the spear go on rotation as the spike gets planted. Recoil with this wraparound will get an easy kill on a Nanners. So 3 will stay standing for this bonus round, and TSM, when they have the resources, it's clear that they know exactly what they want and how they want to get it.
Yeah, it looked fantastic coming in from TSM there. Like, when they go for that engagement, not only are they able to catch a couple of the members of Burger Boys looking the wrong way, but you can tell the coordination of utility, the wall coming up, the Dizzy flying in, and then Sim's able to get 2 kills there. Making sure that Bonnie, first of all, gets no value, you know, continues to get shut down in these early rounds, but then you take out Practo as well, which Practo has been already shooting well. You got to keep him in check very early on, kind of keep that mental at bay, and then move into this next round. Of course, Burger Boys, though, going to be playing things a little bit slower this time around. We also see that Practo's only 1 ultimate orb away from getting Hunter's Fury online, which is a good tool to have in your pocket here. Nanners just exploring on the other side, but we've seen how TSM like to play. As soon as they decide to engage, it's extremely explosive, and Nanners has to pay respect to that.
Sim gonna get that first opening peek out, and Nanners, that window is done. No second chances when it comes to Sim, who is on a tear of his own across this split of challengers. Never been hungrier to grab those wins. And he looks like he has eaten good this round. Another 3K for the Beast. And completely blocked away. It's all down to Bonnie on the high ground to try and find an opener. He'll try and jump down on the wall, but it'll have to be a rotation around that stage wall that gets Burger Boys to the site, and they won't get halfway through it. Tied up at 2, TSM looking strong.
It's kind of funny because, like, remember back on Icebox when everyone was just like, oh, you got to run Viper Sage because then you have, like, the double walls and all that type of stuff. Well, Viper was, like, the only agent that kind of stuck on Icebox throughout all of this time, and yet this composition from TSM doesn't use Viper at all. And you still get that same annoyance that you would off of, thankfully, the Harbor being able to set up the high tide wherever you want it to go, and then, of course, throw the barrier orb down, make it a little bit more difficult for your enemy to navigate. And just in general, I think TSM are doing a fantastic job at controlling the map so early on with the Harbor utility.
Yeah, again, this Cascade, just such free space already makes it tough for defenders to go for that A orb or even try to condition it. And now you understand that Sim has every reason to get implanted here every single round if TSM could have their way. No kills off that first peak, though, so TSM will have to find a new way to re-clear it. His name is Sim, again. He's just going to walk into it and keep on goading Prack those peaks as Burger Boy set up shop on the B site, or A site, excuse me. Bonnie first denial, but the rest of TSM's on, and Vora and Seven get theirs. Now the rotation with these Sheriffs. Prack, though, is decent, better than it, and Vora has to re-clear. Now 3 kills for the Sage as we go to a 2v1, with Alvin not having easy access to a gun, and now the site with that barrier going up.
Bot's coming back.
They have to go all the way around thanks to that barrier orb, that annoyance here. A lot of utility being used to just kind of flush the retake and make it more difficult to even enter in onto the site.
Searching for an easy one. Head to Flick 2, and Seven will present his. Grab the kill on this Gecko, but man, Seven has been taking quite a few role shifts lately with the recent Teo changes, as TSM has opted to go for a more fragger-heavy composition on maps other than Icebox, understandably so with the level of player we've seen that team have at this point. Carrying into this 3-round streak and continuing to exec pretty consistently for pre-plants. He got so much overwhelming power on this attack side, and TSM, it's impossible really to try to seed it back unless you dedicate Bonnie and a babysitter to it, and he's just too valuable a resource.
Yeah, and like on top of that too, I just have to say, whenever TSM decide to just engage onto the site, they're pretty much like dedicated to it. And I think Burger Boys are starting to realize that. Bonnie's starting out with the pick onto Sim. The Reckoning going to get activated as well. As TSM still want to force the issue here, a Hunter's Fury comes out in response as well.
GMD is still able to duck back and find Bonnie, still trying to play that stopgap. Retro has been planted on the cubby this whole time. The recoil with this wraparound could be huge if Vora can continue fragging, and he does in time for Recoil to find that backstab. But now Alvin with a backstab of its own from beyond the tube. And it'll be a 1v1 again as Vora has to take his time getting this spike down, when instead just hop on top of the barrier orb and bait out Alvin, but Alvin turns up in more ways than one and ties this back up at 3.
Oh, Vora, I love the idea there. Like, oh yeah, here we go again. Let's set up the barrier orb. That's going to be really annoying. And you see Alvin just like, all right, let's get this one out of the way very quick. Uh-oh, the Sage is on top of the wall. Didn't see that one coming. But it's just a slight whiff from Vora that allows Alvin to find that kill and secure the round for Burger Boys. This was a rambunctious round. If there was any. So aggressive from both these teams, throwing everything that they had, all utility, a couple of ultimates as well, just to try and deter the other one. Speaking of ultimates, at this point, Burger Boys, they've got 3 in their pocket. Alvin just one away as well from getting the lockdown online. On the other side, Seven will have Thrash available, especially for that fast style that we've kind of seen TSM hit these sites. The Thrash could be an excellent opening, and I get the sense that they're really good at making sure that they space out the ultimate usage, keep that cycle going, so that they've got further options as the rounds continue out.
Yeah, they want to keep this bank fully loaded, not give Burger Boys a chance to steal back the streak like they did this round. Once again, very vocal on the setup on this B site. KJ Util in the way, and Bonnie already hopping up with the Blade Storm! Another first blood for this Jet. So far this stage, he's gone 73 for 41 in first kills, first deaths. Attack another one on. Retro holding down on the bridge. GMD already upstairs, but Bonnie's back, and Bonnie's fully loaded. God, he's just so entertaining to watch, isn't he? Let him get 4.
My goodness. Surgical with it. Bonnie through the air, finds a nice little headshot. And then that Blade Storm is more than enough to secure the 4 kills. So consistent. I was going to talk about the fact that when we watch Sim play on TSM, when that Jett is moving in, it feels very aggressive. You know, Sim is going in there expecting to win the battles out, catch somebody off guard, find a couple of kills, except Bonnie just kind of took that concept and said, actually, I don't need my friends to help me out on this one. I'm just going to solo clear it, make it so much more difficult for the enemy team to even get set up. And by the time the rest of the crew is there, that's all good because Bonnie's already found more than enough kills. This is a highlight reel moment right here. Watching that Blade Storm come alive was unbelievable coming through from that Jett.
And it's just an inch, a little taste of what you're going to see Bonnie continue to do as long as Burger Boys are standing. Such a monumental driving force here in North American Challengers, the likes of which we have never seen. And it single-handedly turns rounds and games on their head. It'll drive TSM to call the timeout. How do we stop a threat like this? Certainly keep them from getting the Blade Storms. That'll be a start, but Bonnie's got a whole lot more tools in the kit.
Yeah, and I think that it comes down to their strategy of how they want to be playing this control. As long as they can make sure to kind of catch Bonnie off guard, you know, cut off some of those longer sight lines. We see they've been doing a good job at keeping Bonnie in the box when they want him to on that A site when they engage there. It's only on that B site where we see Bonnie have a lot more free range, get away with a lot more. Sure, Bonnie's been very consistent with some of those first bloods and all of that type of stuff, but immediately was getting shut down by TSM, and I think that's a very good protocol to keep that active. And just like that, look at this, Bonnie in danger, already going down.
Far too fearless that time around and will get punished aptly. TSM now have no way in except Sim, who will bludgeon Retro with that op shot as the cascade falls. TSM, once again, committal to the site that they started firing at, and it may lead to their downfall. Sim again, offensive op, making it work. 3 kills for this Jett now. And it is really a Bakugan battle between these two duelists. Truly magnetic. Alvin will get walled away by this barrier, searching for some pot shots, and go ahead and hand one over to Sim as well. A 4K for the opposing Jett to take us to another tie.
I cannot wait for this map to be over just to see the head-to-head. Production, I know you're listening right now. That's going to be unbelievable. You have Bonnie go with a Blade Storm, get 4 kills, and then suddenly you got Sim with the attacking operator, finding a 4K as well. Just goes completely free. But at the same time, like, I want to reinforce here, the utility was excellent at making sure that Bonnie could not get anything done. The coordination of the flash the wall perfectly shuts down Bonnie's effort and allows the other players from TSM to be able to find those kills nice and easy. That's what they need to keep on doing, especially too. Bonnie now has this operator here. And especially at those longer ranges, we've seen Bonnie get some unbelievable clips as well. So they got to make sure that they are watching for that. And TSM, it feels like they're very much aware of it. They're waiting for Burger Boys to be the ones to take the first initiative as we get that Viper's Pit deployed, making that A site a little bit more difficult to penetrate.
2 Jetts with ops, begging for somebody to wander in. Sim is going to take that bait and go for the Blade Storm as TSM once again fully commit to it. And Sim gets the drop on Bonnie. The shutdown they were looking for. He knew exactly where he would end up. And now it's the rest of TSM's turn to follow suit. You know Vor is going to get those frags. The IGL taking the frontline duties on top of the Viper's Pit as TSM set up the spike. Nanners having to exit that pit after the lockdown is procced as well. And Burger Boys sufficiently walled out yet again. Oh, Sim aggro on top of the slow orb, thinking he could get the drop on Nanners, but Viper will take the kill there. Burger Boys might have a way back in, but all of this stalling on Heaven, and Bora getting a 3rd kill onto Alvin as well. That'll be curtains for the round, and TSM will walk away with a 5th.
And once again, just an excellent play coming in from TSM. Perfect protocols established, knowing exactly how they want to play around, especially as that Viper's Pit from Nanners gets deployed there. Flirting with disaster, GMD able to escape, amidst the wall that gets set up at the last second. But still, it was so clean. Like, you have Sim fly in with the Blade Storm, completely catching Bonnie off guard, allowing for a nice easy kill. And then, we have to navigate through this Viper's pit. Simple. Toss down the lockdown from recoil, make it so that this Viper can't do a darn thing. And as a result of that, all that space is gone for free. And at that point too, like, if you are Burger Boys, you're too scared to move in onto this site because you know that Sim is still activated right now, has that Blade Storm available as well as that Operator. You're not given too many options to try and retake it, so you just have to simply back off. A great use of TSM's just ultimate and game sense, really, to control the map and that site in their favor.
Bonnie creeping up. A mild eco will already change the play style. Beckoning the lurker, Bonnie catches it, recoil, can't land it, but another lurk up the lane gives Nanners a free early kill onto Sim. It's really on recoil to take care of Bonnie, and he can. And Vora with the res as well up the lane. And TSM is fully able to play damage control for this round. The rest of Burger Boy is going to try and snatch up what they can find, and the easiest target is, of course, a recoil. Unless he says otherwise. We'll take over the B site now. Burger Boys, not too many tools to offer at the problem at this stage, and TSM can start cycling through theirs in order to finish this fight up. First a double swing onto one, and Retro a little tougher to defeat to Sheriff Dinks to turn this to a 1v3. 2 shots left in the chamber, got a double back. The rest of TSM should have more than enough to prevent another kill, and they will. So 2 rounds up now for the first time in seemingly forever, and TSM have all the creds they could ask for the remaining 2.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a misclick coming in from Bonnie. Instead, dashing forwards instead of outwards, I would imagine. Fortunately, gives up the life there. Would have been a very successful flank because TSM really were just not prepared for anything if that flank were to come through. But just dominating presence here on the B site. And on top of that too, like, Vora's been getting these resurrections so frequently. And it's been very key to just make sure that, first of all, you're saving the money moving forwards. You're just rolling things as well. But you've got the body presence to make sure that things can keep on happening. Especially a player like Sim, you want to keep in the fight. And yeah, things are starting to slip away from Burger Boys. They've gotten those 4 rounds already. Just down 2 right now. TSM going for a bit of a slower approach, feel things out a little bit. It looks like they might be ready to re-engage onto this A site, where Bonnie and Practo will be hanging out. So they just have to deal with that. And of course, I've seen their protocols already. I'm excited to see how they engage with this utility to make sure that Bonnie can't get any of those long sight lines active.
This is all reliable for the Jet exec. Sim with the op shot. Gonna force down Practo and force out his owl drone, but that'll allow Bonnie to take over the swing. So you've got to readjust here. Sim gonna try and guarantee the lack of the sight line, the reckoning onto the site, and the dizzy to again sustain. But Bonnie still keeps the high ground and still gets the kill, the essential one that stops Sim. And now there's no tip to this spear, except for maybe Vora. Only one for that Sage, and that'll be all she wrote for TSM this round. Burger Boys fully stopped the A contest yet again.
And I think it really just came down to that first blood that happened. The fact that Bonnie's able to find those opening kills, that momentum that TSM kind of build on. I talked about this in the previous round. You see Sim fly in, get a couple of kills, and then Burger Boys, they have to respect the space, so they have to play a little bit further back, allowing the lockdown to activate. That last round, because Sim goes down so early, they try and go for the flood through off of the Reckoning, but so many members of Burger Boys were swarmed all throughout the site. Not even giving an inch up, and so TSM, they just march to their demise. They're expecting to be able to find some of these players backing out, find a couple of kills, but that simply is just not the case. Burger Boys, they know the aggression, and they're more than happy to match it on that last round.
TSM, happy to try to take this fight against Bonnie again, flexing that operator this time, and getting a little close as well. Gonna hear some steps, kind of alone. Dizzy gets shot, so he's not revealed. And this belt swing is still vulnerable. Swings up 7! The hop is enough to silence the Jet. And now a Hunter's Fury has to be played a little earlier than expected, but Practo is so damn good at finding these. Double tags GMD, and Nanners have some control until TSM swipes away back the front half. Wingman onto the side. Nanners the swing for 3 now on this Guardian. Saving grace after saving grace. And this time, It's that player that's taken up that secondary duelist role on a couple of Burger Boys' other maps. No doubt a 6-6 half ahead of us here as Recoil is unable to make any headway. And Burger Boys continue to go tip for tap here on the defense.
A much different story than the last time we saw TSM go up against Burger Boys here. It was a very dominant attacking half from TSM. Very dominant. Like, it was a 9-3, but this time it's completely different. Burger Boys have tied things up 6-6. We can take a look at this map series here. Once again, questions remain. This is such an important map for TSM to be able to win because Lotus is Burger Boys' home. They love playing on Lotus, and TSM not so much. Pressure mounting a little bit as TSM now will find themselves onto the defense. A half that last time they went up against Burger Boys wasn't necessarily the best one, but you know what? They still tied the rounds regardless. Burger Boys, though, feel like they're only heating up and are ready to go. It's going to be an early barrier orb. Try and deny some space, allow Vora to be able to pick up the ultimate orb nice and early here. And just on the other side, danger awaits.
TSM are currently undefeated on Icebox this split. This is also their worst attack half on Icebox this split. Can the narrative change any further? With the Sage Wall at 1 tap and Owl Drones released to see who's there to meet them, it's Sim up close, and 3 members of Burger Boys are walking right into his Sheriff fire. 10 HP, and he walks away. Now another re-up, that's 3 for the Jet, and he's got to hold it down after Nanners grabs the headshot on the Recoil. Nanners is turned to clear. 7 with the Dizzy is able to distract and grab the right shot just to leave Alvin left. Little bit of space, little bit of lane, double swing, that Alvin manages! How is that possible? Burger Boys make us keep asking that question as they take the lead back.
Wow, not the round I was expecting for that to happen. But crazy stuff coming in from Sim at the start of it. You know, so aggressive, holds the ground so far forward with the Sheriff, finds 2 kills, also able to get Bonnie in the midst of all of it. And then it's Alvin just spamming down, finds 2 headshots, very pivotal ones as well. As it should have been the TSM team being able to win out that pistol round. It looked like that was written in the cards, but not going to be the case this time. Bonnie now has this Marshall. 7 going to be going very early for these ultimate orbs. Bonnie just kind of scouting things out. Sim on the other side, though, is moving very quickly outside of that B site, especially with the Killjoy watching behind. Should give information to Burger Boys that might be coming out. And on top of that, too, that'll keep Sim from pushing out any further on that backstab. So at this point, Burger Boys, they feel more or less ready to go. Just waiting for a moment's notice. Wait out this utility before they decide to push in.
It is giving that signal that Sim should come and join the stack. That high tide actually does give Nanners a bit of a peek here, but with the heal, it'll get pretty equalized health pool-wise. Walk up from Burger Boys. Better guns, but higher sight for Sim. He'll get away with 1 again. Just trying to stay positive this round at least, and whew, damn. You know he will. Still though, easy A sight for Burger Boys at the end of the day. Easy exec after all the util was dried up.
Yeah, and that tends to be how a lot of these teams are playing Icebox right now on the attack, especially when you look at the potential composition that could be going out in front of you. You know, you just want to wait out a lot of that utility, make it clear where your presence is, deny any space on the map, and then flush out a lot of that utility so it's a lot easier for you to engage. And at that point, like, you get to control the tempo of how these engagements go because the enemy team no longer will have those walls, no longer has those flashes to kind of stop you. And so you can just kind of storm in however you want. This time, though, TSM, weaponry in hands, Alvin finds Sim right off the bat. Bonnie trading back onto Vora as well. It's an excellent start for Burger Boys, who are determined right now to take this map.
Read that recycled pistol play like a book, and Retro's mid-lurk is even going to find something with just the Sheriff by. Burger Boys will waltz onto this bonus round very confidently and have all the util in the world to play with for the rest of this fight. 7 can manage the fight against Bonnie, though, who will walk up Snowman, because of course he does. So TSM do turn this to a 2v3. If they can get rid of 1 more gun here, that'd be pretty pivotal. Re-clear yellow with the Mosh as well. 7 still has the Dizzy available as well on the first tap. Killjoy turret gives a free peek though, and with the triple swing, it's very easy for the rest of Burger Boys to manage that. They'll hold on to 3 rifles in this bonus round and take a 9-6 lead.
Burger Boys just kind of catching TSM slacking a little bit. A couple of members are out of space. You know that TSM, they're trying to send their players out there to try and find a couple of early kills. And instead they're met with absolutely nothing. And at that point, you know Burger Boys are just like, hey, that B site seemed pretty chill. Let's move our way over there and it should be nice and easy. And that's exactly how it went. As soon as it went down, like, look at the agents who were left standing. So many mollies to stall out the spike. It really forces TSM's hands to try and push into that defense, which you know was going to be super hard. And now TSM's economy wrecked yet again. The Blade Storm going to be activated from Sim to try and find a highlight reel moment. We take a page out of Bonnie's books here, but Nanners gonna be on first contact.
I gotta shout out that Marshall shot that Bonnie took onto Vora for that A exec. That was a clean way to completely avoid the trade. And he'll grab another first blood even after Sim goes hunting. Another stack of petty guns here for TSM to try to meet the problem on an undefeatable A site. Of course, Sim is going to grab a kill before going down. And it'll breach the rest of TSM on his side. Who do have these sheriffs, and Boyer and Recoil can frag out. Hey, got to come back with just Alvin in this now 1v2 after he's able to take away GMD. But Recoil, another early swing. And it's a thrifty round from TSM. That'll bring momentum right back in their direction.
That's so fun. Like, you look at it, you're like, all right, Sim with the knives, going in deep. I'm sure something cool is gonna happen right now. And actually, Sim finds like no value with that Blade Storm at all. And it's just the Sheriff headshots from the rest of the TSM that make sure that they're able to win there. Bonnie kind of caught dizzy and confused, flying up, just trying to dodge all the bullets necessary, even after finding that first blood. And TSM, they just kind of hold their cool. Everyone looking their different direction. Everyone finds theirs. And the site has been completely reclaimed. And now, Sim, operator in hand. Bonnie, though, Blade Storm activated here, somehow catches Vora. Amidst all of that unbelievable stuff, the Blade Storm gets refreshed yet again. And make sure that Burger Boys have got all the weaponry in the world. Try and retake the site. They just got to deal with that pesky little Killjoy hanging out on that B site right now.
So TSM will meet this early, though, and Sim has the op ready. If Bonnie's targeting is decent, then Burger Boys don't even need to worry about recoil, but Sim is the one to find the early blow, and it's Bonnie that has to go crazy now that TSM presses the fight. Sim on that offensive operator gets a second and a defensive reckoning to fully flush Burger Boys away. But with a minute on the clock and Alvin already decently up into A, it'll be a 2v2 that still goes the way of Burger Boys.
I was going to say, like, these rounds have been lightning quick. The engagement's happening right off the bat. Nobody's kind of playing slow. Everybody's ready to just run it down on one of these sites, and they're just going blow for blow. So plenty of time left on the clock here. Alvin in an excellent position, catches Sim off guard and closes it out on GMD as well. Sure, the Viper's Pit gets deployed, but Burger Boys find themselves on double digits.
It's turning into a triviality before they even try to re-enter the site. Burger Boys always ahead of the problem. Bonnie somehow finding the kill on the Blade Storm as well on the flash entry after like a triple swing. They somehow aren't able to kill him until after he gets one. Of course, Sim maintaining that operator here on the defense. Vora, yeah, starting to get conditioned on that wall. How the hell they find that knife kill? And that one for that matter. Impossible stuff, man.
Sometimes you just see the Matrix, you know?
Yeah, sometimes you're just in the program. And it'll prompt a second timeout from TSM. 3 rounds down now. And I mean, they have responses, they have answers, they have the macro read down. The fights are just the real concern. There's always just somebody able to edge out over TSM when it comes to this Burger Boy squad at the moment.
But at the same time, like, I do think that TSM are taking appropriate tools to try and mitigate some of the damage that Burger Boys has been doing on these initial engagements. It just comes down to that second part of it. When they go back again and they got a clash, that is when Burger Boys tends to win out, assuming that it isn't just going to be a Bonnie round where Bonnie or Nanners or somebody is just finding a massive amount of value with those kills. Like, the amount of times that we're on Bonnie's perspective and then you see the flash kind of engage, I think TSM are still doing a really good job at keeping that under control. And honestly, I think that's mostly just thanks to Seven being so aware of how that duelist might be engaging. It's so aggressive. And as a result of that, there's not that much natural cover, meaning generally speaking, you can get one of those flashes out. Recoil, though, Oh, you can tell. Immediately scared, spotting that gun out there. So Sim comes back around, but gets headshot immediately.
Immediate breach from the rest of Burger Boys too. But you still got 3 rifles to offer for TSM, and you know Bonnie's here early. Vora's going to be the one that has to fight him, and he can't. Alvin also with the mid lurk, and Burger Boys have far too many options to work with here. Oh, almost getting that last kill for Bonnie, but yeah, bullets. So it's Alvin that has to take it. But we're 2 rounds out from Burger Boys taking the break point off of TSM in a stunning and absolutely dominant attack half from them.
It's been looking extremely dominant. And that time around, like, you just see where everybody is going. Similar playstyle to how TSM want to engage. As soon as they decide this is where we're going, they just go all for it. But of course, it's Sim, Bonnie, the tip of the spear for Burger Boys right now. Finding so much value, is able to secure those early kills so much earlier on, and TSM are left absolutely scrambling. Bonnie dodging IRL as well, and still somehow Sim isn't dead.
Chasing him down though with the Hunter's Fury, unable to find the last pick is Practo, but still a world of chip damage done to Vora, who has to sacrifice the heal to save Sim, get him back up to full. An offensive lockdown now from Burger Boys to push TSM back away, clear the board yet again, as the Sage Wall still has to get broken. So a response from TSM is decent. No command online though, so there's no options for TSM to push other than their guns, but Vora has been promising to do that this whole game and will enable GMD to get back on top of this high tide and re-up the fight as soon as it fades. Retro fallen, and now it's just a 1v3. TSM, yet again, find the lifeline and are seconds away from guaranteeing this round. Still though, low health pool among the players. Vora will have that heal or back up, so it'll just be GMD who's really worse for wear. Vora can take a 2-piece at the moment, but nobody is watching this correct angle, and Nanners has been known to be liable to frag. Recoil, catches the peak, and takes care of it before it gets messy. We're at 8-11.
A big old barnyard brawl on that A site. All the utility being tossed up there. Everyone just kind of looking for somebody to shoot next, flinging their mouse around, trying to hope for the best. And ironically, it's in those situations that the duelists actually get not that much value. We see, because there's just so much going on, that Bonnie and Sim aren't able to secure all the kills necessary. Instead, it's the rest of the squads that become very responsible for it. And one of the things the desk also talked about was, yeah, sure, Sim needs to have a pop-off game in order to make sure that they win, but the rest of the team of a TSM are extremely good at picking up the slack whenever Sim isn't popping off. And I think I need to see TSM lean into that just a little bit more. Sim is having a phenomenal game, don't get me wrong, but if the rest of the members also show up and make sure to keep a lot of this in control, then they can pull this one back.
TSM will be hanging on the outskirts of site this time because they have the Thrash to deal with the pre-plant. Oh, Bonnie unable to find a kill. Vora catches him tapping. And now with the Dizzy, TSM can fully swing this. Everybody's blind. And that's a perfect interception play from TSM after the Thrash was released. All thanks to Seven's util, TSM is able to make a statement on this A site and keep Burger Boys guessing and a little bit touchy on the eco this time.
The rest of the squad showed up. I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to see.
We did it!
Yeah, like, excellent stuff coming in there. Obviously, Sim, being the highlight player, you expect to see crazy kills, but you watch all the utility that flies through, the cutting off of sight lines, the flashes that go up. It's so well coordinated and executed by TSM, and Burger Boys, like, it's so fast that they don't even know really how to receive any of that pressure. Instead, they just kind of stand still and get caught by Seven's Dizzy. All 3 members who were just on that lane, completely stunned up, shooting their guns blind, trying to escape out of it. That was an excellent defensive plan that executed from TSM, and let's hope that they can keep it. They're only 2 rounds away from potentially tying this up and making it that 11-11 score line.
After Burger Boys make minimal noise on the A site, getting the stack, they still haven't fielded over Sim, who watches with this operator steadily onto what will be the entry. Burger Boys getting their shuffle in line, prioritizing who will trade first, and with the Owl drone, Sim will get tossed back, but that'll bring over some more members of TSM for the response. Alvin's still on this lurk in A main as well, so no one can cut through mid. Sim getting close with this operator and catches Retro on the walk-up. Great timing that he's able to get away with now that the toxic screen shrouds him. The Burger Boys can use that to their advantage too. Get that free plant, and Bonnie walks through it, takes care of the Jet.
A little bit slower this time, but keep an eye out on the position of Alvin. Once again, watching mid here, but Bonnie's still going exploring, finds a recoil, stopping this before the retake can even happen.
Every single opportunity he has to peek for a potential fight, he takes it. No stopping it. Drop down to try to intercept. It's not going to be in time. Bonnie's up to 3. 7 finally here. But the rest of Burger Boys have already set their piece. 3v1 that the Dizzy will fully confirm is in lane. And the Wingman will not get taken down by the Macho.
Oh,
yes,
my
it
goodness.
will. 7, though. Good for 2 in that swing. Almost keeps it. But Burger Boys have 3 rounds of game point.
And like, look at how Bonnie wants to play. It almost feels like they're like, all right, Bonnie, go do your thing now. We're moving up here. It's all good. And then Bonnie just flies in, catching the members of TSM on the retake, walking in to get themselves set up off guard. Usually when you see that level of like aggression coming in from the planters, it's not just the Jet who's going alone. You got the support there. You want to make sure that you're tossing in some utility, you know, making sure that you can secure those kills. But Bonnie is just that good that the Burger Boys, they're ready for it. And speaking of being ready for it, 1 round away, already the Blade Storm gets popped. Vorad just gonna throw up the barrier orb to deny any middle space. Burger Boys, they're ready to engage onto this A site, waiting for that utility to drop Sim with an operator just on the other side, waiting for Retro.
What else do you expect from Bonnie going for this Blade Storm the moment he can? Saving those creds for the follow-up if they lose this round. Double angle from heaven as Sim will extend on the operator again, and his first target will have to be Bonnie. Headshot on it! Now swings back a second onto Retro! Both prongs of the A-side attack taken down by TSM's Duelist. Space, though, made by Nanners here on the B side as well. These lurkers have started to get testier and testier. And he'll start the creep up into mid with the rest of Burger Boys following up the pack, taking down that nade to make sure that this plant goes off smoothly in the 5v3. Nanners, step up, recoil, gun spotted, gun swung, gun killed. 3v4 as TSM still try to corral the problem.
Keep in mind as well, the Resurrection is available. This might be the round used, and especially too, as you are on match point, Blade Storm activated as well.
They're gonna use it. Turn it to a 5v3. Vora just gonna run up the kitchen while the rest of TSM makes the space, and Burger Boys have to overextend in order to make up for lost players. Hunter's Fury on the spike, though, is a good stall tool if Alvin can get more than 1, but he can't. Time is getting decently stalled, though. A half tag is all he can get. TSM do have enough time to defuse with a little bit more than half a second to spare, and they got 2 more rounds of game point to crawl through.
That was good. We're seeing so many different defensive looks from TSM. Usually, they're the ones who want to take the aggression. You know, they're sending out a couple of lurkers, all of that type of stuff. This time around, they play ever so quietly, ever so patiently, waiting for that push-in to happen. And then it's just Sim finding an angle, finding a timing on Bonnie, as well as practice to make sure that they can secure the kill there, shut down anything that was going to be happening onto that A site. And it's that patient play that they get rewarded for. Right now, they just have to push 2, tie it up, send us to overtime. While Burger Boys, they just need that single round. Change history right now. Shut it down, and yep, that's a good way to start it out as Alvin drops Sim very early on.
Insanely aggressive after they've known that either Alvin or Nanners has been hanging around on the outskirts of main every time the 4-stack has been pushing these past couple rounds. That is a pointed choice by Sim that could cost TSM their map choice. As the lockdown rings through, the spike still has more than enough time to go down, and Bonnie still has an outside angle, in fact. A mid push from 7 to get aggressive. Alvin stops both of them and tack on 2 more for the KJ. Is the rest of the fight even necessary? Sure, after recoil at least gets rid of Bonnie, but on half health and a lockdown to boot, it's all but over here for Burger Boys, who have rectified the one blemish they had in their previous match against TSM. They're set to head to Winners Finals with just 1 more map under their belt.
Uh-oh, we're all looking at our Preds right now. A little bit nervous nervous about that one, except for Ash, of course. But yeah, Burger Boys, that just looked so darn good coming out from them. Obviously changing their composition to be something they're a little bit more familiar with, had a little bit more success with, and now have taken TSM's map pick. One of the maps that TSM, they felt extremely confident about. And on top of that too, all the pieces of TSM are coming together. They had an excellent play here, but at the end of the day, like Burger Boys, sure, I mean, Bonnie, you know, had all of those crazy pop-off moments, but you could tell that it really just helped to keep that team morale nice and high for the Burger Boys as they're able to snatch away map number 1, and things are looking really good for them as we've only got Lotus on the other side of this break.
Yeah, power was unlocked by the individual from Burger Boys this game, and it was not just Bonnie as the individual. We got 5 fraggers in the lobby playing up against TSM, and they're heading to Lotus, their favorite pick after the break.
Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty of good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like is generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's just like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. I put all those 3 things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie. Come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, you know, at like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, you know, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
It was a recent match between TSM and Burger Boys where Burger Boys were able to best TSM. The only blip on the record being Icebox, but starting off this series in the semifinals here in playoffs, they're going to correct that wrong. TSM pick up Icebox, but Burger Boys are going to be the one taking the win 13-10, up 1 in the series and 1 step closer to being in those upper finals. Ash, looking at this, going into it, you're the only believer. We had said on paper how good Burger Boys looked, but that step up today, whew, incredible.
Yeah, that's the thing is last time we saw them on Icebox up against Ambrosia, it was the Bonnie show the entire time. I'm not saying that it was not also the Bonnie show this time, but it felt like every single player on Burger Boys showed up on Icebox today. Alvin had pop-off moments. Nanners had insane sight holds backside of A as well. And then Retro was doing, and Proctor were doing so much to support the team in those engagements and set Bonnie up on those sight lines. I did like the approach from TSM. We knew that when they're running this harbor composition, their attacking side is going to be very reliant on how GMD is able to use those cascades to cut off those sight lines from Bonnie, to be able to scale up a little bit more comfortably towards sight. But what Burger Boys did on defense so well, I think, was a lot of those fast floods. Then you shift over to the defense and for the side of TSM, and they just didn't look as comfortable with how much utility Burger Boys were able to throw at them when going for those executions.
It's just one of the things that we talked about, right? When you look at the composition for TSM, yeah, they have a lot of utility here to work and delay a little bit, but they only had the single controller harbor, and it was really difficult to work with in a lot of the rounds, especially going on the attacking side for Burger Boys. The things that we're looking at is a lot of B hits that we're not used to seeing. Usually, Icebox is that A hit simulator over and over again, and it was a TSM that were ready for it. They were expecting this A hit to come through. They even had, the one player that you usually have kind of holding that B long is going to be Sim holding yellow, but he wasn't even doing that half of the rounds. He was very early on headed towards that A side and then going for that rotation in time. Yeah, the delay was a little bit effective in a few of the rounds, but it was just not enough for how confident Burger Boys wanted or were willing to play. Bonnie was constantly getting these opening picks on the attacking side that were really helping out how this team wanted to execute. And I love that they went for that different approach, right? Going towards B, even a few of the rounds where they're going from mid to B, that is even less likely to see in current day Valorant. But it's a good read, is a good understanding for Burger Boys, and that's how they get this map of Icebox.
I love that duelist head-to-head that we got to highlight going into this, and being able to see Sim and Bonnie with this Jet head matchup, and both of them popping off was really cool. But something that I always think of when it's TSM is Sim doesn't have to pop off because the rest of the team steps up. But in this one, it was the Sim with the pop-off. But when you're looking at across the board, the other pop-off performances, Dan, it was all on that side of Burger Boys.
Yeah, it was around 17 on that second half on that defense for TSM, where Sim starts to buy that operator and things start to look slightly better, especially because Burger Boys, they not only get both of the pistols, but they get that second bonus round. So it seemed like something had to change. They go into an eco, they lose they were able to win that, and right after it's Sim buying the operator. That gave them a little bit more control to have around the map. But it was, as you're saying, I feel like very reliant on Sim getting 1 and 2 every single time, being able to rotate in time, and that's usually, it's not something that can happen in every single one of those rounds. So yeah, it's oftentimes not that Sim show, but for this one it seems like they were very reliant on it, and I'm hoping that's going to change for Lotus.
And we've talked a lot about the different pop-offs and, oh my God, Alvin was able to do this, Nanners this, Bonnie that. But Ash, also looking at some of the decisions being made was really well done, and you have a little presentation back on round 11 on how this even comes to light.
Yeah, I think the conversation again was this is the rematch between TSM and Burger Boys, right? They've played Icebox against each other before. So Burger Boys, my expectation was for them to understand how they wanted to deal with the utility coming out from TSM. In this round, you can see GMD does have that Reckoning available, and both times Reckoning was used towards A, Burger Boys actually managed to win out that round because they were going for a lot of those fast flood retakes, not even allowing to necessarily get that spike initiated from the side of TSM, but immediately trying to pressure the take that was coming on through. As we head into the clip, you can see here that you have the Reckoning gets paired with that Dizzy. Initially, you have Sim trying to look for some sort of initial pick, but the quick rotation comes in from Nanners over at mid, and the Mollies do so much to delay that push. They're expecting TSM to try and take that backside control with the Reckoning information, relying on the concusses that were coming in, and Burger Boys were extremely prepared to fight back in a lot of those moments. And that was so much of I think what I was looking for out of Burger Boys heading into Icebox was their understanding of the utility that TSM was going to use on those executions and the way that they were trying to respond with it. And I just really enjoyed watching those adaptations. They were very prepared to reply to TSM knocking on their door.
And now they got that fragging capability. They got the read on TSM. They got the first map. Now heading into the second map of the series, things are looking good for the Burger Boys because, of course, that first map was TSM's map pick. And heading into this next map of Lotus, this was one that when we saw the matchup previously, it was close, but it was a Burger Boys win. And coming off the momentum from that first map and having that read, Dan, this is a little scary for the TSM fans.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going to be playing here, right? Last time they played for the Swiss stage against TSM, they were still playing with this Taeho Breach composition that we're really obviously not seeing anymore after the nerfs. But they then played it for the Red Bull qualifier, or the semifinals rather, and they were playing a very interesting composition with the Breach and the KO instead, and then having a Neon and a Vice kind of to complement the rest. So for Burger Boys, if they're able to run this composition, I feel like it's just something that is very effective, very simple. Personally, I've always been a fan of the KO and the value that he's able to bring, especially when you need that extra info. But for the side of TSM, it's kind of unknown territory. I want to see what they're willing to play here because they want to win this match. They want to go through the upper bracket, and we've talked about kind of the struggles that they've had when they come into playoffs and how far they can make it. This is a good way to get some momentum, to understand the weaknesses, to understand what went wrong in the last map and kind of reset for Lotus.
It would require an upset here for TSM to try and take Burger Boys map pick here on Lotus. And we're talking about, okay, TSM haven't had the best results, but when you actually look at the breakdown of those matches, they were close. All of those losses, except for the one up against MB, were very close. Up against M80, it was that loss in overtime. They could have very easily taken that map if a couple rounds just went a different way. And then even the last time they went head-to-head against Burger Boys, it was a 2-round differential for Burger Boys to actually find the win and deny overtime over towards the TSM. So it's not like Lotus is necessarily a bad map for them. They have a good approach to it. It's about closing the map out where it matters.
So it's time to get into the agent select and see exactly where both of these teams' minds are at, with a little bit of an idea with what Burger Boy going for, with seeing other results. TSM, though, that is the big question mark on what they want to bring. And I love the call out in things are changing up. So on the side of TSM, it's going to be that double duelist. We get to see Recoil back onto that ISO. Sim with the Rays going up against the solo duelist in Bonnie. Ash, how are we feeling about this one? I love the TSM duelist personally.
Yeah, we saw how well it worked for them the last time they played earlier this week up against Chet's Pets, right? The double duelist looking really comfortable. Recoil finding, I think, a lot of value out of like the ISO pick there as well, just being able to also even deny like any of the long sight lines towards Bonnie if he wants to get that operator online. Recoil pops that shield to be that first point of contact to nullify that first shot. And I do like that we have Vora on that fade. I feel like Vora is such a great fade player. His utility is always on point, always able to like frag for himself as well. He's not just setting up his two duelist players. He's very good at using his utility to even help himself in those engagements too. I'm looking forward to seeing how this all comes together for TSM.
This should now be the norm for TSM. You should be expecting this double duelist in a lot of the maps. I mean, we already saw 3 of the maps that split Haven and Ascent when they were playing against Chet's Pets. They were running with this double duelist. Now we get to see it once again on this map of Lotus, and it just works out so well. But something that you have to pay attention to that is not necessarily that ISO and that race is going to be that Cypher for 7. What he's going to be able to do against Bonnie when he's trying to run it down into sight. Something that players always talking about is that when you see a Neon, you know exactly what their sight hit is going to end up. So 7 is going to have a lot of pressure to get that info early on, try to get one pick back up, wait for that quick rotation that might happen for Sim and Rico, and that way win the round, win the map.
The pressure on 7, that pressure on TSM to now try and take down Burger Boys map of Lotus. Can they take it to a map 3, or is it going to be Burger Boys to stamp a 2-0 into the upper finals? It's time to head into the map and find out with your casters, Marks and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Well, the choices for Lotus have been made for both teams. For TSM, the plan is the same as usual. Let Recoil take that secondary duelist role and start fragging out like he normally does. With Vora on this enabling fade and Sim back on the Rays, TSM look to still do a lot of damage and chip in the process of winning these fights. Meanwhile, Burger Boys, with the absence of Taeho and that damage-heavy meta, their plan will also be exactly the same. Enable, who is arguably currently the best player in North American Challengers. Marks, Bonnie on Neon is nothing short of exciting, especially on a map like this.
I'm so excited to just see the Burger Boys. I'm not saying they're going to run it down, but based on how you want to play this composition, especially too, you're bringing in that double initiator there. Retro, the fault lines are going to be great. A couple of flashes thanks to Practo. There's a lot of potential of just Bonnie flying into the site and just farming kills. On the other side as well, we talk about the explosivity, and given the shooters that exist on TSM, you know, a lot of potential for them to just be able to shut a lot of that down. But it really is going to come down to Seven's utility to keep that Neon in check. That is really going to be the big thing, because Neon is able to just relocate very quickly, especially too, as right now, it is going to be TSM starting us out on the attack. And already just the cyber cage there to help move things forward, but a lot of chip damage being pelted in from Burger Boys onto this TSM squad.
Yeah, just a lot of stone tossing at the moment. Bonnie gonna initiate like you'll see him do a lot this map, and he'll turn for three. Welcome back to the lobby. And why don't we head right back to it, as Burger Boys will kick TSM back to spawn in mere seconds.
And once again, it's just one of those, yeah, it's the Body Show. Yep, #1 player right now in Challengers doing some crazy things. But there's a lot of coordination going on between the Burger Boys. Sure, Bonnie kind of stealing the show in the midst of all of that, but look at how they all decide to move in on a dime. The utility flying out so perfectly, allowing the rest of the members to just flood in onto the site. And sure, you know, Bonnie is the highlight player, but the rest of the team are doing a fantastic job to back that duelist up. And especially in some of these moments, that is going to come up clutch, because, you know, this is Valorant. You're not able to just rely on one player to carry you through an entire match.
Yeah, continue to pay attention to Practo and Nanners in particular when it comes to that enabling. They will continue to stay active as well, as this Sheer is just going to get eaten by TSM. Walking into that opening smoke, Seven will chauffeur the remainder of TSM in, and they'll throw some stones of their own into the void that is Burger Boys' defense here on C site. Get a couple kills in the process, but nothing more.
Yes, so all things considered, pretty good. Unfortunately, they didn't clear Retro off of that angle, so it was more or less just easy pickings in the midst of all of that, but you know, it still kind of works out for TSM. They're able to drop a couple of those rifles. And that round also highlighted something that I'm very curious to see how this one plays out. Because Neon, like I said on the previous rounds, sorry, I meant Practo and not being able to get cleared out there. But Bonnie running things down on Neon could be a little bit of an issue for Burger Boys. Sure, as long as the support is there, that is going to be an extremely effective combination. But if you're able to catch that Neon off guard, isolated alone, then a lot of the issues that we saw Bonnie have on Icebox, not being able to find all those kills and just being overwhelmed onto the site, they're going to last again. Excellent initiation, though.
Yeah, such a telegraphed push onto Ace, or onto this C site. And with the breach available, Retro's just able to toss a couple pieces of his kit, and Burger Boys will immediately take back the mound that TSM just invested everything into. It's only GMD sitting on the stack, and with a hit on the door, it's going to be an attempted bamboozle, but Alvin and Retro are not phased. Neither is Burger Boys. 4 stay alive in the bonus steal here on the defense.
It's just so clean. Like, yeah, you said it best. Oh, extremely telegraphed attack. Oh, okay. Well, the telegraphedness doesn't really matter if you're able to kill the entire team. And that's exactly what Burger Boys did. As soon as they get an inkling, the TSM are going to be hanging outside of there. Like, look at how clean this exec is. Everyone's got their eyes focused onto the Neon, allowing Alvin to just slip through, play that backside support, and find the kills necessary. Looking like a tactical breach squad coming in from the Burger Boys. And TSM, like, they haven't even had the time necessarily to figure out what they even want to do, because these rounds are over as soon as Burger Boys dictate that they want to end it.
They're really doing all of the decision-making at the moment. It's TSM's turn to on the eco again. And they'll go ahead and poke and prod at that Sheer early on to maintain some passive C presence. Burger Boys will obviously not get as active into a stack like this one. They'll wait for the fight to come to them and not risk losing any of the guns they're holding on to. Bonnie's already got his overdrive, by the way, so pay attention to that. See if he cracks it open this round. We'll see if he gets antsy, or if Burger Boys struggle at all. They might just not. Nanners will not get detected here on Rubble, perhaps. It's still aptly flashed, and with the haunt The pocket pick also has to get revealed, but Nanners can just hold his ground anyway, and Burger Boys can reinitiate. They'll clear 3. TSM stuck in a lobby now, and they'll have to just take the fight, recoil. Not really making any headway on this secondary duelist just yet, but again, Burger Boys, they're not exactly giving them much of a fight at the moment.
It literally is just like, all right, let's kill them now. And it feels like TSM, they fall over like a stack of dominoes. And once again, like if you're TSM, you're like, surely we can just catch one person off guard, you know, find a kill, capitalize onto it, make our entrance in, but they're not even given that chance. Every time they run into one person, it feels like 2 more people are just around the corner. And these crossfires, this level of control that Burger Boys are doing just in the entryways of all of these sites has been something that TSM have simply not been able to figure out with this double duelist composition. They force the issue this time. They're at least able to take a little bit of space here, but they will be moving into Practo here, hanging out on tree.
Vora, great prowler to reveal Practo, who still gets away with one on the fadeaway. And Nanners now the next active position on site to hold. It's all to escort Bonnie on in. Ooh. And as Sim tries to enter with the showstopper, there he is! On the operator now. And Burger Boys can go back to the passive play. Play for that neutral until the plant gets confirmed. They don't know where 7 is gone. He's only been implanted on the steps, though. Burger Boys fully on the drop. Want to clear out the drop choke, and so they'll just drop down from the zip. And Bonnie still gets one on the quick scope. 5-0 for Burger Boys here on Lotus.
Man, I would love to see the time difference between those 2 kills on the server. Like, immediately. It's just one person drops down, one person watching one way, the other's watching the other. And it's surgical still from Burger Boys. I like the idea from TSM that time. You know, play it a lot more closer. Really lean into that overwhelming number strategy that had kind of worked out well on Icebox. And just play the numbers that way, but Burger Boys, they're just doing such a good job at finding these kills without too many issues. And yeah, this is a good time for TSM to call that timeout. 5 rounds in a row. As a reminder, because Burger Boys won Icebox, they just got to clean this map up and they guarantee their spot in the winners finals. And like, look at their faces. The Burger Boys, they're just chilling right now. They're having a great time. And people on the side of TSM, like, it is not looking too happy or good right now.
No, I mean, TSM just isn't winning the fights that Burger Boys continue to dictate, and TSM's entire composition is built around fighting. I mean, shooters got to shoot at some point, right? But simply put, TSM have not been allowed to thus far. They've been just constantly pressed and pinched whenever they go for these execs, and it's just always come out the way of Burger Boys, and they're not even using 100% of their power yet. Their strongest players are not at the right place at the right time every single time. That's not what you get on Lotus defense. You got to work with what you've got, but Burger Boys have always got enough.
Feels like they've got more than enough this time around. Like, the thing is like, yeah, you're right. TSM's composition, it's based around fragging. It's based about getting that information, not necessarily for the stuns, because really they only have GMD being able to use that paranoia, but it's to confirm the location and then allow Recoil and Sim to just overwhelm with that duelist presence. On the flip side, though, Burger Boys, like, they're not even allowing TSM to get themselves set up for those opportunities. When they're getting ready to go, suddenly Burger Boys, they're using their utility to get those stuns out. You know, blind your opponent, and then suddenly you're dealing with a Neon flying in on you. And Bonnie secures that trade there. TSM very aware of where that Neon is, but still, Burger Boys have the numbers advantage.
Still continuing to hold down this lobby. Even with the null tossed at him, he just sticks around. Relay bolt into the re-up. Give him the ace. Pulls it out for good measure. He'll get it back next round. Who gives a damn?
There it is. The momentum, oh man, it's just purely pushing Burger Boys through at this point. And, you know, I made a joke about it last time, but it's so fun watching Bonnie's head cam as well, because you'll see him like duck, dodge, and dive and swing his head in the different directions as he's going in for some of these plays or getting shot at in the midst of all of it. But you know what? Like, that is like full body engagement. As you're going through this, yeah, Burger Boys are feeling nice and powerful off of Bonnie's 14 kills already. 6 rounds already done and 6 rounds for Burger Boys. TSM not having a single one to their name right now. as they try something a little bit different. This time poking in on this B site. Let's see if they're able to find a little bit more value from here.
Activation onto the lobby again. Bonnie's gonna get active through the trap wire. Like Muhammad Ali, he's just bobbing and weaving. TSM take the signal. They're gonna try and breach the weaker side as the pile drive onto A is successful. And they'll use that to snake through B link onto C. Surpass the Vice util, and once again implant GMD. He's been going for these lurks every once in a while. They haven't gone too well so far. Planted. This time, he's got the back of spawn covered. Burger Boys entirely snaking through B, though. Who's going to run into this first? GMD turns into the stack. Timing's decent with Sim's help. But Burger Boys clear away for a 2-for-1. And they'll use a null command for good measure on this C entry to make sure that Recoil can't even get the shield, can't ultimate a player out, can't do a damn thing. Goose Egg still on the other side of this attack as Burger Boys make 7.
Like, it's just so fun to watch Burger Boys go for these types of moments. Everything is so coordinated. They're moving in perfectly in sync and play off of each other. I watched the clip yesterday of like Tens talking about what happened with Qbert and just a little bit of uncomfortability, not being aware of like, you know, how when someone flashes, where they're gonna be looking, all of those little micro adjustments. And right now, Burger Boys, it feels like they've got everything locked down. They're playing like a synergized squad and the scoreline is reflecting it. TSM a lot of ultimates online here. But first, you have to get even an opportunity to make it seem like any of those are going to be worth it. You don't want to just hit that X button and then realize that you've gotten absolutely nothing. You got to be so careful with the kill contract as well. You don't want to accidentally pull in Bonnie, and that becomes a little bit of a tough time. Going head to head now. Bonnie's still able to come out on top at 7 trades.
He's just doing it again. He's just walking up to the A door and getting a free kill again. I'm going to lose my mind. TSM has breached the shear again. Sim blast packing in.
It's you and me.
It's Recoil with a follow-up on the kill contract. Dodged. Quick scope by Retro. Whoopsie. Nanners will clean that up. Sim still walking forward, though. Now it's Prakto's turn to play damage control. Now another 1v1 against Recoil, going for the swing trades. Until Nanners gets back on. Can kill through the waterfall. 30 HP to clutch up against Recoil. Keep this game undefeated. TP's in! And he makes it work! We stay on. Burger Boys 8-0 on the defense. Are you kidding me?
This is hard to watch at this point, Tenrek. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that round was gonna be good. We see a little bit of an overextension from Bonnie so early on that round. This time it's 7. One of the other insane fraggers on TSM, able to at least get that trade onto Bonnie, shut down that Neon. But then at that point, like, we see some of these individual moments when it's not as coordinated. That's where TSM can find the win. They're able to find the picks necessary, but they just come up a little bit short. And once again, I have to wonder whether or not that is just the difference of utility, difference of stuns, difference of flashes coming in. TSM, they just want to take these gunfights raw. And well, if you're going up against Bonnie, that's not going to work out well.
This ISO is providing nothing except Recoil getting the kills off of it. And he'll finally make a path for 7 to be able to get one more. Rubble is TSM's for maybe the first time all game. And they'll make their way onto A site. Pinch incoming from Retro, but the trap wire does give him away, so it'll be slow going. Nanners still will stick around on site and intercept a Prowler. And a Steel Garden for that matter. Alvin holds on to the gun though, takes care of Recoil. Nanners back on it, gets one down. A. And TSM is stuck inside tree in this 1v2. Nanners, another clutch is in the cards for him.
Oh my.
And another 3K keeps the streak for Burger Boys. That Steel Garden was everything to slow TSM down.
Like, you could see the panic as soon as the Steel Garden comes up. Despite the numbers advantage there, TSM just didn't have the firepower to do anything. And that was looking so good for them too. They had the numbers advantage. It looked like they were taking the site well. They just had to deal with one pesky Nanners hanging out in the back, but the Steel Garden from Alvin shuts down any of the hints of recognition that they might be able to do. Again, it is 7, kind of finding that kill and making sure that this is a winnable round. And yet Nanners with the wraparound, even after the Steel Garden has expired, is able to find what is necessary. Stoic as ever. as it is going to be the TSM timeout yet again. Burger Boys 9-0. I am not feeling too good about my prediction right now, Tedric.
TSM as a whole currently has 18 kills. Bonnie has 17 kills.
That's some quick math.
That is absolutely unbelievable work from Burger Boys to completely silence what should be such a bombastic composition from TSM, with Sim and Recoil firing all of this vulnerable util that's able to flush out members of Burger Boys. And in response, they just don't care. They fight you anyway, on their terms, and they win. 7. Still on the run from the law after eating 9. Gonna hang back here in the lobby, as always. Metro planted on the box. The TSM going window shopping for a free site.
I was wondering if you were going to make one of those jokes. I know Dan did it on the desk earlier.
I was too. I was like, has it been long enough?
Different look from TSM, though. It's a lot more slower, a lot more quiet. This Crossfire is going to be everything in Practo. Not even Bonnie.
They still
Finds
don't even
two.
clear Retro. They still don't even clear Retro. Retro has not been peaked. Vora still has to deal with Practo. They say shoot or shoot. TSM, what's up with you? All right, Practo's dealt with.
One enemy remaining. No. Spike down B.
Target down. Okay.
Recoil.
Recoil able to get one.
Saving grace.
30 seconds.
Toss up the shield, Bubby. Come on. Let's go. Now, okay. So, kids, we got to sit down and have this talk. Are we going to a 13-0 to send TSM to the lower bracket?
Tedric, you know you're not supposed to say that out loud, otherwise it might not happen. This is how the flow dictates. Okay, so now that you said that, it's really possible that TSM might be able to find a single round at some point here, but it's just been so dominant. I feel like at this point, TSM, their mental has been completely shattered. They're just looking for a foot in the door. And well, it feels like a crane is swinging the door shut from Burger Boys, because this has just been flawless coming in from Burger Boys. We're seeing now Sim fly in, gonna use the rocket, be able to find one as Retro goes down.
Golden opportunity that's going to get utilized to the fullest. Paint shell is outside the window, and it's Sim's turn to finally get activated onside the C's. Bonnie still puts it to an end and is going to start fighting before that decay even fully leaves. Alvin with the attempted pinch on the link, and Burger Boys are going to try and pinch this before it really gets active. The gun diff, though, is starting to not permeate, and Recoil has enough frags. I manifested it, baby. I take full responsibility.
The round after you say it out loud, man. Like, crazy. But yeah, like when you look at the engagement coming in there, I mean, maybe this is just Burger Boys feeling a little bit comfortable. It didn't look as clean that time from their defense, but of course, excellent coordination of utility, excellent coordination of the ultimates coming in from TSM. This is what we expected to see from them. You know, you toss it at the blind, you get the space, and then you just allow your fraggers to frag out. Of course, it is a little bit more difficult when the other team, well, they just need a split second and can headshot you. But still, that is a round TSM desperately needed if they want to even stay alive in the series.
It's you and me.
Kill contract up. We'll catch one of the retreats. So Bonnie stands alone now in the courtyard, and Nanners will beat Recoil, though. So Bonnie playing a little protect the president, has no trouble. And Burger Boys will silence another massive threat. Sim dealing with the tailing Bonnie, and now it's the shorty jumps in too. So Sim will deal with both of those threats from the courtyard. Now it's the rest of TSM that has to come up. Vora finally will breach this entry, and Sim will meet him there. So B site will be TSM's.
Oh boy, I'm not gonna lie, it does feel like Burger Boys are overheating a little bit. They're getting a little bit too comfortable, giving up quite a few opportunities. I know the scoreline is very heavily in their favor, but if they let that happen enough, let TSM regain some of that momentum here, things can start to get deadly. This is the last round of the half, so we're gonna be seeing this retake attempt. It's gonna be 2v2 here. Sim, though, on the other side, definitely still alive. No paint shells available, though. No utility at all, actually, for TSM currently.
Stiff walk-ups. I've taken over the B site, cleared it away, but too much to check, and Sim takes advantage of the microsecond they have. 4 kills for the Rays, and they got their foot in the door, but it might get chopped off with the rest of TSM. Burger Boys have to get just 3 rounds to take the match.
All right, TSM, you just got to get 8 rounds, and then you can tie things up. Never say never. At this point, like, you got to take all of that information in your brain and just, like, purge the Sunwell. Start over from scratch here. You didn't see those last 12 rounds. You got to keep your head focused here on this defense. Burger Boys, on the other hand, let's hope that they're not too comfortable. They're really poised right now to make a statement here as the dark horse to potentially win it all in playoffs with a performance like this against a team like TSM. But they got to make it across the finish line. If they overheat, they let things slip away from them, so they lose a lot of that expectation alongside it. It's going to be a little bit more of a wait and see situation from Burger Boys, expecting TSM to be a little bit more aggressive. But TSM, like, look at these protocols. They're just waiting for that contact play before they decide to engage.
Right there. Response time, the key here for Burger Boys. Retro being like, guys, make sure you check that box. Great paint shells on top of the C's, though, and Sim will grab a free kill. Burger Boys, of course, still willing to fight this out, and they'll even give themselves away a second time. Fault line only opens up one of the lanes, and TSM all standing in front of it, flawlessly taking pistol round.
Okay, a little bit of an interesting move coming in from Burger Boys there on that engagement. Of course, yes, you get kind of caught up there, but that should guarantee at least you know 2 people are going to be watching it. I would have liked to see a little bit more of those flashes in play. See if they can kind of force out the angle before they just decide to blindly walk in. But they just go right into the crosshairs, and yeah, it's just the firing range from TSM ready to receive that contact that works out. So TSM, they get the pistol round. They just need to push 7 now. We're actually seeing Sim also buy up a Vandal as well at 15 kills. So you know what? Starting that slow comeback, that slow crawl towards potentially tying this series up.
It's a long road of revenge that TSM is still trying to pave. And it'll be 10 rounds long here on Lotus if they want to do it in the upper bracket. Alvin privy to a triple swing, but Sim will turn it. Great game sense from him. Now continues the trollops, and it's Recoil's turn to get a little slap happy. Down the river we go. Full paranoia to blind everybody out. Practo!
What?
Show me again, please. He was just standing there, man. Oh, he's just standing there menacingly.
This is one of those like moments where you're like, all right, if I run the odds here, we know how this round is going to be going out. We'll be able to find the kill. They've got the better weaponry. Good engagement coming through. And Practo, the machine, just finds all the headshots necessary with that Sheriff, shuts it down completely, puts Burger Boys back into the advantage on an eco. And now TSM are the ones who are scrounging a buy together. A lot of Sheriffs here. They got to make this one work, but Bonnie's starting it out. Sim's already down.
Going for that heavy damage to try to chip away at this, and they only deal a little bit to Bonnie, who, as long as he's still standing, he's still dangerous. TSM will deal with that. Recoil now up front, losing the chamber, though, and so he's only good for 2. Retro and Nanners will pave the rest of the warpath, and that'll be an unquestionable A site. With Vora procking that shear as well, has to act fast, and does. Great shots onto Alvin to reduce this to a 1v2. And with the Prowler distracting Nanners, Vora will go for a wide reposition here to flush out some util. Paranoia will get used.
Yeah, Vora will have the haunt back online. The spike inevitably will go down, but at the same time, Retro should be able to get the fault line available. And so Nanners and Retro, better weapons, only need a single bullet from either to find Vora here. And Vora's gone all the way wrapped around. Let's see how he wants to take this engagement.
First swing's got to be dry. Catches ahead. Retro gets ahead. So 9 rounds of match point that Burger Boys have to work with to guarantee themselves a top 3 spot in stage 2 of playoffs. How far they have managed to come after besting this team before.
Like, it's so cool to see Burger Boys really just step into their stride. This is one of those teams that was honestly kind of struggling, especially in stage 1, not able to find all the necessary wins. There were those moments where like, okay, you can kind of see where they're going with things, but it really hasn't solidified until now. Especially too in the great mix-up of stage 2 playoffs. This is their time to shine.
Sim once again, early initiation, showstopper is gutsy and immediately punished. And he's alone too. Recoil though, invade, catches Alvin holding out in spawn. So they know this is a one-pronged attack from Burger Boys. Pressing onto that A site as TSM start to crawl forward.
No distraction.
A lot of options here. Recoil with the kill contract via Retro. Easy 4v3 that TSM turned this into, and so Fracto's gonna choose to use the null command. Burger Boys want to win this now. Bonnie ready for the stair swing. He'll get active, wrong timing, and the pile drive from TSM will be good enough. 7 the tip of this spear, and TSM only have one more player to deal with. Can just hold this spike down as Recoil tries to stall it away. TSM will get a 4th round on the board.
And good stuff coming in from the defense to mitigate that. The kill contract was absolutely huge to even things out just for a second. Still though, like, sure, you've climbed the hill and then you look up and you're like, oh, we're actually at the bottom of Mount Kilimanjaro. There's a lot of walking to do, a lot of work that still needs to be done here. And Burger Boys, once again, just 1 round away. The whiff of the showstopper as well is not how you wanted to start that one out. TSM had to dig into their pockets and pull out some of these very key ultimates to be able to win that one back. And of course, it's 7, finding 2 very important kills to make sure that TSM are still in the midst of all of it. Now, let's see how Burger Boys want to go. It looks like they're got their eyes set here on Mound. TSM smartly backing things up as Sim's able to find Bonnie.
Nice activity from Sim again. He's starting to get a little more active on the front lines and get a little more bang for his buck. Recoil tries to collapse that greed into a full-blown advantage, but TSM will have to settle for a 3v2 as the shield will fade away, and so will his space on this C door. So Burger Boys will at least get the Mound Orb, which gives Nanners that ultimate to be able to reposition. And on top of the one-way smoke, they'll just walk right in. Alvin for the 1, and 7 has to play the stopper. He does.
You know,
a massive 3 to cut the lead down to 24 or whatever the meme is.
Okay, well, we're starting to see Sim come alive here. And at the same time, 7 is finding a lot of value as well. So things are really starting to come back together here. I'm curious to see if TSM can continue to roll this forwards, because at this point, like, Burger Boys, they're not on necessarily the best buy. They are kind of oversending a little bit. They're not playing as carefully as we saw them in that first half. And we talk about that level of comfortability, that level of cushioning. And sometimes if it feels so nice and soft, well, you might fall asleep on the job. Can't let that happen, especially as TSM continue to gain a little bit more momentum. So let's see how they want to engage. It's going to be a B-side hit this time around.
Can't let up for a moment against a team like TSM. They will always challenge. They will always be back again to play you. Bonnie giving his head away for a moment, but not long enough for one headshot to ring through. Reach into the smoke on the baby door, but Bonnie is going to be the one that gets all the kills for it. Rest of TSM, though, still have the much better guns, and so they're able to re-clear the space. Now a Nightfall will get contributed into this retake. 7 evidently appreciates the help. Lets him swing in for free. Turn this to an easy 3v1. Alvin, oh, the ISO wall is beautifully played with by Recoil there just to guarantee. The gap is now 6, and chatters are starting to sweat.
Oh man, like this is kind of what I was worried about, especially too when you go into the second half. Seeing the playstyle of it, I thought Burger Boys with the initiation moving in onto site would be a lot more clean than some of this, you know, utility flying in there and hoping for the best. Bonnie's getting picked extremely early on in some of these rounds. And because of that, TSM, like, they're finding their footing. It looked like a hopeless map, but went from hopeless to potentially there's a chance of forcing out map number 3. Of course, don't want to speak too soon. It's going to be another gun round coming in from Burger Boys here. They do have 3 ultimates. Most importantly, the Rolling Thunder, I think, is going to be the one that could make the hugest difference here.
It's a great seize from 4 to feign control, and it allows GMD to fight, but the rest of Burger Boys is here, and they just have more players for it. turn this into a 3v2. TSM, an elongated fight that doesn't go their way, but Recoil meeting Bonnie as soon as he extends his arm. And we've turned it back to even Stevens for this full take, but Burger Boy's unsure of where the rest of TSM is, or excuse me, the other way around. TSM is unsure of where the rest of Burger Boys is going to end up going. They will hear this A-tap and will kill contract it. Retro gets hit by it. Decisive 1v1 to dictate the rest of this game. And Recoil holds on. 2v1, Alvin is forced to plant.
Alvin now into this 1v2. Does have an ultimate available, could slap the weapons out, but I don't know if this is the round to use it. Double swing comes through, able to find 1v1.
How do you find that?
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I don't think you expected them to take that. I don't think in any world you expect Alvin to win a fight like that. But in any world, I don't think a lot of people expect Burger Boys to have the kind of performance we just saw them have on not just this map, but the previous one as well. Can't be overstated just how amazingly this team coalesces at this point. The chemistry is there, the enabling is there, the fight is always there. What a threat going into the winners finals that we'll be seeing.
It's so crazy because, once again, like when you look at how Lotus went, I complimented the synergy coming in from Burger Boys. And on top of that, too, you've got Bonnie, who, once again, you've said it multiple times now, but it's not worth, I mean, it is completely worth reiterating, is the #1 player in Challengers currently. Like, the team built around Bonnie is enabling Bonnie to do crazy things. And we saw it slip away a little bit on that second half, but they had so many rounds to work with. And Seven started to heat up as well, and yet still, Burger Boys, when they needed him most, Alvin shows up and closes the door. So big congratulations to Burger Boys. Not the ending I was necessarily expecting. I was expecting a little bit more of a stop, but regardless, it's a 2-0 victory over TSM. So big congratulations to them.
Of course, TSM's not alive in the tournament, is not done just yet. They will be sent down to the lower bracket to face off to hold on to a spot in that top 4. We'll see how far Burger Boys take this run, chop it up a little more, and bring in the next match after this short break.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
a lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
And with a strong victory on Lotus, it's going to be Burger Boys moving on into the upper finals after a 2-0 over TSM. Previously, when these two teams have matched up, Burger Boys took that win, but in a pretty close fashion, but dominance all across the board this time, Dan. This was incredible. Burger Boys, the amount of level up they've had, I'm excited to see them still continue on in the uppers.
I'm not gonna lie, Burger Boys could just do no wrong on that map. Everything was going right. I almost thought it was gonna be that 13-0. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want it to go the other way, and then they lose a round, and it ended up happening. Yeah, they lose a couple rounds. It kind of comes from Sim activating a little bit more towards the last 2 rounds of that first half, and then the few rounds that they're able to win as they switch sides. But it doesn't matter. I mean, the advantage on the defensive side as well for Burger Boys was massive, and it just all comes from Bonnie, and it comes from how aggressive they were willing to get on this defense. Constant robo fights where Bunny was getting 1, 2, even gets an ace in one of those rounds. It was insane to see because it's something that we know that is going to happen, right? You know that the robo fight is going to take place. You know that Bunny's going to push forward with the wall, and yet it's like, it was like you can expect it, you can predict it, but you cannot shut him down. You cannot kill him.
And I think that comes down to the compositional differences that we see between these two teams, right? They're running that KO breach with the Neon, and you just don't have as much utility that you can respond with on the side of TSM when it comes down to, sure, you have like a nade, you have Evora's util within the Fade, and like maybe a Paranoia, but there's just so much utility that can be dumped in those fights, making it really difficult for TSM to try and contest in those head-to-heads. And even just looking at the first kill ratio, very much so leaning on the side of Burger Boys and highlighting how those rounds were being opened up for them to find that success very early on. It was difficult for TSM to really find a footing, I think, and find a way that they wanted to reply to that aggression from Burger Boys. But overall, I think this was just, again, a lights out series from Bonnie. We were wondering if this was going to be a performance he could carry on from the first day of playoffs into today. And it seems like that expectation that he has on himself is something that he's going to be able to continue to carry forward with. Sarah, I can't believe you voted against them. Like, he promised you a win and you got it.
He did. Bonnie, you know, the interview, he's like, yeah, the top performance is the new standard. He promised me personally that they would win today, and I still doubted and voted against them. Bonnie,
that's crazy.
I'm filling out the apology forms, Bonnie. I will never do that again.
That's crazy.
That was crazy. I mean, this step up, when you're talking about all of the strong duelists, when you're looking at 2 very powerful duelists on the other side and going up against Sib, I mean, you can't blame me for having a doubt or two, Ash. Come on. But like Bonnie, like I will never doubt the GOAT again. That's for sure.
No, and so much of it also comes from like the support that Bonnie has, especially we saw it on Icebox as well, but I think it's even more highlighted in the fights that we see on Lotus with Practo and Retro just having so much util to help support him in those engagements. But overall, I think Burger Boys had a great approach to this map. TSM were left kind of struggling to find an answer, and I think it can also be tough to try and like get that momentum back when Burger Boys had such a hot start in that first half too.
I just want to know what Sierra is gonna do when it's Winthrop University against the Burger Boys, and she has to make a prediction. I just want to know what's gonna happen then.
The last few times I voted for Winthrop University, they were mad at me as well. We can get into that later. There's a story there. There is a curse that you guys are not quite
just
familiar
never win.
with.
You can never win if you vote them. You lose.
I know.
Yeah, if you vote against them, you also lose. It's okay.
It's a tough life, but I'm curious who Burger Boys are going up against in the finals and how that match is going to go, because you're either going up against an Envy that went through and is undefeated still for stage 2, or the Winthrop University that literally, you're talking about a Burger Boys that can do no wrong. Well, it's a Winthrop University that also feels like they can do no wrong. So I'm excited for that either way, because this iteration of Burger Boys, the step up that they've had and everything else to make TSM look that uncomfortable, I think is just wholeheartedly impressive. So Ash, I think the future is right for the Burger Boys.
It definitely is, and it is going to be a difficult upper final no matter who ends up taking it between Envy and Winthrop. And then also looking at TSM dropping down to the lower bracket, having to face up against either a YFP that managed to take out Cubert Academy or an Ambrosia who snuffed out Chet's Pets. The playoffs is just getting more intense as we go along, but Burger Boys are an incredibly bright light here as the dark horse of the competition.
It's been so much fun to watch them throughout this run. So I'm excited to hear from the team and hear from Practo, who's on the line now for the post-match interview. So let's head on over to that. Practo, thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with me. I got to know that Lotus, first off, domination from the get-go, and then the end in the fashion it did with the Alvin 1v2. Were you guys freaking out? Like, tell me the vibes after that to take TSM down.
I think sort of after the first map, we were making silly mistakes, but we were still able to like close it out pretty convincingly. And then going to the second, like the first half, we felt like pretty flawless in general. So I think the vibes were just always high during that Lotus game. And then I feel like a lot of like hero rounds happened on Lotus as well. So that increased the hype a lot more as well.
I mean, you're talking about that first half on Lotus just being flawless, and what kind of enabled that? Was it a momentum coming off of that first map? Was it just one of those days where everything's clicking? Or like, talk to me through that.
I think we're a very like momentum-based team. So if one of us heats up, it sort of helps the rest of us heat up. And Bonnie was kind of having like a lights up or lights out performance that first half, and then that kind of like riled the rest of us up to perform as well.
It helps having someone like Bonnie on the team if you're a momentum-based team, that's for sure. He's been lights out throughout the playoffs as well as you. And going up against TSM, you guys had faced them in round 6 here in stage 2, and you had the win there, but it was a lot closer of a series. Do you feel like that first matchup kind of helped you towards today's match? Was there some studying or?
Absolutely. I think going into vetoes, we got the same exact vetoes as last time, which I found was like pretty surprising. And then last time on Icebox, there was like a lot of obvious stuff that we did wrong, and being able to sort of just look back and fix that, and then getting that first map momentum was huge for us in winning the series. And I think overall is easier this time because of that.
I love to hear that. And now you're on into the upper final. So big congratulations there.
Thank
on
you.
the other end of the bracket, there's a Winthrop University and an Envy that are facing off after this. Do you have a preference on who you want to face, or?
I don't really have a preference. I honestly think that anybody can beat anyone in this current split of challengers. So I'd be down to play either of them.
All right. Take down whoever's in your path. All right. Last but not least, I have been asking everyone on the team, and I know you're one of the newer additions, so I don't know, but the Burger Boys name origin. Practo, can you help me out?
You got the wrong person again, sadly. But from what I know and what I've like heard them talk about in the call while we're talking about these interviews, is it originates from Burger Boys to Burgerville, and then that's all I know as well. So I think you have to get someone different after our next one.
All right, I got one more piece to the puzzle. I'm getting closer. You got to make sure. Don't tell Alvin not to run away next time, because I need an answer to this. Okay, Practo?
Got it.
Thank you. Practo, best of luck in the upper finals. Congrats on this win. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Back over to us. Very strong victory coming out from Burger Boys, and in the upper finals is so impressive. And it's time to find out who's going to join them. Winthrop University or Envy are ready to square off on the other side of the bracket after a short break, so stay tuned.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. Burger Boys on into the upper finals. One day I will get my answer about the origins of the name of the team, I swear. But we're not going to have to wait very long for the answer of who's going to be joining them in that upper finals between Winthrop University and Envy. Getting into this matchup, Dan, this one's really exciting because, of course, you have this Envy team that is undefeated as of yet. But Winthrop University, they are demon, so I cannot wait to dive into this.
I am so excited for this matchup. Winthrop are third seed of playoffs when we had stage 1, and they were kind of going to this lower bracket run where I was calling them the T1 of tier 2, if we remember that. And you know, that level for them has stayed, it has even improved. They're really impressive as a team because of the amount of games that they play, not only here but in collegiate and third-party tournaments. And then on the other side, you have an Envy that now for the second time comes as the #1 seed into playoffs. But this time is different, right? They start with a win into playoffs, and now we think, okay, are they gonna do what everybody was expecting them to do in stage 1, right? Not only be undefeated on the Swiss stage, but even coming into playoffs, getting into the grand final. They have a good chance to do it here, but they definitely don't have the easiest opponent, and that's why this match is maybe the one that I'm most excited about for this week.
Winthrop University kind of gives me Envy vibes with how they've been talking in the interviews and everything else, which I think is that extra little level of excitement that I have into today's series. But let's talk about Envy first, the undefeated team heading into stage 2 and into the playoffs. And it was an Envy that when they hit the stage 1 playoffs, things went a little askew, right? They just got signed. There's different pressures on the team, and it was a challenger scene leveling up. But now this Envy, they got Stunner. They've been looking really cohesive, Ash, and it's an Envy that have the possibility to take the whole thing.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think looking a lot more grounded heading into this playoffs and just being able to kind of like brush that end of stage 1 off. And we even just saw like the fact that they're able to repeat the success that we saw during the Swiss stage as well. I'm looking forward to seeing them go head to head up against Winthrop. I feel like you look at the compositions that this team likes to pull out. We talked about how the meta is shifting because of the Tejo changes. And this is a team that's never really leaned into the use of the Tejo. They didn't, yeah, it doesn't matter. Like they play their own game. And that's like the biggest thing for Envy is the fact that they don't have to go back to the drawing board heading into playoffs because of that patch. It's something where they were talking about even in your interview with Inspire. They're able to just continue to focus on the compositions that they've been running and elevating that every single week.
The fact that they don't have to do that to retry these maps, everything else that the other teams are doing is so nice. And previously, Dan, it was a month off that kind of didn't really help the team before playoffs, but they did get to have the opportunities for some more practice. And I think that already with that rust off the shoulders, even participating in third party, that this should be a different Envy sort of playoff.
Yeah, and I remember that they talked about it when we were asking kind of, hey, what happened in playoffs for stage 1? Why weren't you not able to get those wins that everybody was expecting after being undefeated in the Swiss stage? And they were talking about how, you know, they admitted that they needed that experience, that they were a little nervous, kind of a lot of pressure to deal with. And now they have that experience and they're back. Now they're able to adapt to it, and we saw it in that first match. I mean, they were incredibly dominant as they have always been on the Swiss stage. So I'm excited to see what they're able to do this time around. They definitely have the potential to go into this upper bracket run, make it all the way to the grand finals with the way that they've been playing. And what Ash was saying about, you know, they don't have to do any changes. They're still playing the same thing. Nobody has really been able to counter them. Nobody has been able to slow down this double duelist playstyle, and that just works perfectly for them.
And this is such a flashy team, but I want to take the opportunity to talk about someone who we haven't necessarily talked about too much, but had such a strong performance up against YFP, and talk about Ion. Because Ion is someone who has, you know, all the fragging capabilities. There's a reason this player got picked up for the team in the first place, even tweeting out, "I'm the best," after the victory up against YFP. But when I look at what he's been able to accomplish, like, Dan, you know what? He can have that confidence. Like, I think he's deserved it.
I can't lie. Out of all the players of Envy, and honestly, all of them are insane with what they've done in the past, Ion is just my favorite to watch. He has such a difficult role when he's playing this Omen, for example, as he was doing on that previous match going against YFP, of not only trying to match that pace of your double duelist, but also being able to frag for yourself when things don't necessarily go right for the opening, which, you know, doesn't happen that often, but once in a while, he's going to have to step up, and he does it so well. He's one of, if not my favorite controller that we have in Challengers, incredibly consistent, able to, it seems like, have a very fast communication with the rest of the team when he's kind of playing by himself, and it's everything that you can dream of for your Omen player.
Yeah, and not even, like, we see how some of the numbers down in the lower left portion of your screens right now, but I really want to highlight the fact that he is leading in assists per round right now within Challengers throughout Swiss stage into playoffs, and to have that kind of value and impact coming out from your Smokes player who's running that Omen and the Astra on some maps too, just says so much about the communication that Dan was mentioning there and how important of a piece he is in setting up a lot of those opportunities for Zera and for Eggster to get those picks and have the aggressive type of play style that Envy lean into.
And someone who we also don't really necessarily talk the most about when we're looking at this double duelist core, a lot of the conversation's been around Zera, but we got to highlight Eggster as well, because when you're talking about the setup for the team and everything else, maybe the Yoru is going to be, you know, more in the background, you know, he's got the trickery in the background to be able to set up for everyone else. But even if it is only the Yoru, it's a Yoru that pays off so much here, Ash. And I love that the teams just fully embraced it because it just works so well for everyone. And it's been really hard for teams to counter at some points.
Yeah, it really is. I think for Eggster, the big thing is he's just such like a reliable a Yoru player, having played just the Yoru for this team since the very beginning of the stage, and not just the stage, but the season. And it's not even the fact that, like, okay, if you're comparing to other Yorus who are maybe running like solo duelist compositions, they have like more first engagements. Eggster doesn't really lean into that because he plays so much of like that disruption to open up opportunities for the rest of his team to find those opening frags.
And it's someone that, you know, just in the background to get those numbers, but you talk about the consistency that he's always been able to have, and I think it's been so impressive for the team. And when you have that such dangerous duo of the Yoru and the ISO at any single point, and even just looking at the numbers he's still being able to pull up through this playoffs, I think it's definitely going to be a little bit of a thorn in the sign for Winthrop University heading on into today, and I cannot wait to see how that duo does. But on the other side, Winthrop University, they're capable of taking down these top players because these college kids, I mean, Dan, they absolutely just do not hold back. They claim they don't scrim. They claim they don't practice. So, like, dude, they're deadly.
They just show up. Don't worry about it. They just show up. No practice. No idea what they're gonna do, and they kind of make it work. But honestly, it's really impressive what they've been able to do throughout the years now. Is just have this core of players that are comfortable playing a bunch of different agents, and with that, actually adapting on the fly. This is something that we've always mentioned about Winthrop University. When they changed the composition slightly, when they changed one of those agents for something, you know, like a Sova to a Fade or a Duelist changes a little bit, it's just kind of the feeling that they have coming into the matchup, maybe a little bit of the read on the enemy team, and they're always able to do it in such a consistent fashion that is really, really impressive. I love seeing Winthrop because of that, because of their flexibility, but on top of that, their consistency when it comes to fragging. Infiltrator is insane on the duelist role, and he showed it when he was playing that last match against Cuber Academy. We were very excited about this match, knowing that Tense was playing the duelist as well, so we had that Infiltrator versus Tense head-to-head that none of us ever thought was gonna be a thing. And then Infiltrator was having such an amazing read into Tense, such an amazing read into what Cuber Academy were doing, and that's how they ended up eliminating them. So I want to see more of this Winthrop. I want to see more of what these players are able to do now, potentially going through an upper bracket run, which is not something that they were able to do last time.
Yeah, and I think the flexibility and their fragging potential also just go hand in hand. The fact that they're able to perform so consistently while being so adaptive. We've even heard it from some of their interviews. They don't even know what they're going to play on the day at times, and they're like, yeah, so we decided in agent select. And I'm like, okay, sick. It just says so much, I think, so about the unbridled confidence that this team brings to the table and how they don't fear their opponents. And that's the kind of mentality that we expect out of these challengers players, right? You cannot have any sort of like intimidation factor. They're playing it game for game and know that at this point, it could be anyone who can take the matchup, and their full faith in their own capabilities.
And again, that unbridled confidence is what reminds me of Envy and why I'm so excited for this matchup. Both teams that just have a very different attitude in comparison to the rest of the challenger scene. Insane. But I want to call back to that first game that we got to see with them up against Qbert Academy and someone who had some insane shooting, and talk about Nasi. Not only are you having to lead this team that decides on the day what they're going to do, so Nasi's just getting put through it all the time. When he gets into the server, like he was posting some clips of some of the shots that he had in that Qbert series. Just, oh my God, Dan. It was just stupid crazy. Like, he's so talented.
He is insane. And honestly, you can say this about any single one of the players that we have right now. But Nasi, and just the way that he's supporting the team, supporting Infiltrator as well, getting that info very early on for that side hit. But on top of that, being able to stay alive until the very end of the round, to go for the Hunter's Fury, to go for the Shock Darts as well, to create that delay and that flooding that they like to do sometimes, I think is really impressive. And yeah, like you're saying, not only he's leading the team, but he's also able to put up numbers that nobody else, especially on this Silva, have been able to do.
And the fact that we've been able to see him put up the numbers, we always have that conversation of the fragging IGLs. And when you have someone who puts so much impact within that server, in just that pure gunpowder, but being able to also back it up with the calling, I think that Nasi is just like the pillar stone for what in Winthrop University here, Ash, have been able to do and what they've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, he really is. And I think that also says a lot about, we talked about the flexibility from the team. We talked about the consistency and fragging. And that is great as far as, you know, individual skills that we know that each of these players has. But the fact that Nasi's able to adapt his calling to these comps that they don't even necessarily prepare going into some of these matches just says so much about his leadership and how, and his like just general like understanding of the game, right? And his ability to lead his team to success when they might not even know what's necessarily going on for the day for themselves.
Every single time. But now got to talk about someone that, Dan, you were already talking about a little bit when you're talking about just the overall success of the team and where that's able to come from, and talk about Infiltrator. Because again, Infiltrator, you talk about duelists in the league that are leading the charge. And Infiltrator's name, if it's not the top, it's definitely one of the tops.
So impressive what Infiltrator has been able to do. I mean, especially thinking about the evolution that he had since last year, the agents that he's been playing, the duelists that he's been playing, and just how good he looks on the Euro as of recent. I think this is a guy that you can always rely on, and that's kind of the expectation when we think about the duelists and challengers. You want to have that guy that's going to get not only the opening, but 2-3 kills every single time because of how good the level is right now. But Infiltrator is just one of the most consistent pieces. You barely ever see him having a difficult map, a difficult game. It's always kind of trying to lead the charge and being very selfless when he does it. He knows that sometimes he's just gonna be traded and that's it, but it ends up turning into that success for Winthrop University. So one of the best players to look at if you're looking for consistency, if you're looking for a player that is incredibly flexible when it comes to the duelist role. And that's what, again, that's what makes Winthrop so good, having such a strong piece as the guy that is opening up so many of those rounds.
And now I want to talk about Infiltrator and kind of compare and contrast a little bit with Exer on the other end, especially too when we do look at the agent pool for Infiltrator. We do get to see some of that Yoru, but again, Dan, yeah, how they play within the server is very different.
It is very, very different. Just because Exter, I mean, when he's streaming, he's just saying best Yoru in the world, and he really is only playing that Yoru. And honestly, when we saw him at the beginning of the year, people were kind of hating. I'm not gonna lie, everybody's just kind of questioning why he's actually a Yoru one trick. But when he's getting so many good results, you can't even say anything else. It's just, okay, this guy is really good at Yoru, and actually nobody can beat him, and nobody can beat this team. So there's something going very, very well for Envy. But Infiltrator, as we talked about, is very different, right? He's very flexible, willing to play the Yoru, willing to play the Jet, the Raze, the Neon, kind of whatever is needed for the team. And on top of that, they've been adding Ali as this second duelist if needed. So you have this potential very interesting double duelist matchup that we're going to have today.
Ooh, I would love to see an Envy Winthrop University double duelist face off between these two. That is That is top of my wish list right now on top of everything else. So I cannot wait to dive into that. But of course, the double duelist for Winthrop University, that one's going to be a little bit more map dependent because even though Envy run on every single map, we don't really necessarily see it the most coming out for Winthrop University. But heading into the map picks and bans, with one of their favorite options being that Lotus, with where we have seen that double duelist, Ash, I'm not necessarily surprised at all to see it picked up first in the series by Winthrop.
No, definitely not. But at the same time, I mean, okay, it's hard to say when you're looking at Envy because they're undefeated, right? So they really only have one map that they've dropped this entire split. And Lotus is a really comfortable one for them as well. Maybe for Winthrop, they look at the matchup that Envy had up against YFP, that being a really close overtime win at 14-12, and think, okay, that we get to look back on that VODs. We get to see like some of the cracks in that composition, but definitely very like different approaches, right? When we're looking at the double duelists coming out, the Neon and the Raze versus the Yoru and the ISO are very different approaches. You've got a very double dive look on the side of Winthrop if they want to continue to carry that composition forward versus with Envy, I guess it almost is like a double dive anyways with how aggressive they are, even though they don't have the movement.
We don't often have a double duelist matchup where we are seeing 4 different duelists in one lobby. That is insane to think about. And that's what makes this match so interesting, especially this map of Lotus, where I actually want to favor that composition that we saw for Winthrop University when they were playing against Cuber, that 13-8 that they got. It brings so much value, right? Because you have the Neon that is able to run it down as Infiltrator was doing, but on top of that, you have the paint shells, you have the shock darts as well for Nasty. And that just gives you that extra damage, extra abilities to take down the tripwires, and to go for those fast side hits that Infiltrator wants to do on the attacking side. So you have just that extra damage that I feel like can push you to the finish line a little bit better than Envy. But then again, Envy, they're not about the utility. They're about running it down and getting the kills with the double duelist, with Kane Sarah, and as well with what Exter has been doing. So it's very different styles, but if you're looking at what can give you the upper hand, I definitely think of Winthrop.
I'm really excited for especially these first 2 maps, but even just the series as a whole, because obviously it was called out that Envy is also strong on that Lotus, but Winthrop University is also really strong on that Haven. And they most recently also went to the double duelist there, where it would be that mirror, which would be a lot of fun. So with both teams being very proficient on these first 2 maps, I think we're going to have a really close matchup ahead. And now deciding to see how exactly we think this one's going to be stacking up.
Yes, Sierra.
Which I think this is crazy, guys. I think this is actually just crazy news for the predictions. You guys are all crazy. You guys are all, I don't know. You guys will see. Well, you say what happened? What happened with you guys? Have you guys not heard of the Winthrop University Overdog curse? I don't think there has ever been a game where more than one person has predicted them where they've won. The second the desk gets on board with Winthrop University is the absolute heat. They can do no wrong. They do a little wrong and they don't win the series. So
in reality, you're predicting Winthrop University to win and you're just doing it to avoid that?
I also think you guys are just disrespecting the heck out of Envy. It's Envy!
Oh, okay.
Like, what? Like, first off, you got the curse, so Winthrop is just done for. But Envy? You're telling me there's 3 of you that don't believe in Envy?
No, I believe in Winthrop way more. I gotta be honest.
It's also like, it doesn't mean that we don't think Envy's a good team. Envy, they're undefeated for a reason, right? But I am fully on the Winthrop train. It feels like they're just on this upward trajectory. And I just really like the approach that they've been taking to playoffs as well. The fact that they're able to adapt their composition so frequently, I think also gives them kind of an edge up too, because they do have that opportunity to pull like an ace out of their sleeve that the other team might not be expecting to prepare for.
Me personally, I'm bringing back my T1 narrative for this, so that's why I'm going Winthrop.
You know what? Fair. I respect it. Dan's like, I got my narrative and it's awesome and I'm sticking with it. But I think one thing's for sure, regardless of the way that we're predicting, I think this is going to be a great matchup that we have. And all good things are worth waiting for. So we're going to have to wait a little bit, guys. A quick break as we get all the players into the server. It's your opportunity to get a snack, stretch your legs. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Winthrop versus Envy. everyone so much for your patience. Had to get all the players in the server for such a highly anticipated match. Winthrop University going up against Envy. Lotus the first up. Winthrop's pick. And Dan, a little bit of a switch up. Ali's not going for the double duelist. Instead, back on the Clove.
That's insane. They're going back to that old composition that, I mean, we were kind of hesitant about. We always talked about the Clove, and yeah, sometimes Ali's able to play by himself with it, but I mean, so he was in the duelist. So I'm intrigued on why they decide to go back to this, because even before they played the double duelist, they had already let go of this Clove, but they really want to go back to it.
Yeah, maybe even just like comfort there, knowing that they didn't have like maybe like another game plan to have like another moving piece heading into this. I do wish we saw the double duelist make its return, but I think that for Winthrop, this also could be an opportunity for them looking to like maybe bait out some more of that utility early on from Envy when they have to force clear past those smokes and into those smokes as well, with how cheeky Winthrop players can be as on top of that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they look to force Envy's hand here on the defense.
One thing with Ali on the Clove is I feel like that was the big adjustment when Winthrop started going on their winning ways. So this is a very comfortable agent for Ali, and it's a play style that Winthrop University is very confident with. So when I'm looking at a team that has that pop-off potential, having any sort of that layer of comfort going up against Envy, I think is going to be so nice. And I'm curious then too, Dan, how that double duelist is going to fare up against that single duelist, and if they can contend with that Omen and Clove on the opposing end.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, most of the times that Envy plays this map, they are the only ones playing this double duelist composition, right? You don't often see this double duelist that Winthrop was playing that we thought at least that we're going to be seeing here. So I mean, I've always liked the Envy composition. I've always liked the double duelist here, but I think for Winthrop University, if they're cooking, if they, they just got in the lobby, they were like, you know what? We're playing Clove. I want to see what they're cooking behind it. As Ash was saying, maybe with the double smokes, you can kind of work a lot around that map control that you can have. But I mean, is Winthrop ready for this? I don't know.
I know that at least we are ready to head into this match. Again, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. The players are here, the server is loaded, and your casters are standing by ready as well. So let's head on over to Marks and Tenor to get the first map of the series, Lotus, started.
Thanks so much, Sierra. It's the brain rot matchup we've all been waiting for. Streamers versus students, 16-year-olds versus 19-year-olds. Marks, despite being top teams for both splits now, these teams have never come across each other across Challengers so far. This will be a first-time matchup that I'm super excited to see personally. I'm sure a lot of other people are as well. But out the gate, here on Lotus, Winthrop University going for a slight shift in their composition with Ali going on that Clove. Hey, if there's any team to just decide on a whim to make a change like that, it's them.
It really is, and I love the way that you kind of set this up. We're going to scoop by your first comments, of course, but when you look at Winthrop University and Envy, this is such a fun matchup. In my opinion, these are really two titans of challengers. Winthrop University has been that team that has just grown massively and become one of the scariest teams in challengers, whereas Envy, they're extremely good, undefeated throughout all of regulation, but then, of course, when it reached that playoffs the first time around, unfortunately didn't quite make it that far. Maybe getting the branding curse that kind of happens here. So the fact that we're finally seeing this now, I imagine this is going to be explosive.
Move's going to back away on this opening entry from Envy, who are starting this out on the attack. And they will just blindly fire their way through. Kane's Era immediately going to get started and get that first blood traded away by Moves. But the back line, heavily populated from Winthrop University. They'll initiate early and Moves stepping on for another. Now the rest of Winthrop storms through. Ion holding the top swing, so it's just down to the two below. And Ali is not checking Ion at first. The other is taken care of. Down to Ali versus Inspire. Steps out of the smoke, and Inspire takes the victory. First round goes Envy's way.
And it already is extremely explosive coming in for both of these teams here. Of course, we got the desk to highlight a little while ago how good Ion was as a player. But on the other side of Winthrop University, one of the players who I always keep my eye on is going to be Moves. I think that Moves has just been fantastic. This guy knows how to frag out and take some of that space, especially too when you go deep onto the lurks. I imagine especially on this defense, it might not be as lurky as we can expect, but that is going to be a player you want to watch for, especially navigating around the minimap. So, Envy, they do get the first round here. And now it's going to be heavy pressure out onto this A site. But of course, Inspire starting us off with a pick.
Zera just gonna walk forward with the shield, absolutely fearless against these pistols. He'll W key as long as every other member of Envy is still standing. But Ali will put that to an end. Swinging with this Sheriff, searching for another. We'll get Ion as the spike gets planted. And Moves is holding a Sheriff as well for this backstab. Turning this potentially their way. Inspire's head caught in the pocket. Extra swinging out on top of the door, putting some pressure on both fronts. Ollie able to set up the smoke now to deter at least one member of that, so Moves can walk up a little bit farther, and this pinch can get executed one more time. Inspire's camera is going to re-clear the orb spot, and with Ollie dealt with, Envy have no fear picking off the remainder. A little bit antsy, but Envy get it done.
Yeah, a little bit antsy, but exactly like you said, the deed is done. You're able to carry through the good weaponry into this next one. And yeah, we're seeing Envy go tit for tat. They're going to be buying up completely to match things out. Zera has that Odin in hand already. But once again, this is what we expect to see from this Envy squad. Originally, the rankers, these guys just love to run things down and rely purely on their game mechanics to be able to win out some of these gun duels. And especially, too, with this double duelist, you know they're leaning heavily into that style. Winthrop University, once again, focusing in on Ali going for the Clove. To me, that says that they're also expecting to go for a little bit more of a brawly style. Try to go for a more attack-orientated thing and kind of meet Envy exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, Moves has had no trouble facing these issues head on already. Ali as well, and these two defenders on site deal a hell of a lot of the damage. But Zera has already picked up that Odin and is trying to save face for Envy, and will do a lot of damage along with it. Inspire relay bolted by Infiltrator, who hasn't gotten to get super active so far this game, but will do so, and Nasi can shut down Kane on the other end, so Winthrop can hold down the bonus.
Yeah, great job from Winthrop, making sure that they can carry things over because, like I said, 3 members of Envy invested on that last round. Sorry, 2 members of Envy invested on that last round. Zera especially going for the Odin that time around. So this time only will have a stinger, but the kill contract is active. I don't imagine we're going to be pulling anyone into the gulag if all you got is a stinger in hand. That doesn't seem like a very good time here. But still, it's Winthrop University now starting to get themselves activated, and this is what we like to see from them. It's going to be a spam heavy at the beginning. Inspire taking a little bit of chip damage, but not enough to really drop anybody. While Ali is going to get kill contracted, actually, Zera running it down, somehow wins the fight with the stinger in hand.
I mean, that's solely to get the rest of Envy onto site, but the fact that Zera wins that is just plain stupid. Rest of Envy will just walk on. Zera's like just coming home, by the way. He has not gone in the shooting range. He has not warmed up. He has not done a damn thing to prepare for this, and he's already fragging out for Envy's sake. Nasi has been holding on to that Odin since the dawn of time. Coming from a tree all the way over here in the 1v5, and I think he's going to hold on to this Odin a little bit longer.
At this point, I imagine it's just they're waiting to see if Nasi gives any information up. Of course, they've got him boxed in here, so not too much to happen. Extra going for a quick little peek. It's going to be the haunt out, but everybody stands still.
Ion will meet him early. And Envy will have 5 members standing here in round 4, already setting themselves up to take this attack by storm. And already you're starting to see what Envy's game plan is. It should be relatively similar to Winthrop University's to enable these absolutely insane duelists who have been hellish so far on this map across the split. Zera's average across the 4 times that Envy has played on this map is 21 kills. Infiltrators across the 5 times that Winthrop has played on this map is 21.6. Both of these duelists have been fragging out every single time they've come here. An Infiltrator, who has been lagging a little bit behind so far, doesn't want to stop now, but neither does Kane. Envy death balls up to the courtyard towards A site, where only one defender lays standing at the moment.
It's just going to be Moobs, Sheriff in hand. Understands that the attack is going to be coming here. Standing still throughout all of this, but now just has to wait for the team to back up. Potentially play contacts. Zera is looking to get active.
Some peeks from Drop, as always. Finds some purchase, but no actual hits, just some space gain. Kane's gonna dip into the kitty, and Infiltrator will come up scratching. Moves, the first on the drop swing, but Poppin and Extra are able to handle both of those. And the gun dip is only going Infiltrator's way. Nasi now with that Double tap on the Sheriff is giving him a man advantage once again, though. Inspire alone on the Phantom and having to duck back. Nasi also has this ultimate in the tank. Owl drone to boot too. Ollie with the smoke to support. And Nasi will force Inspire to spray this as Ollie creeps up. It's just going to hold the spike down. Inspire, the spray through works out, but Ollie's shot is good. And Winthrop University will escape with a huge Thrifty round here on the defense.
Yeah, a great round to kind of bring Winthrop back into things. And it's so funny because Ollie originally started out as the coach for Winthrop University, I believe, when Challengers started here. And then they needed a sub. Okay, Ollie, you know, a bit of game experience, if you know the history here, steps in as that substitute, and then suddenly Winthrop University, they start clicking together. And Ali goes from being the coach to a sub to an active player on this roster, making a lot of these plays and having a huge amount of impact for Winthrop University. And I mean, hey, if you got someone who's shooting that well, you got to keep him on the team. Ali currently sitting at 6 kills, the top for Winthrop University, and now holding forwards as well, taking down Kane Zera and Ion. Why not? It's already looking really good for this Clove.
He knows exactly how to handle this kind of push. He's seen it a million times before from Envy already. For the rest of Envy, we're going to try and make this push work. Seize on the early entry. That'll catch both, but Ali can just keep holding down the spray. That's 3 kills now for this Clove. That is let him stay active, but still provide these huge supporting smokes on top of what Flare is already offering to the conversation. Winthrop now has this spike stranded and can keep tossing Util into the fray to keep it puppy guarded. As for the remaining 60 seconds, 2 last members of Envy do have a lot of map to work with, but not too many players. Exter hitting that door just to keep them second guessing, but the Recon Bolt will reconfirm his position. It's down to Inspire to get the drop on them. And it looks like it'll just have to come through this continuously cycled singular smoke that Winthrop has to upkeep. Double swing, and it's only 1 that they'll get. Infiltrator farms 2 kills, and Winthrop has tied us back up.
And once again, we're seeing a couple of gaps on where this Envy composition might be lacking. Specifically, they rely a lot on the duelists to be able to go in there and just to find kills, win their battles, and if not, be a trade target for it. And look what happens when that starts to fall apart. Ali able to find 2, immediately just kind of thriffles their plan. And then it's just so much more difficult for them to make anything happen. They don't really have any flashes or blinds, only Ion's paranoia if they really want to push into these sites. And so if Winthrop University continue to position themselves in these ways that kind of confuse Envy, not giving up the space that they assume that they can just kind of take by brute forcing their way in, then it gets a lot more difficult for Envy to be able to make their way onto site.
Winthrop playing for every contingency, waiting out this decoy, will hand away the opening half of the site, and that means Kane Zera is going to try and take the back half of it too, but Winthrop shut that down, and there's no follow-up. He's too far extended. Inspire will find the lurk pick, but has to do a lot more, and there's more than enough resources to deal with him. Poppin now alone very quickly into this round, has the Stinger, picks up the Vandal after the opening kill on a crumb of health though, and that'll be all she wrote. So Winthrop will take the lead now on the defense after Envy continue to just go 0 to 100, really just try to put the foot to the floor, and it's not working just yet.
Yeah, and I love the way that Winthrop University are playing off of each other. Like, sure, you see the Hunter's Fury go out there fairly early on, but Nasi does an excellent job playing off the information that was given to make sure that that gets so much value. And yeah, at this point, if you're Envy, you got to take that timeout, because the only strategy of just we're going to run in there and find some kills has not been really working out for this squad. They're coming into this next round. They should be able to buy up just enough weaponry as well as shields. And on top of that too, they've got Exter with the Dimensional Drift, who can be an excellent scout to just run in, scout things out, make it a lot easier for your individual members to frag things out. But Winthrop University, like, they look like such an elite squad, and we're just getting this game started, going up against Envy, one of the most flawless teams that we've seen in Challengers, and they're showing no signs of slowing down at all.
Yeah, the playoffs was where Envy faltered previously. Could be where they do it again here after this new threat is establishing itself. Winthrop really has come up against every demon in the playoffs except this one so far. Crazy to see. This is their first ever matchup against each other here in Challengers. But Winthrop have been intercepting it very well. This new Clove pick from Ali, however instinctive it ended up being, it is working so well thus far, especially when Winthrop is able to play from advantage. And with Envy going for the obvious a lot of the time, just trying to diff off of raw mechanics, And Winthrop besting that more often than not so far. They find advantage pretty damn often.
Right, here comes the dimensional drift once again. But like, look at this. Like, they have to clear everything outside of A here, and Ali able to find 2 kills. That is unbelievable. I don't necessarily think that was a collat, but it might as well have been. Both of those outlaw shots finding purchase. Extra with the shotgun, though, moving up.
Knows the salvo drone is close, and no one else has their gun out. Infiltrator has to op shot to save the remainder of the returning Winthrop, and they can hold on to this round. Extra string from Ion to try to grab anything back. Can't find a kill, Inspire and Dink, but no kill for him either. And Winthrop will execute a sweeping clear of A site rather than Envy. It's 5-3.
Winthrop University are looking really good. They're starting to gain that momentum. And honestly, like, the fact that we saw Ali get so much value with that outlaw right as the round started, right as Envy were trying to move in, that's not how you want things to go. It's so difficult right now for Envy to be able to move things up. You see the wall kind of fly in from Kainzera to try and buy some space, you know, mitigate some of that gunfire there. Oh, look at that shot, that's unbelievable.
Is that a headshot?
Mid-air finds Poppin. What a flick. But yeah, like once again, it's so difficult for them to even get anywhere close to the site. But at that point too, like you've already used up so much of your utility to gain the space just to move up a little bit. They still need a little bit more in order to actually get on and get that spike down, something that Envy just simply does not have when it comes to some of these early engagements. Winthrop University are doing a great job at just zoning Envy out of every single site.
They've already done a great job of kind of snuffing out the flame that Inspire's trying to light here on the rubble lurk. Can creep up root just a little bit, but signals that he needs a little more help to control what should be the attacker-heavy space. Nasi gonna go ahead and contribute the Owl Drone to make sure that there's more shots there, and that's a signal for Envy to go, go, go. TP ults in to guarantee Nasi's pick, and Nightfall will get tossed into this as well. Envy full send onto the A site yet again. Clone on top of the TP. Infiltrator misses the op shot, but has room to duck back and try again for this retake as Envy will try to spread thin. Huge haunt that gives Poppin an easy opener across the drop. But Infiltrator has dropped himself, and on top of the recon bolt, he's got a lot of space that is easily cleared for him to walk into with this operator. Moves in Nasi from on high as well, and Infiltrator can go crazy with the overdrive to finalize. Inspire, yet again, the only one remaining, and he's way too far to be able to do anything in time, much less get more than 1 kill on the board. Winthrop University continue to have more than enough to deal with this problem.
It's so fun watching these two styles go up against each other. Envy, so aggressive, just assuming that they were going to be able to find the kill, taking those opportunities, relying on their aim to be able to shut it down. Winthrop University, on the other hand, patient, calm, and collected. When they decide to move back in onto this retake, they do so extremely decisively. It felt extremely coordinated, just playing off the neon space, but they're checking all of their individual spaces. It feels so well thought out and planned on that retake. And once again, it's getting a little bit tougher for Envy to be able to pull things through. Of course, this is Winthrop University's map pick. There's still 3 more rounds left here. Ali going deep. Ali takes Kane down.
Tries to go for the Primi hold here on Mound and will ultimate even to contribute. But Exter already diving in with this TP on the Stinger is able to get him at close range again. So Envy have this C site, at least a decent chunk of it, but no Kainzera to walk it down with. So they'll play for what they can get. Pop in, dodging the sprays, Infiltrator. Oh, no, he doesn't. Flare will find him. I know exactly. Full-fledged 4v3, make it a 4v2 as Moves finds Ion. And Winthrop can spray through smokes too. Neural Theft attempts to give some more leeway, but Winthrop University still comes storming. Inspire, yet again the last one remaining, having to clutch it up. Decent job so far. Cam to re-clear, but Spike's held and so is Inspire. Tech on 7 for Winthrop here on the defense, unstoppable.
Wow, a good move from Nasi there. I have to admit, just goes for the duck around. Okay, Inspire not going to be expecting a third. Catches a perfect timing, able to tuck away nice and clean. But even when you just look at the amount of pressure that Winthrop University are exuding on top of Envy, you understand why this is so difficult. Sure, they get the spike down, but what cost? It's so difficult for them to do so. And then they're not able to set up their post plans. Winthrop University are making sure to keep them in check and keep them accountable every single round. And that's why it's been so difficult for Envy to find these chance moments. Look at that, Inspire, the one who's been carrying the team right now, goes down with a little bit of a whimper through a smoke.
And that's the kind of thing that you would often see Envy go for in LOD. Just spraying through the smoke the second that camera goes up. Such terrific game sense coming from Winthrop. KaneZera, his extension is good. And he'll hold back. It's Exeter's turn to be that long arm of the law. But Moobs has been a tough one to meet so far, and the gun advantage is still permeating. Envy still holding stoic. Winthrop waiting for the exec through these smokes. Moobs makes his move and wins the duel. A lot more pressure on Waterfall now as Ollie walking up with this outlaw by himself. Popping active. Ollie better! And he'll find a free rifle out of this. Winthrop can waltz back onto site and make easy work of the remaining two. This is just looking so abrasively clean from Winthrop thus far.
Man, like, I almost imagine there's like verbal high fives that are going on in Winthrop University's
For sure,
calls.
everyone's fist bumping from beyond the ping.
Yeah, but I'm sure that they're all literally fist bumping at like the same momentum, the same speed, at the exact same time, because that's how some of these retakes are going. Sure, there's a couple of timings there. You see them all get set up outside of the site, and then it's like 3, 2, 1, execute. And then they look like a SWAT squad just walking in onto the site, clearing all of the individual angles, making sure everything gets held. It's so good coming in from Winthrop. I am extremely impressed with how they've been playing this Lotus defense. Once again, just on the defense. Like, it's so coordinated, and they're getting away with so much.
Ollie is going to dodge the kill contract after ducking back. But Kane still has that ult, or that shield going, and will use it to deal with Ollie's hold on that outlaw. Nasi proactive on this Hunter's Fury and does get the tag, forces a second TP out. Moves pressured on this cage as Envy have a loud entry onto the site this time. Moves still finds the kill onto Exeter. They're all set to confirm the positions, and so the Nightfall comes in early. Moves does not care. He kills Ion too. KaneZera finally puts a stop to the rampage, but the creeps from Waterfall and the spawn are too good. KaneZera versus the world on 8 HP. Good peek onto Infiltrator, who will tap the spike. Pressure on for this Ion. Oh, this ISO, excuse me. Ion was already dead. I got too excited, but Winthrop's got 9.
There's a lot to get excited about. A 9-3 half from Winthrop University. And every single time you look at how they play their like retakes, on that C site, it looks textbook. It feels so cleaned up, so well coordinated. They know exactly where they're going. You know 2 people are going to be coming in from Mound. You know someone's going to be coming in from Waterfall. You know 2 people are going to be coming in from their spawn. And they just swarm around. Envy are chasing kills. They're looking for those opportunities. And because of the level of coordination that Winthrop are doing, there's no real opportunity for them to capitalize on some of that Envy magic that we've seen previously, where they can just somehow come up with massive multi-kills going into it. And I really do just have to think, like, it to me comes down to just the level of teamwork and honestly just positioning that Winthrop University have been taking advantage of. So at this point, you know what? This is still Winthrop's map. Maybe if you're a Curse believer, you know how this one could go, but still, we're swapping sides now. Winthrop University on the attack here as Envy are going to defend. Infiltrator going in deep very early and at least is able to gain that space.
And Infiltrator has been much better in these past few rounds, especially at initiating the execs, but in Envy get to start the fight. They get to finish it more often than not. Spike stranded on the mound. His smokes are choked up to give Envy some space, and KaneZera is going to work with it pretty damn well. 3 kills for that ISO here in the pistol.
Boobs left alone. The spike dropped in such an uncomfortable position. At least KaneZera should no longer have a shield. Going to be headshot, headshot, and headshot if Moobs wants to win, but the camera will give the positioning away at bare minimum. So this turns into a hard situation and makes it an even worse one. Moobs still going to try an honest run though, because it is just pistol.
If fully confirmed. It's retagged, in fact. Moobs has got to get rid of this dang camera. Oh, Inspire's walked in. He'll get punished. No more cam. No more wire. No more problem peeking into this. High-low, a little bit awkward. Moves can take advantage of that. Extra holds on, way too close for comfort. But Envy make it work.
And you know what? I did tell people, hey, keep your eye on Moobs. Moobs is pretty good. And especially now that we're seeing this attacking side, I imagine that will be a little bit more of a present thing as these rounds continue to move forwards here. It was a little bit of a fisticuff outside here on Mound. Cainzera, thankfully, because of that shield, able to stay alive in the midst of all of it and find a couple of necessary kills. But once again, just the precision that Moobs moved with made it a definite winnable scenario. Envy, though, still have quite a bit to do if they want to take back this map. They'll have the weapon advantage moving in on this side. Winthrop University, only 3 sheriffs in their hands. Cainzera on the other side of Pop and watching for it. Ali already down.
Oh, Kane's just walking in with the shield. Yeah.
Last player standing.
Still unabashedly themselves, and they'll use it to take this round in spades. Moobs is still alive, though, so anything is possible, really. This guy just always has something else to say. Inspire will shut it down, though, as he did the rest of the C push. And so Envy make it 5. Is it going to be the defensive half where we see them light up? Is this, was the first 12 rounds Cainzera's shooting range?
You know, had to do a warm-up somehow, right? What better place, you know, hit the ground running, on the job, learning experience, all that type of stuff. Cainzera is really starting to heat up now. But also, too, I think these holds that we've seen from Envy are just kind of good. Like, they're just holding it. They've got the better weaponry, know they can play some of the longer angles, make sure that no shenanigans can really happen from Winthrop. You see that they were holding forwards in all these different angles to make sure that they don't give up any space for free. An Infiltrator getting marked very early on does dodge the paranoia, but can't mitigate the pressure.
Yeah, there's just so much of it. Ion and Kane and Poppin just gunning it down. Oh. Get a little too greedy, though, into the lobby. At least they have the spike. But they only have a 3v2 now. Ollie is low, though. Just don't hand a kill over and should be okay. Gonna have to be a dry peek here, so you can keep on cycling those smokes if you're Envy. Now moves you cannot. Oh, you can! Oh, hey! Look at that!
I'll find you.
All right, well, Envy will have to push it now. Or just spray it. Yeah, they're so low. Prowler will spot moves as a smoke fade. What? I'm telling you, if he's still standing, the impossible can happen.
Oh,
a 4-piece in the blink of an eye. I think I literally blinked and then I missed it. I didn't see that.
Unbelievable. Thank goodness we got replays. Shoots there, takes off one, but then Ion and Eggster both walk into the crosshair. Sure, you would argue that Eggster was the one who really was the first person moving forwards. Who could have seen that one coming? But Ion too just walks into the spray down, and it's that pre-fire that just kills everybody. So a very important round for Winthrop University. Envy have to be shaking their heads a little bit here. The kill contract gets activated. Nobody is caught, and Inspire under a lot of pressure right now. Only has a shorty in hand.
Super close quarters. First swing out from Inspire, eventually good, but Nasi can turn onto it a little too early and finds Eggster immediately after, for that matter. Winthrop, staunch clearing of the C site that Cainzera is still standing on. Will push in with the wall as well just to regain that river space with the help of Poppin. They want to fight this now, and Winthrop knows it. Ollie better than anybody. Go for another! And these Winthrop members are just so lit up at the moment. Ion in the 1v3. Spike still attempting to get planted, and it will with the help of Ali. Getting a 3rd kill this round. Explosive from Winthrop.
And I'm so curious to see what Ali's stats are going to be in the end of this game. Sure, Boobs right now is technically at the... Oh, never mind. Hey, look, it just updated. Ali right now is top. I imagine that also, too, has to do something with, like, the ACS score going on here, because technically they are both tied with 19 kills apiece. I know I said shorty, but Inspire did have a rifle in hand. Winthrop University do a good job at just making sure that everything stays honest. They're ready to play off of those trades. Envy are not walking away with multi-kills. And if you watched any of the previous matches, Envy very heavily rely on individuals just kind of fragging out of their minds.
And it won't be Eggster this time around. Poppin trying to open the baby door to go for the double swing. Again, Envy trying to find moments where they can get these jumps. And Winthrop able to slow down that tempo way earlier than Envy would like. Flare locked out of the frat party a little bit longer, but may not want to join it with Infiltrator getting so much pressure on him. In fact, yeah, the rest of Winthrop are going to choose to back out momentarily here. With the baby door broken, they see an opportunity that Envy is not peeking on. In fact, they've smoked it off. Creeping the B, and it's on Kainzera to pick this up with the classic!
What? Oh, that's not good.
Winthrop's got to nip this in the bud. Ali deals with both! That's a way to do it! Who is this guy? He was coaching? Give it to him.
Oh, looking for the ace.
Spectacular. Give me 14 more.
Look at Ali's face. He's not even smiling or anything. Just like, yep, another day in the student office. Once again, I was saying how they were tied for kills, but then after that last round, suddenly Ali up at 24. And yes, originally starting out as the coach on Winthrop University back in January, and then had to make a substitute in, and just was kind of cracked. And yeah, I remember even back then, when Ali joined in, sure, Winthrop University were really, you know, figuring out their steps, figuring out how the synergy was going to work. But right now, it's firing on all cylinders in a very pivotal match. Exeter, though, shuts down 2 right off the bat.
Fight rages on, though, and as it dissipates, Exeter's left alone, and Poppin tries to swing back into it. Again, the personnel advantage is still Winthrop's here in the field. And Moob's making sure that no one creeps up. So we're once again walled out. Kainzera has yet to get less than 18 kills on a singular map this split. If Winthrop win this here, that will change.
Give me a... Where is everyone hiding?
Boobs with that neural theft, confirming the crunch. It's got to be here and now. Envy go for it. Kainzera out with the judge. Going for a second now that he's picked up the Phantom. And he'll rectify that 18 kill record immediately. He's up to it, and Envy's up to 6.
Yeah, good stuff there. And honestly, Envy just had such a good way to start that round, finding so many good kills right off the bat, shutting down Ali, shutting down Infiltrator, 2 very key players. And yet still, it comes down a little bit closer for comfort here. Exeter coming up absolutely clutch. And of course, Kainzera, close range combat. Excellent just paranoia that comes out actually from Ion to make sure that both of those, or one of those players can't see, allow the pickup of the weapon. And it's those little micro plays that we know Envy are going to be good for.
We saw Infiltrator get stopped before with the help of the Haunt, and Poppin is eventually going to do it again, but not before Ion goes down. So no smokes available here for Envy's denial, and so Winthrop will take up this very vulnerable B site because of it, and they will destroy along the way. No one's winning any of their fights, and Exeter's bamboozled by the TP out. Now Irish Fury on top of it. Oh man, Winthrop University make it look so damn easy against Envy of all teams. Lotus is theirs by 7 rounds. And in this opening matchup against this new team, Winthrop proved they can continue to tangle.
With overwhelming fury and might, Winthrop University, clean stuff coming in from them. We talk about all of the individual performances, obviously highlighting the play that was kind of going there, but they were firing on all cylinders. It felt like they were locked into each other's minds. The amount of coordination and utility covering each other's backs, it all looked spectacular going up against Envy. And sure, you know, you look at this map and you're like, well, you know, if it was all really good, then we would expect them to do just that. But at the same time, you're going up against Envy, the team that is known for somehow fragging their way out of a bad situation, map after map after map. And once again, it is playoffs, and Envy beat their first map loss here. So great stuff coming in from Winthrop University. I am like, the Winthrop University stocks are really high right now, Tenrek.
That is the second map that Envy has managed to drop this split, but you know for a fact they're going to continue doing what they do every time they falter, try and fight their way back up. They'll get to do it on their map pick of Haven when we come back after the break.
I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game, and even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
First map in the series between Envy and Winthrop University. The first map to determine who's going on into those upper finals. A good map for both, but once we got into the server, Dan, this was Winthrop University all the way. You never know what to expect in terms of the composition or anything else they're doing, but the only thing that's always consistent is these kids can shoot.
I gotta say, I apologize for questioning the club. I'm really sorry. I was not familiar with Ali's game today. I mean, he's been insane in the club before, but oh my God, he was fragging out, doing so well into that first half. I mean, going into the half with a 9-3 advantage is just everything that you could ask for. And honestly, it was a Winthrop that continues to be impressive. I still remember those days back then, Sierra, when we were saying every time Winthrop University picks Lotus, they lose it. And it was, I mean, it was kind of the narrative for such a long time where they were really good at the map, but sometimes they were just not able to close it out. This time around, even though things got a little bit scary into the second half, they knew exactly what those win conditions had to be when the ultimates came out. And again, the firepower individually for Ali, for Infiltrators to get those openings really helped out.
Yeah, it felt like everyone was lights out on this team. Moves as well, just was such a good anchor here for Winthrop. And I think that for Envy, they had the idea of how they wanted to approach that attacking half, right? And Winthrop, they would be more than happy to give them that space aside from whatever site Moves was looking to anchor, which was usually over towards that C side. And I think we saw a lot of the value out of the Clove pick, utility-wise as well. I imagine that maybe it was even a choice of like not feeling that the Rays would be as impactful, knowing that Kane would be on the ISO. And we saw how that kind of fared in for Penny in that YFP matchup over on Haven, I believe it was. And I think that, like, you look at the retakes on the side of Winthrop, and that was where they really shined in that first half, finding 8 rounds in a row, and then 6 out of the 9 rounds that they win in that first half end up being those retake scenarios where they were, Marks was talking about on the cast, like the swarm retakes from every single choke point, whether it was on that flank over at Mount or Waterfall and CT as well. And the impact that we had, like from smokes that Ali was throwing onto top site, giving those safe areas for the rest of the team to cross in and flood in, it looked clinical on the side of Winthrop. And Envy, I do want to give them the credit of they did try to respond. They do that, they had to like push some of those chokes, but with the way that Winthrop were shooting, they just ended up losing out on a lot of those engagements, even though the idea was there.
And you're talking about Envy having to respond in the attempts there, but I'm even just looking at the first kills and heavily in Envy's favor, despite that. It's in Winthrop University that even when Envy was aggressive, even when Envy is up a man within these fights, Winthrop University able to hold strong at literally any point in the match here, Dan. And I think that was wholeheartedly impressive, especially when you know people are capable of dragging out on the opposing end.
Yeah, it seems like there were a lot of scenarios where Envy was getting the opening pick as well. And it was just not only Kane's here. You see that he gets 3. It's kind of pretty even, getting 3, getting through 2 kind of for everybody. But it's more of that conversion of what happens after, right? They want to play for this fast hit. And then for Winthrop, as Ash was saying, there is a very quick response to make sure that the flood is going to be effective and to make sure that at least that first kill that Envy gets is going to get it traded as soon as possible before there's too much damage into side and they have to play that full retake. So they were really smart in the way that they wanted to play out this map. They were really smart in the way that they were utilizing, for example, that the neon wall to just isolate those duels, going to the flood and just make that effective alongside with the paranoia. So it's just one of those cool things that you'd like to see for Winthrop University. And once again, they're showing us that flexibility when it comes to the compositions, because there's a big difference between going for the Clove and going for the Race.
I was excited to see that potential of the double duelist again coming out from Winthrop University, but this worked out as well. But I want to take the moment then to talk about that switch from Ali and look at a head-to-head between Ali and Infiltrator, because before previously, again, we had seen the Raze and that Neon. Ali switching over to the Clove, though, was still so impactful, and I love the momentum these two are able to have. I mean, of course, the stats on Ali's end here, Dan, are going to be a little bit more, you know, when he's out there getting aces, but still, the momentum of both was huge.
Yeah, getting a few of those openings once again for Infiltrator. One of the conversations that we've had of this guy is really good at opening and also just really, really consistent. So that is exactly what you're seeing with that 200 ACS. For Ali, it was just a pop-off game for him. Honestly, on this Clove, he's had games where he's just not showing up as much, and this was completely the opposite. It's kind of what we need to see more of for Ali as we move into that second map, where it is very likely that if things don't change as they just did on Lotus, they're going to be playing this double duelist, and these two are the ones that are going to be on the double duelist.
Don't get too comfortable with what you know from Winthrop University.
Yeah, you never know, honestly.
It drives me nuts, but it's always so fun. But I love the call out and the comparing and contrasting these two with the expectation we'll get to see that double duelist going on into the next map of the series. And looking at this Haven, which this is going to be Envy's pick within the series, it's not even just the fact that Winthrop University were anticipating this double duelist, but Ash, across the board, if most recent history serves correct, especially if Winthrop don't switch it up, it should be a full-on mirror composition as well. So everything matched, and I think that'll be so much fun.
Yeah, running this Yoru ISO comp that Fnatic founded over in last year it was, and has been widely adapted. It's no surprise that I think most of these teams have leaned into this composition since the Teho nerf as well. And honestly, we're talking a lot about how the Ali's going to be on like the perfect agent if he is back onto that ISO when he's having such like a hot start to this series. But my eyes on Haven are also going to be on both of the IGLs, I think, on the side of Winthrop and Envy, that being Nasi and Poppin, and the amount of value that they're going to be able to find with the information being the solo initiator to gather that info to actually set up both those duelists appropriately, and then also the calling on the map as well. We've talked about how adaptive Nasi is. Poppin has great calls that work well with the aggression out of Envy too, and it does seem that we lean into a little bit of those like mind games with the like the push and pull here, and it's going to be a similar story on Haven because it's such a map control dependent map with how different the rotations are, despite also being a 3-site map like Lotus.
Just looking at what they've done recently in the last time that these two teams played this map, it's a Envy that you expect to be the team that is the most aggressive coming here, especially on the defense, just in the same way that they were doing in Lotus, kind of trying to run it down, trying to get some rounds that way. But they're actually a bit more passive than Winthrop are when it comes to that defensive side and how they want to play it. There's a couple of different approaches that you can have with this double duelist, kind of being able to send one in to kind of run it down and the rest kind of trying to go for that pinch. But it's really cool what Infiltrator is able to do here on the Euro. I feel like it's just one of those pieces that you have to pay attention to because he did so well last time that they played it when they played against Cuber Academy. And I mean, I just remember seeing it from Tenz's POV where they think there's a comeback happening and Infiltrator just running it down in Euro, denying every single chance, denying every single opportunity. And it's a Winthrop that has no fear, especially no fear when it comes to phasing Envy, to phasing this upper bracket. So it's one that you need to pay attention to.
It's going to be so much fun. The first map was already a treat. I'm excited to get into the second one as the agent select is ready. Again, we have chalked this up to this should be a mirror composition coming out if Winthrop doesn't change anything. Whether they stick to that, that is going to be the question. But once we get into it, it does look like across the board, everything is going to be fine and dandy, Ash. So now I'm curious, once we get into the game itself, where the changes happen.
Yeah, I think, again, reiterating just the importance of the IGLs and this for how Winthrop approached Lotus, a lot of it came down to the map control that the double controller did grant them, but it was also thanks to all of the info that Nasi was able to consistently garner outside of A over at Rebel to allow the rest of the team to get the read to stack on the other side of the map. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they manage to repeat that same kind of information game, that same type of dynamic here on Haven, and best Envy potentially at the aggression on the defense.
We talked about the ISO, we talked about the Euro, but something that I want to pay attention to a little bit more of is Moves and Inspire. I want to say these two alongside Bao on the Sentinel are the best Sentinels that we have in challenges right now. It's just the ones that are always so smart in the way that they play, especially Inspire on this map. He always catches people trying to go for those rotations when he's holding down that B side. So pay attention to that and pay attention as well to how Moves is willing to get a little bit more aggressive alongside the rest of Winthrop to get those wins.
Love that call out, especially with the timings that Inspire can have, is crazy. But it's time to see if it's going to be enough for Envy to try and take this into a map 3 in the series, or if it's going to be a Winthrop University take this one 2-0. Let's head to Haven to find out, and back over to your casters. Tenrek, Marks, have fun.
Thanks, Sierra. And it's really easy to, with two teams as absolutely insane as these, and with comps and map knowledge like this on Haven. After Winthrop stomped on their own home turf, the onus is on Envy to do the same here, Marks. Have they had enough time? Have they had enough warm up? Can they win these fights? Can they just get up, man? Can they get up?
You know, on the Lokes, like, this could just be a straight up finals match. Like, I was thinking about it, right? Like, these two teams, Winthrop University and Envy, especially now that Envy, like you said, has had the time to warm themselves up. To me, like, these are two teams that definitely stand out above the rest, in my humble opinion. And so, once again, I'm hoping that we do get potentially that map 3 coming along here, because everything looks so good coming from both of their squads. A lot of questions around that aggression and making sure to take that advantage are going to be asked on this one. Is Winthrop University going to be able to master some of that technique that Envy has honed so well? And already, Infiltrator does get caught out by that trip, but Envy will be able to take the site, and Kane Zera starting us out with the pick.
Yeah, still feeling comfortable on this ISO as always, continuing to frag out, and Eggster will follow up quickly. Gonna now take that primary position here on the link, and he'll actually generate some extra space. Feeling out Ollie's shield a little early. So Winthrop have to make the push now, and Envy know it. Can they stop it? Ion on the drop only gets one. Link exit.
Last player standing.
Will get nothing. Envy can hold the wall down, keep 3 standing for a pistol.
And a great one just to make sure that Envy starting off on the right foot. You know, this is their map pick, so you expect them to be pretty darn good at Haven. Once again, I don't think that there has been a time that any team has taken off Haven from Envy, but at the same time, Winthrop University made sure that that Lotus percentage was not going to be 100% either. So great job to them. If it is one of these teams, I mean, Winthrop University is definitely a strong contender. Losing out that pistol round, that's okay. We're going to be circulating around the site. Inferior weaponry here, but Envy are going to be just kind of storming the front as per usual. That unfiltered aggression once again. Ali just on the other side, but Kane Zera understanding just where they might be coming from.
Knows exactly how active these players want to be this round. Good read on it. Rest of Envy will spread out. You have a lot of information to move, who of course has walked up a little bit himself, but he will only get 1. Infiltrator, the last one left here, does have the Sheriff, but pretty well read by Inspire. Infiltrator will take the long road. Also heard.
Spike planted.
Jumps in. First shot on the Kane's good. Extra next line of defense.
Sorry.
Swipes out.
Portal closed.
Wipes out Infiltrator.
Solid round from Envy. One that was to be expected. If you're watching Valorant at this point, you know how that second round is supposed to go, and it will do just that. Of course, though, Envy going to be buying up weaponry as per seen. We do see Kane Zera investing into that Vandal. And on the other side, this is going to be really the turning point where we should be seeing Winthrop University start to pull stuff out. If you paid attention to that first map as well, it was very similar to how things have been going. They lose the first couple, things are looking a little bit strange, and then the next thing you know, Winthrop University just have a clean sweep. So this is where we start to see them come alive.
Yeah, they started to light up as the map progressed last time they were here with this new composition. Kane Zera, though, on his own rampage, and the raid boss is raid bossing. 3 kills deep into this, no doubt, continuous W key. After the smoke will fade away, and there goes the swing, there goes the kill. Does he get the ace? No, Nasi will put it to an end. But can he deal with the rest? So much more in his way. Kane Zera has already cleared such a good path, and it'll be more than enough to gain Envy their 3rd round.
Yeah, and they're at this point just kind of steamrolling over it. We complimented on that last map just how coordinated Winthrop University looked on some of those raid takes. And this time around, like, maybe it's just the fact that they know they have to play a little bit more aggressive, but it feels like they're just looking for that opportunity, looking for a chance to kind of step in, and it's a little premature at times. You know, we see them go for some of these plays. Flair kind of stepping out a little bit early, trying to find something, moves as well, holding it down, trying to hold the site instead of back out. And as a result of that, Winthrop are giving up their lives, allowing Envy the momentum and space that they need to be able to find some of those picks. So it's going to be a trading of the recon darts. Canes are already so deep in.
Yeah, still just going to push forward on this Vol, but Nasi, again, able to catch it. He was the top frag previously for Winthrop here on this map. An Infiltrator somehow finding that shot on this Yoru. Now the reswing, and Nasi continues to go. Picking up that Vandal now for Winthrop. Remaining 2 here for Envy. Holding down the swing on top of the blind here from Infiltrator. Perfectly swung. Moves, gets another. Poppin stands alone. Couple guns in his face now. He can swing onto one, tries to transfer for the second, and Flair will reset, giving Winthrop a huge thrifty.
Okay, and as soon as I say, hey, what happened to that coordination? We see exactly that. It's like Winthrop University, they understand the aggression that Envy want to be playing with, so let's just set up some traps here. Let's make sure that when they move in here, sure, they're going to spot out somebody, Nasi, and at the back line, Infiltrator is able to watch it. You got the Stinger, go for that close range battle. You know Kane Zera is going to be trying to take that fight right off the bat. But at the same time, Infiltrator watching the cross angle as well. Makes sure that Eggster, another player on Envy who has been fragging out, gets shut down immediately. Great protocol, great watching each other's backs to make sure that Winthrop find that thrifty round. And so rifles will be a guarantee this time around, as once again, it's just going to be setting up, waiting to receive this aggression from Envy.
Full investment from them on this attack site. Into B they go. Flair sprays through the clone, and Moves is here too. Kane's got to do a lot of work here in the pre-plant as this spike gets babysat down, but Winthrop are ready to breach this again and again. Nasi has the bow out, but Ali is the one that comes out on top in the end here on backside. Winthrop University just continue to pummel that attack as it happens. Tremendous interception from them.
I don't mean to make this sound derogatory, but Winthrop University right now are kind of like cockroaches, okay? Hear me out. It's like you spot one and you're like, okay, this is a manageable problem. Envy, they swat it out of the way. But you know what happens if you find a singular cockroach outside? That means that there are so many more waiting in the background, making sure to take you down when you're not expecting it. And that's exactly what Winthrop University are doing. Every single time, Envy, they find a single player and are expecting to just find that kill for free. Hey, we got the kill, let's move on, find the next one. Not the case at all. Somebody from Winthrop are watching.
Ali ready for this dive in on top of the ISO wall, but can't get a kill with it. Moves can, though. Infiltrator continuing to try to press it, but it's all on Moves, who has gotten 3 now, holding down the backside. Flare is now here. The Cavalry's come in time to deal with the push onto site. But are you feeling inspired? He's on one of his classic lurks again. Another classic lurk from Inspire. Spots the spike. It's like a carrot under a trap, and Inspire's a rabbit who's really good at Valorant.
All right, Tedrick, you might be getting a little bit lost in the sauce here, but let's see what Inspire can do, because Moobs is going to be the first person to potentially spot this one out, just keeping watch on that actual spike. But Inspire's hand will be forced here. I don't imagine there's going to be a lot more time. And so they're probably just going to have to plant on this site.
You're going to have to go for this site for sure. Moves is spotted, so Inspire can make a run for it. Is it to another site? Hey, he's going to walk back into link here. Yeah, Flare is ready. Inspire beats it. Reduced to a 1v1 and an Earl theft to confirm that Moves is still posted up at C.
Spike. Tripwire destroyed.
Wire set up on top of one of the angles. Takes the other. Big camera to try and spot him, but Inspire caved up in the backside. Trapwire dealt with. Moves. Searching desperately for this angle. Assumes it's coming from the link because he thinks he's checked all of backside. Inspire waiting for the wrap back, but now Moves his hit spike again and he holds half. Inspire!
You forget.
Gets the clutch for Envy.
An unbelievable flick from Inspire. And on top of that too, you're talking about the desk, like who are the best Sentinel agents here? I mean, Inspire is up there for a good reason. That was a crazy round-winning kill. Just finds a timing here, bides as well, making sure to isolate this individual fight. Moves doing the most alongside Flare, making sure that no one can walk into that C site. And Inspire just single-handedly somehow wins the round for Envy. So Envy find themselves yet again up 4-2. Ali going exploring, does have the kill contract activated, but is alone on this one.
So many on this stack, and it's pushed into immediately. If Kane's Air is here, he's gonna fight. He's gonna push Raw through this Cypher util. They have the clone to do it. And an attempt to find some intel as Winthrop once again fight early. Flare letting go of the garage right as Kane creeps up towards it, and no one's watching it! A moment of miscommunication lets all of Envy frag out and not drop a single player this round.
The cracks are showing. The cracks are showing right now for Winthrop University. Once again, they were traditionally very good at receiving the aggression that Envy were going to be doing there. But you know Kane's is going to continue to press forward. You know these players are just going to be hunting for kills. And if you look away for a second, then Envy are going to be ready to punish you. An excellent job from Envy, just individually isolating their individual players, making sure to secure the kills, and then move on. That's what has carried them through this entire series. Unfortunately, Ali goes in a little bit deep, trying to make magic happen yet again, but doesn't quite find anything. However, there are a lot of people moving in now.
Ali's position is more than known. Eggster on the Dimensional Drift exits and does get the kill, lets the rest of Envy in, and they'll just let the bullets fly. Using a couple of proxy smokes, Winthrop will once again get on early with this gun diff, though. It's pretty easy for Envy to stifle this flame. Moves, as always.
Oh my.
Just keeps you on your toes, but Envy will make it 6.
It's one of those things where you're just like, yeah, okay, I think I know how this round is going to be going. And then suddenly, like, Moobs comes out with a multi-kill, and you're like, hold up a minute. And then you're immediately just locked right back in. And yet still, Envy makes sure to close the door on that push. Right now, Envy, they're starting to heat up quite a bit. This is the Envy that we were expecting from the original Swiss stage. The Envy that had so much promise, that should have made a deep run in the first playoffs. Or sorry, the playoffs split one. They have showed up to play. They've swept aside map number 1 and are looking extremely dominant on Haven thus far.
They're really starting to get a handle on how they can execute this attack consistently, and everyone is looking a little more warmed up. A little more capable of diffing mechanically. Envy, a lot of early util usage here from Spawn to try to goad some util from Winthrop, and it does get out the Owl Drone from Nasi, but the stack is correct. Attempted kill contract early on here to catch a member of Envy, but it misses and still doesn't deter the push, so Winthrop just have to hold dry. Moves an Infiltrator can, though. Hold it down for the longest time. The stack was still always here and ready to fight, so Envy have to immediately change course. Ion with the TP over to C to reset this 2v3.
Keep in mind, the last 2 members alive, Ion and Inspire. You can't count Envy out of this one just quite yet, especially as Ion finds Flare just like that.
Can't bear to. Both having to come from Link. Trapwire set up on the garage. Infiltrator has the blind. Ion's planted on the box. Is it checked? Yes, Moobs turns onto it. Inspire, another clutch in the books. Not this time. Winthrop will end the streak and make it 3.
Look at that, Infiltrator moves 45 and 46 HP. If Inspire found ahead, that was a definite winnable round. But still, teamwork makes the dream work. Winthrop University come alive yet again. 3-6 now. 3 more rounds left in this half. And yeah, we're going to be getting that timeout for Winthrop University. It felt like Envy have been getting away with a little bit too much. You can tell that Winthrop University, when the first execute happens, they come out on top of it. Things are looking good. And then it's just that let up, just a little bit, that allows Envy to just immediately steamroll back over them. Obviously, you want to keep your eyes on KaneZera. Obviously, you want to keep your eyes on Exter. Right now, it's the backline for Envy that I've been just so impressed with to make sure that these clutches can come through.
At the end of the day, it's just come down to the fight. And truthfully, if you're Winthrop University, you might just have to settle for how close these rounds are going to be on the defense. Because truly, I don't think Winthrop University are playing this wrong at all. Their macro reads have been incredible since they've started playing on this map. They've always had a really decent read on where the attack is going and had a great response time to it. Just seems to get a little muffled when it comes to the actual fighting and lose too much scrap along the way. Comes down to these hero moments from these players that are holding the off angles, and you'd much rather have a team that's just completely put together for the interception, the full-blown catch and receive that Winthrop is so known for on this map. But Envy, of course, known on this map for very different reasons, just how dang good they are at killing. KaneZera has 16 in 9 rounds.
If you're wondering if KaneZera is warmed up, I think you've got your answer there.
Maybe a little bit.
And on top of that too, like Ollie, the player who had a monstrous performance on map 1, currently only has 2 kills. Things have not been working out too well. Adaptation though is known on where this is going.
He'll be the first interceptor again, hit by the Paranoia and the Vul. Infiltrator also hit by this too. It'll have to be a triple swing from the boxes, but once again, Exter finds an isolated ISO. And with KaneZera just taking the pot shots, the Hunter's Fury coming through from Poppin', it's just moves left on the backstab to be able to do any real damage for the time being. Flare peeks out of the dissipated smoke and is good for at least 1. But once again, it's Exter shutting it down. Now 3 for the Yoru, and Moves' position is more than found out. It'll get fully stacked on, at least for Sewer. Envy can't lose out on a round like this. Who else but Moves to go for a clutch like it, though? Eye on the watch from the high ground. Moves has so much to clear, and the first shot's taken will confirm the position. Looks like it'll have to be a save here for Moves.
Yeah, looking at the economy for the rest of Winthrop University, Infiltrator and Nasi should be able to buy up, but the rest of them are a little bit strapped for cash. It's tough times in the economy right now, and Well, you got to make sure that you've got your best foot forward if you want to continue to contest this NV super team. That was just a clear extra round. Obviously, like when you think about the Yoru, you're thinking about these creative plays. You're thinking about this backstab, this teleport that came out of nowhere. And yet still this time, it's just extra running down the front line. And of course, KaneZera as well, displacing another member of Winthrop University. And that is so key as well, because you know that Winthrop, they're excellent for that trade. And it's just enough disruption to make sure that this is going to be a secure round. So excellent job from the fraggers coming in on Envy's side. Extra and KaneZera having a pop-off round, which is going to help make sure that this is going to be an Envy-favored map up against Winthrop University.
Whatever Envy are facing, Havoc comes its way. That's how they've always played this map. That's how they want to win this map, to take us to 3, to try to secure their spot in the top 3 here in stage 2 of Challengers. It'd be a far better performance than they got in the previous split already. Gotta show up here though. KaneZera sticking around, help with the owl drone. Ali's gonna let that shield go. Toss out the wall, Infiltrator early off angle, finds the kill. Stopped. KaneZera still planted on the sewer to try to stall, but Envy have the lane.
Yeah, look at this. Flare ready to go with the paranoia as soon as Ali makes the call. This time around, it's not aggression from Envy. It's baiting. It's waiting for Winthrop University to be a little bit too antsy. And so instead, the pivot kind of comes through. We'll be seeing the paranoia as well. Ali then just poking around the corner, but Inspire, the only person left standing. Flare gonna have to go up against everyone.
Huge. How does that catch him? That's just unfair, man. Two players, 2 doors for Winthrop to try to re-breach this B site. That has all been Envy's. Boobs is in. Let him cook. Ion tosses up that smoke.
Oh.
And he'll have to abandon ship again.
Oh, Moobs. Staying alive, 1 rifle available. This is going to get Envy up to 8-3 now. So we get closer and closer towards that half. 1 more round left. And right now, Envy have just been putting on a clinic. It feels like they're just, the fast-paced attack that we're seeing when necessary is what's been really helping them make sure to secure some of these rounds, make it possible. A little bit of probably an error, I would imagine. Poppin tying at the very end there, but thankfully, Ion will have enough money to be able to buy up a rifle. Inspire will as well. But yeah, things are looking a little bit dire for Winthrop University. Not a great economic bank moving into this next one. Thankfully, though, they do have a lot of ultimates to make up for it, and here was that just unfortunate timing on the tag right into the smoke, and an elimination so clear. Dimensional Drift already utilized. Infiltrator just waiting to use one of his own, but instead will go for a swing against Inspire. Has to back out of that engagement.
That Dimensional Drift already breaching him. He knew his days were numbered. Supposed to just duck out. Moobs has moved very deep already into the courtyard here. Could very easily catch Inspire if he's looking the right way. Yeah, he's just gonna hold this lurk. Cypher v Cypher, 2 of the best sentinels in the country. Who wins it? It's Moobs. Winthrop University go for a full-blown retake now, and with the help of the Hunter's Fury down the lane, it's very easy to do so. Infiltrator gets a kill on the Bucky. Just TPing right in, taking over. Now it's about the lane control, and a huge blind gives Exter an easy opening kill. Ion ducking out from the cubby. It's a little tougher for him. It's got to be all on Exter. Another blind gives him a 2nd kill. Recon Bolt to reposition. Exter a 3rd kill, and Moobs can't hold the defuse, but he can hold the peak. Exter felled, and Moobs yet again clutches up for Winthrop University, who will nab 4 for the half.
It's so scrappy. In some of these engagements, you're expecting, okay, the fight's happening over here. The fight's happening all over the place. As soon as they decide to engage, it's just an all-out brawl on that C site. And that will make sure that Winthrop University get 4-8. Moobs, the hero of Winthrop University currently, 15 kills on the long range, is able to shut down Exter, who has definitely been heating up since the last map. And now, let's see how this last one is going to go. Look at this. Moobs being able to find that back lurk was so instrumental in winning this things out.
Hopefully Ali going to be able to play a little bit better here on the attack half as well. Only 2 kills to his name in that first half. Unable to really stop any of the pushes. He was so off in that first line of defense that was just trying to trade out that opening kill, but just could not get it done a majority of the time. We'll already start by using this wall to push in against the opposing ISO, but Ollie already has to retreat. Rest of Winthrop trying to save face, and they will. Huge backyard brawl in the lane to give Winthrop the early advantage here on A.
Yeah, and like, look at that. Throughout all of it, they only lose Infiltrator. It's so good, and honestly, it comes down to just positioning as well as good utility. The Shock Bolt got like all 3 of them, especially on a pistol round. Then it's just a couple of taps, and you're good to go. 2v4 though on this retake.
1 step in, 1 drop down. Timing is never going to be perfect with this smoke active.
Shadows traveling.
Recon Bolt forcing Ion to make himself known. Inspire sprayed through on the trade, and Ollie gets proactive on the smoke to nip it in the bud. Winthrop nab a pistol and immediately make this map plausible for them.
We're swinging right back into that, and look at that. Ollie wants one of those performances that we saw last map, going for the Vandal purchase this time around. Gonna be looking for massive value here. Meanwhile, Envy, I'm curious to see how they're going to be setting up their defense, because I imagine those 3 stacks that we see where they just kind of push out of one of these lanes, that's what I'm imagining we're going to be getting a lot of on this one. They're ready to take the fight, and they're probably going to be very proactive in trying to get some of this utility down. Poppin under a lot of pressure right now, will have to back out of here, as Winthrop University will get a lot of that space for free, while Envy set a trap on mid.
Another early insert, but Kane's Air not looking the right way, and Nasi with the catch on the window. Forces Inspire to go for the refrag, and he'll actually find one. So it is just a 1-for-1 trade that keeps Winthrop locked here in the A lane. Extra watching from on high. We'll get rid of that decoy early as Winthrop steps on. And we'll just try and garner a little bit of time for the rest of Envy to stack up and come through the lobby.
Now this 3-man flank, Infiltrator should be able to catch a lot of this. A lot more ultimate orbs too, I imagine, because you know Envy, they're going to be trying to fight this.
Infiltrator, tough misses. Have to blind himself back in now that he's behind the boxes. Good amount of lane space here, and Extra's revealed himself on high. How have we made this winnable out of nowhere? Extra, another on the classic. He's still causing some antics, and all of a sudden, Nasi stands alone. Envy win back the follow-up in a stunning fashion.
Wow. Didn't see that one coming, to say the very least. That is a crazy round coming in from Envy, and I wonder how much of that is just because Infiltrator, was unable to really hold that flank there. You see Envy be able to get so much space, and then suddenly a blind gets so much value as somehow Extra up top is able to get a kill in the midst of all of it, just with a classic, and then at that point, the floodgates are open from Winthrop. The timing coming in from Envy was perfect for them to be able to take that. And now they've got all the weapons that they need. It's going to be a very disparaged buy from Winthrop University. Infiltrator with that Bucky. Nasi only having just the Stinger in hand. And the Recon Bolt going down should tell where they're going.
Ion's immediately found out. Kane's Air is already here, though. He's got a world of shields to pick from, but not enough bullets in the gun to get the ace. Envy put a quick stop to that entrance, though.
Wow. We talk about these rounds being extremely quick, like they just kind of fly by, and yet another one where that is 100% the case. That is crazy coming in from just holding it down. Kenzera, the left click demon, just flying through, able to find 4 kills, and yeah, exactly like you said, runs out of bullets just at the very end there, making sure to secure the shield, just allowing just enough time for Moops to be able to get that headshot off. And yeah. Still though, excellent round from Envy. You know they're happy with that one. Now hitting double digits. Winthrop University on the back foot. Need to push 5. They want to tie things up. But Envy, meanwhile, they've got their sights set on Ascent. Only need 3 more rounds to do it. Winthrop, though, will have a buy-up.
Take flight. Howl drone early from Poppin once he hears the noise, and Ollie's shield just sprayed through. Extra sprays through the body, too.
Wow.
An Infiltrator tries to pick up the refrag. Immediate fail. Flare all the way behind. Poppin just sprays through. Envy go fishing and catch 3 big uns. Now planted completely on this A site. It's all but over. Nasi will catch Poppin, but Ion has the close angle for 1 and for 2. Another quick stop.
Yeah, and the Envy train, it doesn't seem like it's slowing down at this point. Got so much momentum. Kane Zera as well now has this kill contract online. Get to see a nice little highlight round from Ion. Make sure that this is still such a winnable round, but it's these sprays through the smokes and mispositionings coming in from Winthrop University. It's like these little gaps just allow Envy to just make their way in and find nice and easy kills. These rounds are over so quickly and it's so decisive from Envy thus far. Really looking to potentially get that map number 3. It's looking more and more likely now.
Exter yet again. Catching moves on the lurk this time. That's major. Oh, and Inspire. Lucy's Ali too. It's just down to the B push. Process of elimination. That's what Envy's going through right now. Just one more to get this round, and Kane Zera, who else? He saw Exter was only 1 kill behind him, and he was like, let me just fix that real quick.
Now a stats player, especially too when you're winning by a little bit more of a dominant score line here. Envy now need just 1. It's looking very doable for them. This will be Winthrop University's buy up here. They've got 3 ultimates online, but these last couple of rounds just kind of come down to them peeking and immediately getting caught off guard. Envy able to secure some of these kills very early on, making it so that Winthrop University have to struggle every single time they want to make their way into any of these sites. If I'm Winthrop right now, I'm just looking for a fast on hit. Make sure to clear those corners, play some fundamental good Valorant. Make sure to cut down the members of Envy.
Yeah, don't give them any time to respond or start the fight themselves. Dimensional Drift from Infiltrator is going to confirm exactly how many people are on this C site. The answer is now none after Inspire has left it. But he's going to re-enter it as this spike will go down. Oh no, moves actually catches Extra. There's Inspire's entry, and he's good for 2. Hunter's Fury down the link, though, to regain that control. There's a 2-man creep up on top of the Neural Theft, though. Winthrop is also going to be ready for that. Owl Drone is early from Poppin. Moves is crept all the way up to him, too. And Winthrop are the ones to meet all of these fights early. Take them all down. Kane Zera attempted clutch to try to make this an easy 13-5. And Nasi, again, huge shutdown from him. So Winthrop will live another round.
And that just came down to moves, if I'm being honest with you. It's like Envy they know exactly where they need to execute, and they just can't wait to get there, right? Because you know that they're going to be shooting good. You know they're going to execute. They're like excited puppies to just run in and run over Winthrop University. But it's in that excitement that they let moves kind of sneak all the way into the back line here. And that's when moves get so much value, and it really just narrows down the pathways that the retake could be coming from to one specific location, and that's from your spawn. So a great job from Winthrop University mitigating some of that damage. They still got a long road ahead of them. They have to push 6 more rounds to tie things up. And a kill contract comes in first. It's going to be Poppin, getting scoped out here and somehow wins the duel against Ali.
And Kane Zera also shutting down the push that comes after the fact to try to, once again, gain that control back. The only control really gained is, again, from moves. No doubt one of the best Haven players in North America at the moment. So consistent on this Cypher. Can he save another round for Winthrop? As the rest of the stack waits to see if anybody creeps up the flank.
If this is going to be a winnable round for Winthrop University, it's going to have to be on the back of moves. So far forwards, excellent positioning here. Has the real potential to catch the members of Envy off guard. Plant comes through now.
Hunter's Fury released. Kane Zera pushing on top of it, and he'll win the fight against moves with the help of the shield. Hunter's Fury attacks on a Nasi too, and that'll be a guarantee. Is it flawless? It is from Envy. 13-6 the other way, and we will be going to map 3 for the umpteenth time for Winthrop University, and for just the second for Envy this split.
One of those moments where you're like, okay, if these guys were still rankers, they would just run it down because they're like, there's no way that we can lose this one. And instead, they just hang back. They understand they've got the ultimate advantage. They know exactly how to play off of it, deny any of that plant, thanks to the Hunter's Fury, and on top of that, to activate the kill contract when you know at this point there's not going to be that many people around. Just once again, Envy looking for the little cracks that were forming in Winthrop University and then immediately executing them on them. Eggster and Kainzura had a crazy map, but of course as well Inspire doing an excellent job at making sure that even when things got a little bit out of hand, they were able to pull Envy back into it, allowing them to win out that map.
Yeah, cracks of their own, but the dam hasn't burst just yet. We'll see if that reverse comeback goes the other way for Winthrop University when we head to Ascent after the break.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kainzura on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
And a third match in this series is on the books as Envy look to correct the wrongs on the very first map, flip the script, and take down Haven 13-6. Dan, what a turnaround. I mean, we know that both teams are very capable of this. There's a reason they're at this point in the playoffs. But Envy, they hit the ground running for the second map, and they didn't really let up.
Absolutely. What a turnaround from that first map, and the way that they started so strong for Envy. It seems like they could really just do no wrong into this map. It's starting early on with Kane Sarah popping off, getting so many opening kills as well. And then on top of that, you had a really good read into what the defensive side of Winthrop were doing, right? So many rounds where Moobs was getting some kills, lurking, going behind them, and getting 1 and 2. But after that, it became a lot more predictable, and it was an Envy that was comfortable kind of waiting around, waiting for that swing to come through into the A side and ending up on B a lot of the time. So very smart for them as they adapt on the fly into this map, but they just get so many rounds as well. We know that the strongest side for Winthrop University has always been the defense. We talked about how aggressive they like to play it, and Moobs was kind of doing that, but the rest of the squad was really struggling, and they had some cool ideas around there, right? It was a Paranoia trying to swing from short. It was Moobs trying to get a timing as well, but it was just not enough to make this work out.
No, Envy were so prepared for the aggression that Dan's talking about there, right? And I think it also gets hard because, not to call Ali out, but the expectation, I think, from map 1 heading into map 2, knowing that he was going to be on that ISO, you have to be fragging to find the most value, and it was a very difficult game for him. Granted, I think that Envy definitely had a lot of focus in trying to take him out, not allowing any of those fights to be comfortable for him, but that's just kind of just like what's difficult about this, right? Is Envy really just had like a very pop-off performance across the board. All cylinders were firing there, and they had so much success on those post plants as well, starting off like 8 and 10. Being on that attacking side first was so comfortable for Envy, and they're this team that continues to push forward, right? They're not going to allow it to be comfortable for Winthrop to try and go for those retakes. They're always going to contest those choke points and play that post plant very aggressively, so that Winthrop can't even really get the opportunity to set up to try and break back into those sites.
And looking at the individual player performance as well, we did get to see on the side of Winthrop University a Moobs that was trying his best to put a stop to this Envy squad. But I think it's really difficult when, Ash, across the board, you're looking at Envy and the performance they're putting up, and one Cypher can't do it all.
No, they definitely can't. And that was such a big part of the conversation that Dan wanted to talk about as well, like with the two Cypher players, right? Knowing that both of them have very different play styles here on Haven. And Inspire, we shouted out like how often we had to keep an eye out for those lurking positions from him, which we found so much value. That helped a lot with the calling, the mid-rounding for Envy to make those adjustments and go for those rotations for the hit.
It's really unfortunate. We oftentimes see Moobs on this map kind of popping off. This is just one of his maps where he's really comfortable on the Cypher. He just has a really good understanding of the timings for the other team, especially when the other team is Envy and they're playing this specific composition that is the same as Winthrop University. But I think it relies a little bit more on, yeah, Moobs is trying to find that, but at the same time, you do need Ali, for example, to be having at least an okay performance. And it's just not something that we like calling out very often, but with the ISO, you do need to, not only just because it helps out the team when you're at least being able to trade the rest of your teammates, but on top of that, you want to get those ultimates because that's a Winthrop style. They want to get those ultimates as everybody's pushing into site to either get the kill with the ultimate, with the ISO ult, or they're going to kill him as it's going to be Ali losing that fight. So they were not really able to play that as much, and they already had such a big disadvantage coming into the first half. I want to see how things are able to turn around for this map of Ascent, because we already saw kind of the potential for those individuals, both in Envy and Winthrop, and it's a map that we don't really know what to expect.
And going into the map 3, I love that you call out not necessarily know what to expect coming out from the side of Winthrop University. When we're looking at the patch, we're looking at the changes, everything else. We've seen strength from Winthrop University before, but what is that composition going to look like on the opposing end of things? Envy, again, they do what they want. They probably aren't going to change anything up. And Ash, last time we got to see that double duelist with Kane Zara instead going on the Jet, Kane and Eggster were popping off. They both had a really strong performance. So they whoa. But yeah, I mean, that's dangerous. Then the momentum from Haven, if they continue that forward, is Winthrop in trouble?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And both these teams tend to be like so momentum heavy, I think, when it comes down to that. Even like similar to the conversation that I feel like we had with Burger Boys and Procto, even talking about how that team likes to heat up. But it's a similar story for both these squads with how good they are just mechanically, right? And just being able to like amp up the energy in the call as well. Of course, not wanting it to get like a little bit too overwhelming. Sometimes those comms can get a little bit chaotic, but heading into the Ascent pick, I think that with that double duelist, we're going to expect to see Kane like setting up on really aggressive like operator angles. And then for the side of Winthrop, I'm curious to see if they are going to lean back into the double duelist that we've seen them pulling out and throwing maybe even Ali like back onto the ISO. Wouldn't be something that I'm too mad about, considering they would be looking to deny like the sight lines for the operator. But I don't know. I feel like they might pull out something really funky, to be honest.
There's a few possibilities here. I'm thinking, I don't think I've ever seen it for Winthrop, but maybe a double sentinel would be a good idea, knowing that they're going to be starting on that defensive side. It just, I mean, this map of Haven, their defense was so good previously, and they were really struggling this time around. So for Ascent, it has to be good because, I mean, guess who also has a really good defense on Ascent is Envy. Somehow, every time they start on the attacking side, they were kind of struggling a little bit, but when it comes to defense, they know exactly how to play with this double duelist, as they do in a lot of the maps. But I think specifically with this Jet, it really helps them up and sets them up for success with the operator. So I have my questions here for Winthrop. I wouldn't mind a double sentinel composition. I think that's the best win condition that they have right now to kind of deny all that space, all the timing that Envy on the other side want to get early on.
Well, I can get an answer for your question pretty quick here, Dan, because the agent select is ready. So we get to figure out what Winthrop University has up their sleeve. If they are going to go more for that aggression, double duelist, we are seeing a double sentinel or anything else. You never know when it comes to Winthrop University, but getting down to it, this looks like a lot of just Ascent classic good stuff. This is just, Dan, good classic Valorant composition.
Yeah, I mean, the only change that they do is that they go from Flare playing the Tejo, that was kind of the meta and everybody was playing it, to going back to the classic, to the old KO.
Yeah, bread and butter. Nothing too surprising, nothing too like crazy. I really wanted them to pull out something wacky for Ascent just to try and catch us off guard, but I think that it does make sense for them to lean into this bread and butter composition here. It's comfortable. You don't really have to do like too much extra cooking. Having that KO lock in there for Flare, as you would have to do if maybe they were running like a double sentinel setup, where we know that this team doesn't scrim, right? So it's a little bit harder, I think, to pull something out like that if you haven't had conversations about like maybe the setups that you want to have on defense first.
Hey, at this point, everyone's trying to re-break Ascent, so maybe the good old classic Ascent comp is the something wacky nowadays. And I'm curious to see how this is going to fare up against an Envy that, yet again, when you have that aggression, you have that double duelist, how exactly this is going to be faring. And for Winthrop University, for a team that doesn't scrim, if they're maybe, Dan, used to this aggression from Envy and can kind of expect it, because I know they don't put that practice in, but still, Envy, they've been running the same thing this entire time.
Something that I know for sure is that some of those collegiate teams that they play against, they're kind of crazy. They do like to run it down very similar to Envy's style. So they have that experience, and I think we mentioned it for a little bit for Winthrop University. They've been playing like this for now a few years, both in LAN and online, for both in collegiate and also in challengers. And so you see the way that they know how to adapt against different teams, but it does seem to me like if they're not able to grab some momentum early on, especially on the defensive side, I mean, things are going to end up snowballing for Envy. They're going to be able to close it out. This is why Envy is so overwhelming. We've seen it in so many different games against so many different teams. It just, they start to get 2-3 rounds and it's impossible to stop them. And Winthrop have been good at making comebacks happen, have been good at taking series to overtime. But this is an Envy that is just not going to give you that space at all. They're going to get even more overwhelming and even harder to predict.
At least when I look back at the series and I look back at this Lotus, you're right in everything you're saying, but Winthrop University really got to push and test them there. And it was an Envy that kind of were given a dose of their own medicine. They're up against a Winthrop University that could do no wrong and was in their face, right? I love to see these two teams face off and in this upper semifinals. with all those little nuances, the opportunity for anyone to pop off at any reason, I just think has been so exciting. And Ash, the fact we get a map 3 is the biggest treat of all. But it's ready now, so we can go ahead and head into the server. The Collegiate Kings of Winthrop University going up against the ranked Demons of Envy. Map 3 is ready, so your casters. Let's go to Tenric and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. One of these teams is going to walk out of this map no longer undefeated for the split on it, and they're going to keep on walking straight on down to the lower bracket. Marks, we've seen a 13-6 go both ways coming here on Ascent. Both these teams, no doubt, must be as warm as they need to be at this point. The question is simply, who is better?
It's so hard to predict at this point. Like, you know, with the whole Taeho nerf, you know, all the teams, we have to rethink our strategy. And Envy simply just do not. Actually, they've been rocking with this composition. Who's that Taeho guy? Never heard of him. Never brought him onto the team. And so this, to me, for me, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Envy here, because I think that because there's no real change up of how they want to run things, they've got a very strong idea on how to run the map with their composition. And sure, you know, KO coming in instead of Taeho. You can see how I can get that confused.
Yeah, it's a tongue
that
twister.
does introduce a couple of differences. It's still a little bit unpracticed when it comes to Winthrop University. And once again, it's those little cracks that Envy are ready to jump on. And so Ali already getting a lot of pressure here. We'll be able to back out though.
First shot's taken by Flare outside of Tree. Infiltrator as well on the Sheriff. Both of them will each get one. And Envy fully walled out on this first defensive stack. Yet again, Winthrop University, tremendous job on the macro reads, understanding exactly where Envy is going to end up. Already, you see moves fully preparing for this stack to migrate to B, which Envy is not committed to yet. But I couldn't agree more that more eyes are on them as the favorites this map, because not only do they have nothing to change, but they have all that momentum coming in from map 2. So starting off this pistol round would be fantastic. Great knife, though, from Flare to, again, keep Envy here and keep Winthrop without a need to guess. Flare a proper trade. Zera is still at full HP and will finally retreat. Poppin will run into this trap wire, give himself back away to Moves, who has the hold for one, but Zera can clip him and ship himself all the way over back to B site. Moves quickly pops him, though, just in time to grab him before the spike can fall, and Winthrop will win the pistol.
Who else but Moobs? I feel like I've been just a broken record at this point with Moobs just somehow finding so much value. A pixel angle, clicks immediately, and then shuts down Zera as well, who's just running in onto the site with, yet again, just a pixel shot. Excellent stuff coming through, but this is what I wanted to see a little bit more of on Haven. The coordination of utility, the denial of space, the wrench being tossed into the engagement that Envy are pushing for. I think that now that they've gone off that double duelist, they've gone on for a little bit more stall tactics, things could be good, because, you know, although we talk about a little bit of uncoordination, this is what the university we're talking about, and when things are working together, it's like a well-oiled machine.
Truly efficient when this team has it all put together, and Moves has the gun to be able to spray down, but Exter, as always, a little far forward, able to grab the first pick and some space for Envy. They've taken the site, and Exter sprays through the smoke onto Flare. They've got all the presence they need, and Poppin now has a stinger. And try playing the close range, goes for the fake spike drop for the first go around, and will actually field in Moves enough to grab some recon, or some shock dart damage onto him. Winthrop will walk into this super scathed. Ali full, though, in front of the majority of this fight, and another smoke in the tank. Able to enable Moves' swing at a moment's notice, but Exter is going to check that for that very reason. Even more pressure on him. Paranoia tossed in by Ion just to continue pressuring that, as Ali has now made his way over to the lane to help support that push that is clearly getting more attention, and it's working. One down, Poppin gone. Remainder in Boathouse, still not with the great guns as well, but Exter just tossing bullets right onto the spike. Moobs can spray down on low health, though, and Ion can clean up and steal the bonus away for Envy.
Wow.
Or the follow-up, rather.
That is just one of those moments where, like, Envy just fly in onto site. They just take it so close range quarters. it's so confusing if you are Winthrop University, and that's when they get foiled in just a second. And so as a result of that, Envy walk away with a round. I mean, look at this. They're just kind of flying through, moves at least able to get one, but that is just this overwhelming pressure. caneZero holding so close, Stinger in hand, spraying through all the smokes, finding a couple of lucky shots in. That enables Envy to be able to snatch that round away. Now caneZero does have that outlaw. The rest of the members' rifles, the sides popping. And yeah, this is looking like Envy are ready to play, and you can see that they are itching to just move their way up. A 5-man push up onto B.
They're already impatient enough for them to be playing this side of Ascent to start. Makes them beg for a fight. Some free swinging and spraying from Inspire inside his own cyber cage. Ingenious attempt to try and find an early pick. They'll find some early chip that Extra can finish off with that Phantom. Rest of Envy, easy entry, and nobody from Winthrop's getting a damn thing this round. caneZero will make sure of that on this outlaw in the back line. Oh, Ali spoke too soon, finds Inspire, but caneZero quickly wraps that up. 4 stay alive, Envy's up to 2.
Yeah, and you can see that Envy are feeling it. They're getting into their groove right now. These are such decisive matches. I mean, even when you look at how you want to play around this, Extra on that Yoryu getting so far in deep just allows that TP to happen, take over the space. caneZero just flies in, and they're just finding all the kills necessary. Winthrop don't necessarily have a response plan in these last couple of rounds. And, you know, this is just one of those moments where caneZero just pushes up so aggressively, catching Winthrop University off guard. And once again, like we saw in Haven, when you underestimate how aggressive Envy are going to be, that's when they take even more space and are able to find even more kills. So I need to see Winthrop University adapting to that and making sure it gets shut down if they want to mitigate some of this damage. And honestly, just momentum that Envy are really starting to pick up here.
Now, can they roll it into the round where Winthrop have fully bought up? Big hold on mid at the moment. Envy have completely released their presence from there. Extra, who has managed to farm up this dimensional drift, is going to utilize it to fully take over the B site. And an attempted angle taken by Moobs, but he'll duck back from it, understanding the danger of the situation and how heavy the market presence is from Winthrop, so they can apply that pressure to this entire site. Grab it, Inspire in the process. Winthrop are already pretty well spread, and the knife does strike Ion, so Envy can't cycle smokes just yet. Winthrop can make a little bit of space, generate a little bit of extra power, but now that smoke coming through, and Nasi on the recon makes this a 4v4. Envy wasting a great amount of time at the moment. Winthrop have got to make this breach work, and Flare just spraying through until caneZero shoots through that push. And it's a lot of spoken words coming through the smokes at the moment. Infiltrator on the upshot, though. caneZero's got to clutch up on the shorty and almost nabs the right shot to be able to do it. But Winthrop will have enough time, will have enough players, will have enough guns to make it work.
I was just about to say, I think that is so interesting that, you know, we're going to send Ali to be the one who diffuses, and Infiltrator plays Vanguard with an operator in his hands. Like, that is a choice right there. Ali had a bit of a faster firing weapon, and you're going up against caneZero. And yet still, caneZero happens to just jump right in front of the barrel in the midst of that smoke. So Infiltrator just has to left click. The rest was history. Winthrop University, they get yet another round, keep the operator alive, keep an Odin alive as well. Being that Envy here are the ones with a little bit less weaponry. Like you said, things are looking okay for them. Very interesting. caneZero not going to be going for the knives here. Leaving Poppin down to a sheriff. Something. Teamwork makes the dream work. Not quite this time. As, you know what? Poppin hasn't necessarily had the best game so far. And so I imagine that this is just, let's just keep it in the hands of Kane because it's working out well.
No command for the denial, and everybody from Envy is without their kits.
Down A.
Easy clear of the board. And caneZero has got to do everything, can't do a thing. Beautiful defense from Winthrop University. A flawless round that'll set them up for the remainder of the half.
Once again, just good crosses being set up there. And sure, like, Flare has the null command, and that disables a lot of that entry power that Envy are really looking for. But at the same time, like, it's just classic Envy. They're going to be going in. They're going to be swinging on you no matter what you throw in front of them. And they do just that, walking into an excellent crossfire being set up from tree, from door. And Winthrop University just make sure that they can't get a single inch with plenty of time to also bring Flare back, meaning that that is yet another weapon that they're able to hold on to. Now the Bladestorm is going to be activated here. It's going to be a spread out attack onto B this time. KaneZera not able to secure the kill.
But able to get a lot of space, enough for Inspire to grab that first blood, and he's just going to give himself into this back line to sort out where Nasi is. Almost gets the kill onto him, too. He's down to 46 HP. But the rest of Winthrop is already here, and they can go for their pinches. Poppin will finally take care of the rest of Nasi's health pool, but the rest of Envy isn't able to really come up with anything else. This gun diff starting to show its hand. Poppin, only with that Stinger and Hunter's Fury in tow, is getting chased down by the firing from the market, and Winthrop can hold it down again.
And I gotta say, I feel like out of the two sites, Winthrop University's defense is a little bit more lacking on that B site. Envy are having a much easier time making their way in onto that site. And sure, things were looking a little bit dicey for Envy that time, but keep in mind that the gun difference should have made it an open and shut place for Winthrop University. But look at how much space they're able to gain just in the midst of just throwing their bodies in and trying to take those fights. Was it a little bit over aggressive that round? Absolutely. But imagine if it was just a little bit more coordinated there. I think that Envy could have definitely steamrolled over Winthrop. As a matter of fact, the only times they've gotten that spike down has been on that B site. And as such, they're going to be exploring it yet again.
Yeah, this is definitely where they need to continue conditioning the press. Force Winthrop to allocate a lot of resources towards it, including all of Moves' kit. He's going to use a lot of it pretty early, actually, get a bullet on him, too. He's going to go for the invade on top of this, but yeah, Inspire's just going to spray it down. It's just taking care of business. Infiltrator attempts to entry on the op shot, and he'll just have to settle for Inspire walking into him. And Envy now have to spread quite thin on the site. Nasi still holding it down with this Odin and loses his fight, so does Flare. And Envy reduce things back to the individuality, take the personnel advantage back. Infiltrator still looking for something with this operator before switching back up to the Vandal. Relocation from Ion is immense as well with the TP, making sure nobody's holding it down. Winthrop's already too far forward on this. Infiltrator opening frag. And waiting for Ali to make his move, jump in from both, and they both fall. It's Envy's round.
Yeah, just the sound cues giving away the positioning of where Winthrop University are going to be making that retake happen. A very close call, almost pulled that one back, but it's all good. At least Envy weren't able to scoop up that operator as well. Infiltrator more than enough money right now to buy yet another one. We're seeing an Odin in the hands of Nasi as well. Keep in mind, a lot of these cardboard walls have been patched up. If you've been out of Valorant for a little while,
all right,
and can't just spray through the walls anymore with the Odin and get a bunch of kills. But still, Envy, not the best buy coming in here. Egster only having a judge. We have seen this Yoru get into the back line and find some disgusting stuff, but Infiltrator going in deep right off the bat.
Oh, Infiltrator does go for the dry swing and does get away with one, but it's quickly stopped. Nasi has a great read on knowing Envy is going to try and push on top of that, and so he's able to grab a second by just spraying through. And Envy's already here on A and has been searching for that peak. Ali gives it away, but KaneZera can't finalize, and Ali controls the site. Ion in the Ditto, and can win against Flare too. Flipping around back on its head, has the spike in hand, and a little bit of time left to be able to get this spike down. Hop in, can't win. Nasi just transfers to take care of it all himself. Silly way to end the round, but it's Winthrop's nonetheless.
You can see, like, Nasi, too, was just like, wait, I got a second kill there? What happened? Was like, oh, like, hopping backwards, and then like, oh, I got the kill. Okay, I guess I can go in and defuse now. What? That is craziness coming in, but now Winthrop University, once again, secure the lead by 2 rounds here. Moves able to pick up the operator as well. Mitigate a lot of that expensive damage that was done here. And now, this is Envy struggling to make something happen. It feels like when they do have that successful attack, they really just have to force the issue. They have to just run in there and hope for the best. Sure, there is a little bit of utility coordination, but honestly, it is the pure positioning of that squad that seems to just help them make sure that they secure their frags. They always feel like they're going into the right place at the right time. But the difference is that Winthrop University, when they're expecting some of those moments, you see that they're ready to stall them out, ready to stun them up, ready to hold these awkward angles and punish any of that unprecedented aggression. And we're not seeing Envy really change anything in their strategy book to try and cancel that out.
Winthrop has this hellish knack of being able to slow down fights that they know are about to happen, and Envy are the perfect prey for a playstyle like that. Once again, Moobs is here for the intercept. Moobs grabs a free kill. Moobs has a tag with the cam too to continue scaring the pants off of Envy as they force-buy their way into this round with everything they've got. Get the spike down. Nasi, preventative Hunter's Fury. Egster gets active. Egster gets a kill. And Envy continue to try to hold down on solely the site. Pop in another attempt at the tap plant to try to goad another member of Winthrop forward. This time it'll be Nasi making his way up Heaven. Nobody peeks him. Ollie peeks in, finds Egster as the members of Envy creep below Heaven. That Nasi still controls. Jump up for the intel, pop in, revealing himself, and Nasi gonna take advantage. Inspire with the pinch from the door, that's one. It's on Ion to get two with the Stinger no less. Has a smoke to dance around, but not much more. Winthrop runs up, gives both of them away. Camera does not give him away, but Moobs has more than enough time to control the threat. And it's 6-3 now for the defense.
Once again, like, I just like the way that Winthrop University want to play this retake coming into it. They're coming in from all of these different angles. Sure, they're experiencing a little pressure on one side, but that's okay because the cavalry is moving in on yet another. And it's the coordination that really, to me, is what is clashing up really well against the Envy positioning when they're able to just take that space for free and get something going there. I'm not too sure, if I'm being honest, what Poppin was necessarily deciding there. Showcasing the head, hopping up, should have been able to also spot out somebody still, but then decided to go for that utility. Maybe assumed that someone else from Envy was watching Heaven to make sure that they weren't able to go through, but that just guaranteed a free kill, making it an easy Winthrop University round. So now, do get a little bit of a timeout here. While everyone's cooling off their heads a little bit. We're getting closer and closer towards the end of this match. Only 3 rounds before we move into that second half. And once again, only one of these teams will be able to advance to the winner finals.
Of course, with that double duelist comp, there's really no telling what Envy is capable of on either side of this map. But on that defense, they look to try to have as stalwart an attack plan as Winthrop by just winning the fights. Winthrop continues to have such a handle on the playbook on both sides of the field, utilizing it to their full advantage, and with all of that information, letting their players run rampant with that advantage. Looks like they have the read again here as Envy is stacked up on the B site. Committal as ever.
Who's next?
In comes Egster. It'll be a very quick clear that Ollie is able to dance through on top of the smoke. Envy still looking for the space gain, but again, Winthrop is here. Infiltrator is here with the blades. Altitude kill as Poppin tries to circumvent, but he's swarmed and bladed. Winthrop, yet again, cut into this Envy attack like it's butter.
And that too was the dimensional drift coming out. Egster trying to get a little bit of space. And to be fair, Egster with the Yoru ultimate has gotten immense value previously. And I'm gonna chalk this up to just being a little bit unfortunate timing because as soon as the clone goes out, immediately gets shot down. So the flash goes off immediately and then you see that Envy hesitate just for a second, allowing just enough time for the rest of Winthrop University to get themselves set up and ready to go. We see the updraft come through, Infiltrator dicing through them with those knives. And that one has to be a little bit of a tilter here as Ollie's still going fishing, able to find Inspire in the midst of all of that. So Envy, they back up a little bit, not as confident as they have been previous rounds.
Nasi holding back on top of the operator from Infiltrator yet again. A lot has to be sacrificed in order to push on to that, and it's enough for the rest of Winthrop to do all the work they need. Poppin yet again left alone. One down for him. Infiltrator outside the market, and Poppin knows it. Does he decide to peek it? Yes, he does, and Ollie grabs the kill. Commanding takeover from Winthrop, able to pinch any of the attack lineups that Envy go for.
It's just so clean coming in from Winthrop. Like, we're going back to what we really praised Winthrop University for in being able to make sure they trade so effectively. And every single time, like, Envy's strategy is really just to go in there and bulldoze thanks to kills. But if someone from Winthrop immediately follows up behind, they're able to make sure that that trade is effective and might find another because NV are just simply not expecting it. And so now we've got this score line. 1 round left, and Ali again finds one right off the bat.
Unbelievable. An Infiltrator again on the peak. Envy are gonna try the same thing again and make it work. Poppin does get the spray through to smoke onto Ali. Gamba shot from Infiltrator, potentially in the books. No, they'll back out. Hand this site back over as the mill command times out. Now the Hunter's Fury to follow up from Envy. Poppin, searching, looking, hunting for anything, and can't tag. But Spire sprays through, makes it work again. Paranoia will time out, and Envy get onto site. Here. Now the crunch back from moves, market unchecked. Ion trying to watch the backside. 3v2 as the recon dart gives him away. Infiltrator clips Inspire to a crisp. And they're both on 10 HP. Infiltrator's just trying to do it again. The 3-man walk-up from Winthrop University, it's a guarantee. A 9-3 half is what Winthrop have to work with to try to net themselves this match point and a top 3 placement here in stage 2.
An excellent half coming in from Winthrop University. And I don't know if this conversation has ever been started about Envy being a very heavily momentum-based team, but I think that's simply just because usually when they start to heat up, they don't stop. And that's the reason why they've only won thus far, because they've never really faced a team that has been able to foil them as much as Winthrop University is really doing right now. And so once that momentum gets going, it never really stops. But this time around, like, Envy started things out so confident, so in control. And you can almost feel the nerves starting to get to them a little bit more. They're just kind of like forcing the issue. Like you said, doing the exact same thing, trying to get a different result. And once you get to that point, especially in Valorant, things are not looking that good. So 9-3 in the half. We're swapping over now. Envy are going to be on the defense. Well, there's going to be a little bit of a mid-crunch coming in from Winthrop University. Eyes on the prize right now. Potentially shutting down Envy, who is undefeated in that Swiss stage.
Ainzera trying to stop this full-blown push, and a great shot onto Ali to start it off. Still a lot of presence here. But Envy still don't have all the guarantees of where these steps are. Ainzera steps out again. Flare wins the duel. And it's another mid-fight. Envy will go for it again. Infiltrator will fall next. And Winthrop, do they keep re-upping this? Flare is now alone, so likely not. All the meanwhile, Moobs has gone for his lurk up B main. Nasi his up tree, but only the ladder will come up okay. And Ion has a lot of control over this site he can play with. Flare will close that door onto the tree. Smoke cleared away. Nazi the drop down. Ion the control. The kill. And now the run up on top of the Paranoia to finalize it himself. Envy take back the pistol in what is a long road back to winning map 3.
And I feel like Ion in those moments where he's alone on one of these sites or in these weird clutch scenarios has a little bit of time to maneuver around, take a bit of space. Ion's come out on top multiple times. An excellent start here from Ainzera, just finding that headshot, immediately getting out here. Extra with a quick classic kill as well. But honestly, that was just Nasi keeping this one yet alive again. But nothing you could do at that point, because the rest of Envy were going to be swarming in onto sites, tasting the blood in the water. And now, Winthrop University on the back heel. You know Envy are probably going to be getting aggressive yet again. Exter immediately taking Nasi out. His Infiltrator goes up top here, flying in, is at least able to get one, but Ion's ready for that trade.
Fun idea from Infiltrator, but it's simply not fast enough. The gun diff, too powerful. Ainzera gonna try and shut it down here, and he can't. Double swing too strong. Ali too strong. Yeah, give the man a Guardian. Let's see what he can do. 1v2, taking over the A site. Has the spike in hand. Both members of Envy coming from the back line. This could get interesting. Paranoia available as well. Once Inspire gives himself away, Recon Dart is going to give away the position. Owl Drone to double confirm, and Ali is just going to walk right into the Tri-Fire. Envy have enough resources to win that 2v1 handily and give themselves the follow-up.
Yeah, it's so tough to try and hold your ground, especially too when, you know, Poppin's just around the corner. All the utilities still available. Makes it a pretty easy time for Envy to be able to move in with the information, especially with the weapons that go boom, boom extremely quickly. those being the SMGs. So now, Winthrop University, they lose those first 2 rounds. Envy are starting to gain some of their momentum back. And let's see how they want to play out this next round. It isn't uncommon right now for Envy to decide to just buy up anyways. And we are seeing a little bit of that as Ion is going to be going for the Phantom purchase here. Same with Eggster as well. So they're going to be trying and matching Winthrop University on this round. And they just need a couple of kills to make that a reality.
Just a few confirms. KaneZera searching for an easy one. Envy gonna pay this respect for now. Let Winthrop take their base.
Very slow. I think Winthrop University were waiting for Envy to push out for them. You see how they set their positioning up, expecting that aggression very early on. They had those trap plays ready. Nothing happens. So as a result of that one, it's gonna be nice and quiet. Biding their time. The spike is all the way out of that A site. Imagine Ali is going to be the one who has to make their way over there if they're able to take this B site for free. But a Cypher utility from Inspire just lurking all the way into the back. No one is spotted. They will make their advance.
40 seconds to go. As no real space has been gained, Winthrop don't decide to go for the market lane.
30 seconds left.
They'll just go for a standard exec here on this site. Fragment to keep out popping. KaneZera though spraying down. Inspire stopped on the site. Winthrop have at least that taken over, but Envy are already here and popping. Swings out, grabs a kill on the Sheriff. 3v3 now, and Envy have guns to spare. Just walking right in. They have enough resources too. Ion's paranoia is perfect to give them the advantage and the round. Make it 9-6 already, Envy proving anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, and once again, it's one of those moments where you see it's like, all right, hey, Envy, they're just going to be walking right in when you expect them to be able to get that. Yeah, sure, that's fine. They're going to go right in. Infiltrator's watching, right? And yet still, they go to make sure that they clear that. And as a result, there's no real opportunity for Winthrop to get themselves set up. As soon as Infiltrator goes down, you can tell it's a little bit, everyone's hitting the panic button on Winthrop. They're stuck on that B site. They've got no exit, no utility either, really, to make that one work. And so the rest is going to be easy for Envy. Like you said, a lot of utility for them to re-engage. The paranoia lands perfectly, and they walk in and clean house. 3 rounds now separating these 2 teams. We're seeing Winthrop on a little bit of a save yet again. Unfortunately, Infiltrator not close enough to get those knives online. Does have a Bucky this time, but otherwise a lot of stingers in the hands of that Winthrop University squad.
A lot to throw at this, as they'll once again go for a fast break, but Inspire, great reposition to catch Infiltrator lacking. Everybody else from Winthrop in a bit of a panic mode here, but Flare has gotten up inside, able to get away with 1. Rest of Envy though, easy sprays, easy praise, gets most of the job done here. Ali on literally 1 HP, still trying to get some stupid kills going with the Sheriff, and screw it, he will get 1 more with the Bucky. But Envy have now narrowed the gap to 2.
You know, you're just like, oh, wait, I got a Bucky in my pocket? I can do something with this on 1 HP in a dream. All it takes is 1 Bucky shot to shut down Eggster, the other perpetrator of the shotgun. Play it back. I enjoy shutting that one down. But yeah, it was just Inspire going unchecked on that site that allowed them to find the kills necessary, popping as well, just going through the sprays. And so many of these kills are kind of activating right through the smokes. The game sense of Envy, understanding when Winthrop might be moving through it, has really made some of these rounds a lot easier. It's Winthrop though, rifles in hands yet again. Gonna take a good old try at this one. Shigar going up against the Hunter's Fury, which could be a little bit uncomfortable here. But if they do get Flare 1 more ultimate orb, they can play off of the null command. And like it was touched on the desk, when they have these ultimates, they usually are able to convert on the rounds.
Stack here in Cat. KaneZera ready to intercept. Keeps the spray going in case they immediately pile it, and has a couple bullets more to deal with the rest of the stack anyway. Another silencing from KaneZera.
It's going to be right now all on Moobs. Try and take that space onto the site, but as Kane's Era finds that one, now Kane looking for the ace, will find it just that. A long-range rifle as well. Laughing all the way to the bank there. Envy now just one round away from tying things up against Winthrop University on that round.
Practically handed to him on a silver platter. Window after window that Kane's Era just blasts open. Tremendous fight taken, and then, yeah, fine, I'll do it myself. Really great work from Kane's Era. Continues to be one of the best duelists, one of the best players in this region, continuing to be the driving force behind this team and its potential success. Now just one round behind as Envy once again will swarm the front. Huge spray down on an Infiltrator, and Ion turns on the shutdown. Sprays onto Flare too. Red like a book. Winthrop University offer absolutely nothing on this eco.
Yeah, nice easy flawless round. A little bit of a celebration as well as Envy tie things up 9-9 now. Not even an opportunity. It's the smokes yet again. Ion somehow able to find so much value, so many kills through these smokes. It's 6 in a row for Envy on this defense. And Winthrop University ought to be scratching your heads a little bit on what necessarily you can do. You've got 4 ultimates online, one ultimate point away from getting Nasi online as well. I could say the exact same thing about Envy. Inspire and Exeter both 1 apiece away. Getting theirs for a full house of ultimates. Infiltrator pulling out the knives this time. Make sure to pad the economy a little bit. Wouldn't be too surprised if next round, no matter how this one shakes out, we should be seeing that operator in hand. But it's so much more passive from Winthrop University. When they just try and strong arm their way onto the site, they've been getting shut down, so they're trying something different. But at the same time, like, I kind of want to see them move in and just push into the site altogether. Nice coordinated strike, because I think that they can win that one out. Given the fact that Envy are more opportunists when it comes to these gunfights, if they take the lead here, they could find an opening, but Envy right now, they're firing on all cylinders, and that momentum is square behind them.
Once again, handing mid over, and this time Moobs is going to take the bait. No trap wire to stop him this time. Null command utilized, as well as the knife. Infiltrator's just going to try and run in anyway. Exeter and Ion shut that down with ease. Flare finally getting some action with the help of that ultimate. Can the rest of Winthrop follow up? Moves. Neural Theft on top of the kill will confirm the remaining 3 players of Envy. And so Winthrop understand they have all the space they could need. Poppin looking to try and cut that space down with the Hunter's Fury. Finds Moves. Cuts Nasi too. Irreparable value from that Sova ultimate. But Flare trying to save this game. Reload back in time. Sprays down Poppin!
Oh,
and
no.
Winthrop hold on to the attack ground. The streak is over and the lead is once again the collegiate teams.
Oh, there has to be some sort of error there if you're on the side of Envy. You got the drop, you catch him mid-reload, and Poppin drops in with a classic in hand, has to reload himself. It's like a series of unfortunate events coming through. I was going to compliment Envy so well on this defense. Ion doing his job, holding his ground, making it almost impossible for them to move in clean. And then the combination of the Dimensional Drift alongside the Hunter's Fury secures a couple more kills, which is unbelievable. And yet still Winthrop walk away with the win. Crazy stuff coming in from that squad.
Monumental work needed for just one round, and Envy are going to quickly try and get back on track here. Kane's Era with that ultimate, or with that operator, excuse me. He does have the ultimate, though. Could use it just to turn something close quarters if need be. But so far, so good on this A hold as Winthrop try to get the stack going on B. Inspire has company this time. Poppin hanging out on the shack.
Look at this, the spike is so far back. We're just gonna have to wait things out here and hope that they can kind of bait out a little bit more of this Envy utility. Keep in mind though, Exeter at a moment's notice can TP nice and close by. We've seen Winthrop University struggle on this entry. Finally, the spike is ready to go. Let's see how they engage.
Knife out to market to execute. Where is Infiltrator rushing?
30 seconds left.
Nowhere yet. Player just walking up the lane. Trapwire triggered. Easy kill for Poppin. This two-man hold on the site is going pretty well so far. Infiltrator's just walking in with this operator. And Inspire has caught the long arm of that gun and punished it. Envy have more than enough for the crunch. And Winthrop completely run out of steam. We're tied back up at 10, flawlessly.
Unbelievable. I mean, you see Winthrop University, they looked lost engaging there. Nobody clears the back of sight, allowing for such an easy spray down. Inspire as well, just moving one of those trips around, makes it a kill trip, finds that kill. Right now, Envy, they are so back. Kane's starting us out with a nice pick right off the bat, but it is just the two members on that B site to just lock it down, throw away the key, make sure that Winthrop University do not make their way in. All tied up at double digits, 10-10. It's a save round yet again coming in from Winthrop University. Sure, they're good when they've got the ultimates, but they can't rely on those ultimates to win a round.
Envy feeling a lot more free to play for a couple early fights this time. Exter trying to get away with a first blood before dipping out, but he'll cut his losses. Winthrop tossing out bits and pieces of the util, giving themselves away for the A push, and they have a lot to offer towards Ion. TP's out, almost avoids death in time for the rest of Envy to come calling, but the rest of Envy has come calling, and they'll make it work here. Kane's as always, trying to go for the high-flying kills whenever it's allowed, but this time, rest of Envy is going to pick up the rest of the dirty work, and they have the lead, 11-10, on what is still a commanding defense for them.
Absolutely commanding, and you can see, like, once again, as soon as they realize what's going on, all the members of Envy just hightail it over there. They're so aggressive. They want the kills. They want to pad their own stats, want the glory. And so it's just off of a little bit of contact plays happening from both these teams. Is chaotic at best here. Infiltrator somehow finding that mid-air kill, but Move's not able to get the lurk online in time. It's just because of how fast Envy like to swarm their opponents. There's not really that much room for them to go on that lurk. Move's not able to get maximum value as you would have expected from that Cypher player.
So now yet again, we'll see Envy holding for the long game. Kane's waiting to see if somebody once again tries to take that free space in Winthrop that they've been conditioning for.
I have the spike.
But again, nobody's going to chomp at the bit. Instead, they'll go to B. And this read is tremendous from Poppin. Now a 3-stack with the op in tow onto B after no noise has been made. And as soon as that orb gets struck, Shock Dart tossed in. No command in response. Kane's tries to get away with the first op shot. Does not land it. And Winthrop can walk on into Poppin's open arms! 3 down! And he's still kicking! That's 4 for Poppin! And 12 for Envy!
Match point.
There's always
Envy.
someone on the team willing to do the job.
You know, Poppin, make it up for that pistol play we saw earlier. I gotta say that. At the bare minimum. At the bare minimum. But it was so discombobulated from Winthrop University. Not what we would expect from their squad initiating in onto the site. There were no flashes that get tossed in there. No clearance of Poppin on the actual site. And it's again that we see them really faltering and struggling at making their way onto B to even get the spike down. That's how fast Envy are on that collapse in, and I think that is a little bit in part to Winthrop University not doing their due diligence to clear everything out, not use their utility to flush out those individual players, and as a result, they're getting highlight clips off of this one, Tenrek.
Yeah, turning it back into a classic Envy match. Just run it down and win, and they have to do it just one more time against such a shoddy buy. Hunter's Fury, though, can at least do some damage. Again, slow this tempo for Winthrop as they try to make their great escape on the site. Spike is still not here, though. Infiltrator wins the fight. Poppin on site, tries to clutch it up. Nasi the crunch. Kane's back on the knives. Jet being jet, and Kane's wins it out!
Was that supposed to be?
The only way you could have a match like that end is with the superior duelist, who will go on to face what could be his only true matchup in Bonnie and the Burger Boys in winners finals.
What an unbelievable way for that map to end. I thought for a second there, it was looking good. We've seen Cainzera go for those air attacks, for lack of better terms, and still somehow in the midst of all of it, Infiltrator not able to land the shot, a headshot knife kill. Unbelievable from that Blade Storm. But yeah, Envy, they find the necessary cracks, they initiate and attack Winthrop University, and they don't let up for a single second. It was looking so clean coming in from this squad. Winthrop University, the team that was so well practiced, so well rehearsed, they know how to play off of each other so well, but in those moments just felt like they were floundering a little bit. They weren't sure what was going on. It looked completely different than what we saw on map 1, where everything felt nice, clean, and tactical. So as a result of that, Envy, they continue the win streak. Sure, they lose one map, but once again, they're moving on to the winners finals.
It may have taken a while, but Winthrop University met the same fate that all teams who face Envy have to eventually, being reduced to rubble. They will be met in the lower bracket and try to stake their claim on some more ascension points. Envy have netted quite a few with a win like this. We'll talk to them a little bit more after the break.
All these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
They were down one map starting the series. They were down 3-9 at the half, but nothing matters to Envy in the end, still taking the victory 2-1 over Winthrop University and finding them a spot in the upper finals. Ash, looking at this match, it was a great matchup between two very talented teams, but Envy to get over the finish line in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an insane reverse sweep for the entirety of this series, right? Winthrop starting off so hot, and Sierra, you're talking about how it feels like sometimes you can't win on the desk when it comes down to those predictions, but you come out on top this time, no cursing, and also finding that that win with that NB win as well. But it came down to, I think, the IGLs, not necessarily the way that I thought. I think that on the second half, there were really great reads from Envy and the way they were looking to counter the Winthrop attack and set up Kainzera for a lot of like these more aggressive plays, Eggster as well. But Poppin was just also having an insane game, and that was the highlight that we had between the two IGLs, both being very capable of having these pop-off moments while bringing the reads necessary to take the other team down, and Poppin delivered here on Ascent.
It was really cool to see it, but also something that I want to say very quickly is I'm very proud to announce that I've gotten every single prediction wrong this playoffs. Every single time I say one team is going to win, nope, there's a different story. I was feeling pretty confident about this Winthrop one because, I mean, it was a 9-3. You think everything is going right. You think they're going to get the win. I mean, 9 rounds, you think it's enough in the defense. It's kind of what teams are aiming for, 9 or 10 rounds, if anything. But no, it was a different story. It was an Envy that made an insane comeback into this map. Winthrop University could only get 1 round on the attacking side, and Envy, I just think, once again, they prove that they're just so impressive. We talked about the momentum that they can always get and how overwhelming they are when they get, 3-4 rounds in a row. And that is exactly what happened into that second half. A very good understanding on this defense, a very good setup for that Jet, and then also, a Jet for Kainzera that gets an ace as well and gets that momentum going. There were some opportunities here and there for Winthrop, but it came down to clutches that you don't really know which way they're going to go. And at the same time, you don't want to be relying on those clutches on the attacking side to make sure that you win a round.
I'm just going back for my head like, okay, I am never betting or predicting the same way as Dan Dryad ever again. This just does not work out.
Not my week, I can't lie.
It's just not your week. It can't always be your week, Dan. But looking at the team, I feel like you couldn't really go wrong either way. Two really strong, powerful teams. But Envy, in the end, the fact that they're able to overcome being down a map, the fact that they were down at that half, everyone being able to really turn up when necessary. And that was just really impressive throughout the series. So being able to see them now in the upper finals is a spot super well deserved. And happy to say, guys, we already have our interviewee on the line to chat a little bit more about the series. So let's head on over to the post-match interview, get a couple of words from Eggster about the match. Big congratulations on the victory as well. You're in the upper finals of the playoffs. How's it feel?
It feels amazing. We are very relieved to get further than last split.
It's definitely nice to see because, of course, all the expectations, but being able to accomplish it this time, what's so different? Is just more time with the squad, a different approach?
I think we still have a lot of nerves, like playoff nerves, but I think the playoff nerves last time just got the better of us, and now we have them a little more under control. Maybe need some more work. Hopefully stage 3 we're going to be the best team in the world, undoubtedly, but yeah, I think that's it.
I mean, team's still looking really strong right now because this was a series that it definitely could have been a different result. There's the Lotus loss, and then also at that Ascent being down 3-9 at that half, but being able to reverse sweep in both those cases. How do you overcome not just the nerves, but being at that deficit to take the series in the end?
When it was 3-9, all the first half, you could tell like everyone was kind of shaking a little bit. And the second the half swapped, we all said, all right, we got to do it again. And we just let loose. There was, I don't even know how to explain it. I'm getting troll comms. Everyone is just having the time of their life while we're down 3-9. Like, I'm sure there are a couple times I look lost. It's because I can't keep up. These guys are giving me fake comms in the middle of rounds. Just like wow, we really just like let loose all of the like inhibition, and we really just played our game.
Like fake comms, like, well, I need to know more about this because I can't imagine. And then nobody.
And there's no one market. The last guy's on site. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if anything, proving that just going back to having fun, forgetting about those nerves, really get to see you all perform at your best. And we get to see you now in the upper finals. You're going up against Burger Boys. I don't know if you got to see the match earlier, but I want to know your thoughts going into this.
I watched a little bit of it, and every time I looked in, Bonnie's KD was insane. So I don't know if he's going to keep up that form for us. I hope he does. But I am looking forward to the match. Them and Woo are like two of the teams, like better teams we've never played.
I'm really excited for the matchup because Bonnie has been going off, but the double duelists of Envy should be crazy. Last but not least, I mean, obviously, Yoru, insane, everything else, but have to ask for the fans. We have the Poppin' Guide. When's the extra guide to Yoru coming out?
Never. Oh
Never?
My goodness. I'd be out of a job instantly. I can't give away my secrets.
All right. Sorry, fans. You'll have to keep wondering. Exer, thank you so much for chatting. Good luck with the stream. Have a good rest of your night.
You too. You too.
Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk for us to be wrapping up the day. Glad we got to see that match. I'm not going to lie, Dan, a little surprised to hear about the nerves factor because I think of Envy, I think of the confidence, everything else, but to hear that was shocking. And the fake comms even more shocking.
That's so funny. That's something that my friends would do to me when we're playing the game. It's just like, wait, what do you... Just trolling me in every single one of the comms when I'm trying to clutch. I mean, I get it. I understand. But I think it's something that he mentioned as well before. I think it was Extra as well, that after we went into the Swiss stage for stage 2, he talked about, yeah, honestly, in playoffs, we were kind of nervous. We were not ready. It's just kind of getting that first time experience on it. And it seems like, yeah, as he said before, now they're feeling better. But, I mean, still they're shaky as he was saying, and we got to see in that first half. But it's an amazing thing to have a comeback like we saw on the map of Ascent. And honestly, if you tell me at the beginning of the year, like January, February, that our upper finalist teams are going to be Burger Boys and Rankers, I would be like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's insane that what we're looking at right now.
I think one of these things definitely unlike the other, pulling up the bracket to be able to chat about this. I mean, Envy, previously known as Rankers from stage 3, is the one that smart money I would have lost it on. Burger Boys and the fashion they took down TSM in, though, Ash, is the one that's still crazy. But Burger Boys had the insane step up. Extra calling out to Bonnie's performance and hoping that's replicated against them. I love to hear that, wanting to go up against the best. But Burger Boys, they fully deserve that spot. And this upper finals is going to be amazing.
It definitely is. And I just love hearing that all of these teams are excited to play against each other too. Envy giving a nod to the fact that they had not played WU before this and now will be playing against Burger Boys for the very first time as well. Very exciting things. And I think that we're also looking at the fact that now that these two teams have also guaranteed that top 3 finish for themselves as well into playoffs, and what that means for those ascension points where they're guaranteed a minimum of 45 to go towards that tally for the end of the year. And then taking a look down at that lower bracket looks dangerous. One, crazy to see that TSM goes down there in an 0-2 fashion. And then also the fact that we're even seeing WU heading up against Ambrosia. The elimination matches that are coming up are going to be absolutely insane.
In the 3 years that we've had Challengers, we never saw how different the brackets look from one stage to the other. It's insane. I mean, a Shopify Rebellion that didn't even make it to playoffs, an M80 that is not even M80 anymore, but has also already got eliminated on their chat spets. And now a Winthrop University that got the 3rd place and now is in the lower bracket and having to face Ambrosia, one of the strongest teams that we have right now. So it's insane the changes that we're seeing, thinking about the possibility of having a number 1, 2, and 3 spot that are completely different to stage 1.
It has been so much fun. And of course, all on that road to Ascension at the end of the year to try and make it into VCT Americas. The competition has been so tight. It's so much fun to watch, but that's unfortunately it for us today and for the weekend. Game Changers is happening, though, for your dose of Valorant action. Make sure to be tuned in there. We'll be back Monday with the lower bracket here, Valorant Challengers Playoffs. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Let's go, baby! To the back, to the back!